Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. I wake up to the sound of my phone buzzing against the nightstand. The room is too bright, and my head pounds like I've been drinking all night, but I don't remember drinking. I don't remember last night at all. Blindly, I reach for my phone, squinting at the screen. January 1st, 8:12 a.m. There's a text from Mia. Happy New Year, bitch. I hesitate before responding. My mouth is dry, my tongue heavy. I push myself upright, but the second I do, a wave of nausea rolls through me. My limbs feel sluggish, like I've been sleeping for days, maybe longer. I glance around my bedroom, but nothing seems off. Same navy blue comforter, same full bookshelves, same messy dresser with yesterday's clothes draped over the chair. It should be comforting, but something about it unsettles me for a minute. I just sit there, phone in my hand, trying to scrape together any memory of New Year's Eve, but it's just blank. I frown and check my texts. Last message to Mia. Before this morning, what's the plan for tonight? Sent at 4:27 p.m., December 31st. No response after that. No messages from anyone else. No photos, no calls, no Uber receipts. Nothing. Maybe I fell asleep early. Maybe I was sick. But no, that doesn't explain the way my muscles ache, the strange stiffness in my joints, or the fact that I feel completely disconnected, like I was somewhere else. I push the covers off and swing my legs over the side of the bed. My feet hit the cold floor, and another wave of dizziness rushes through me. Jesus. I rub my temples, trying to shake the fog from my brain, but it doesn't help. I glance at my phone again, fingers hesitating over the screen. Finally, I type out, what happened? Last night, I feel like shit. I hit send. A moment later, 3 dots appear. Mia, lol, yeah, I bet. You were a mess. A mess. Where were we? I type back. Another pause. More dots. Mia, what do you mean? We were at Danny's party. Duh. Are you still drunk? My stomach twists uneasy. Danny's party. That makes sense. He throws a New Year's party every year, and I always go, but I don't remember it at all. I don't even remember getting ready for it. I go to my photo gallery, scrolling back to yesterday. There's a picture of me at 7:12 p.m., a selfie in my bathroom mirror, dressed in a sparkly black dress, hair curled. Don't remember taking it. A video at 10:46 p.m. I click on it. It's dark and shaky. The bass of some loud music thudding in the background. The camera swings wildly as someone kneels. I'm holding a drink, shouting something to Mia, but my own voice sounds strange, like an echo, slightly distorted. I watch myself dance, watch myself smile. I look normal, but none of it feels real, because I don't remember any of it. Not a single second. I check my call history. A missed call from my mom at 5:30 p.m. A few outgoing texts. Everything looks normal, but I know my own mind, and this isn't normal. I should remember. A loud knock at my door makes me jump. I snap my head up, heart hammering. Another knock, sharp and impatient. My stomach twists. I wasn't expecting anyone. Slowly, I rise to my feet, the dizziness still clinging to me like a fever dream. I hesitate for a second before stepping toward the door. Every footstep feeling wrong, like I'm moving through somebody else's home. Instead of my own, I peer through the peephole. Mia, I exhale, relieved but still uneasy, and unlock the door. She's grinning when I open it, holding up 2 coffees. Dude, you look like shit. Yeah, well, I feel like shit, I mutter, stepping aside to let her in. She waltzes in like she owns the place, setting the coffees down on my counter. I figured you'd be dying this morning, so I brought caffeine. You're welcome. I rub my arms.
Mia,
What the hell happened last night? She pauses, turning to face me. We partied. You got kinda wasted. Not like blackout or anything. Just, tipsy. I swallow hard. I don't remember any of it. Wait, like nothing. Nothing. My voice is barely above a whisper. She stares at me for a second, then snorts. Damn, guess you partied harder than I thought. Mia, I'm serious. I run a hand through my hair, frustration building. I woke up and it's just ... gone. I don't remember leaving for the party. I don't remember being at the party. It's just I snap my fingers. Gone. Mia's smile fades slightly, but she forces a laugh. Okay, well, maybe you drank more than you realized. That happens, but I don't black out ever. She hesitates. I mean, maybe you hit your head or something. Something in her tone makes my skin prickle. You're acting weird, I say slowly. Mia shrugs, avoiding my gaze. I dunno, dude. You were there. I was with you the whole night. Something about the way she says it feels off. I swallow. Can you tell me everything that happened? Mia looks at me for a long moment. Then she sighs and grabs a coffee, taking a sip before answering. We got to Danny's around 9. You had like 2 drinks, nothing crazy. We danced, we hung out. The countdown happened, we cheered, we left around 1. You were fine. She says it so normally, like it's the absolute truth, but I don't remember a single second. And that's when I notice something on my nightstand. A notebook. I don't remember putting it there. I don't even remember owning it. Something about it makes my chest tighten. I take a slow step toward it, hands sweating. The cover is plain black. But when I flip it open, my breath catches in my throat. It's my handwriting, but I don't remember writing any of it. The last entry sends an icy chill down my spine. Do not ask too many questions. My mouth goes dry. I look up at Mia, but she's just watching me, her expression unreadable. I keep staring at the journal, my pulse hammering in my ears. The words on the page feel wrong, like I shouldn't be reading them, like I shouldn't even know they exist. Do not ask too many questions. The ink is slightly smudged, like I wrote it in a hurry, pressing down hard enough to nearly tear the paper. Below it, there's a jagged underline, a deep indentation where the pen bit into the page. My stomach twists. I run a finger over the words, my own handwriting, but there's no flicker of recognition, no half-formed memory of writing them. Nothing. The page before it is blank. The page after it is blank. Just that one single warning, Claire. Mia's voice yanks me back to reality. I snap the notebook shut and turn toward her, heart pounding. She's still standing by the counter, coffee in hand, watching me. You okay? She asks. And there's something off about the way she says it. Something too careful. I force a nod, swallowing back the rising panic. Yeah, I'm fine. Mia's eyes flick to the notebook. What's that? I hesitate. Just some old notes. Her expression doesn't change. Weird. I don't remember you having that before. Neither do I. I force a laugh, trying to ignore the creeping unease in my chest. Yeah, well, guess my memory's not great right now. She watches me for another second, then nods. Makes sense? You did drink a lot last night. I tense. You said I only had 2 drinks. Mia doesn't even blink. Yeah, 2 strong drinks. A strange sensation creeps up my spine, a feeling like static under my skin. Something isn't right. I change the subject. Did I say anything weird last night? Mia tilts her head. Like what? I don't know. Just anything. Something that stood out. She takes a sip of coffee, thinking. Not really. You were normal. Just you. That single word makes my skin prickle. Just me. She says it to Isley, too deliberately, like she's making sure I believe it. I glance back at the notebook. My pulse is still racing. Do not ask too many questions. I force myself to take a breath. Mia, I need you to be honest with me, I say carefully. Did anything weird happen last night? For the first time, she hesitates, just for a second, and then she laughs, shaking her head. Dude, you're so paranoid right now. Nothing weird happened. You drank, you danced, we left. End of story. She says it so easily, too easily, and I realize, with a slow, cold certainty she's lying. I don't know how I know, I just do. The way she won't meet my eyes. The way she's too calm. The way her story isn't changing, not even a little. Like she rehearsed it, my stomach churns. I need to get out of here. Okay, I say, forcing a smile. You're probably right. I'm just being weird. Mia grins, relieved. Dude, yes, you're totally overthinking this. I nod, laughing with her. Acting normal, acting like I believe her. And all the while, my heart is hammering in my chest as soon as Mia leaves. I grab the notebook again. I flip through the pages, my hands trembling. Nothing, every single page is blank, except for that one warning. I grab a pen and press it to the paper, trying to write anything, but the ink just pools strangely, like the paper is resisting it, like it doesn't want to be written on. A shiver runs through me. I drop the pen. Something is seriously wrong. I pick up my phone and scroll through my messages again, looking for anything unusual, but everything looks normal. Normal texts, conversations to normal, like my life has been scrubbed clean. My stomach tightens. I go to my call history. Nothing stands out until I see it. A missed call from an unknown number at 2:37 a.m. My blood runs cold. I stare at it, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. I don't recognize the number. No voicemail, no text. Just that one single missed call, right? In the middle of the night, right after I supposedly got home, my fingers tremble as I press the redial button. It rings once, twice, then the number you have dialed is no longer in service. My breath catches. Something is really, really wrong. I don't remember last night. I don't remember the last year, and now I'm starting to think maybe I'm not supposed to. I spend the next few hours digging through my apartment. I go through every drawer, every cabinet, looking for anything that feels unfamiliar, and I find them little things. A book on my shelf I don't remember buying. A sweater in my closet I've never seen before. A receipt from a restaurant I don't remember going to. And then, in the very back of my closet, in a box labeled "Don't Open," I find it. A second phone. My hands go cold. I pull it out, my breath catching in my throat. It's an old model, slightly scratched, the battery almost dead. I press the power button, half expecting it to be locked, but it isn't. It opens right to the home screen. There's only one app installed, the gallery. I click it. There's only one video. My fingers tremble as I press play. The screen flickers. A video starts, and I see myself. I'm sitting on the floor in a dark room, eyes red and puffy like I've been crying for hours. My hands are shaking, and then I speak. If you're watching this, it means you didn't listen. A chill runs down my spine. On screen, I take a shuddering breath. I don't have much time. They're watching. You need to stop asking questions. You need to stop looking. You can't fix this. You can't change it. You have to let it go. You have to forget. Because if you don't, a loud bang in the background, my head jerks up. My face twists in terror, and then static. The screen goes black. The video ends, and in the silence of my apartment, I realize I am not alone. I don't move. I don't breathe. The silence in my apartment is thick, pressing against my ears like cotton. Someone is here. I can feel it. The skin on the back of my neck prickles as I listen. The air feels heavy, wrong, like the moment before a thunderstorm. Like something is waiting, watching. I squeeze the second phone in my hand, pulse hammering. My own voice from the video echoes in my head. You need to stop asking questions, but I can't. Not now. Not after this. My eyes flick around the room. The bedroom door is shut. The blinds are drawn. My apartment is still so still that I wonder if I imagined it, and then a soft creak from the living room. I freeze. I know the sounds my apartment makes. I know the way the floorboards groan under my feet, the way the pipes whisper in the walls. But that was something else, something moving. I swallow hard, heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my skull. I should call someone, Mia, the police. But what would I say? I think there's someone in my apartment, but I'm not sure. Slowly, silently, I slide off my bed and grab the closest thing I can find, a heavy glass candle from my nightstand. My fingers grip the cool surface, my knuckles white. I inch toward the bedroom door, listening. Nothing, just that horrible, suffocating silence. I hold my breath and press my ear against the door, and that's when I hear it. A whisper right on the other side of the door. I jerk back, my entire body going cold. I didn't imagine that. I know I didn't. It was faint, just a breath of sound, but it was there, right there. I clench the candle tighter, my palms slick with sweat. My throat is so dry I can't swallow. I have to get out. I have to. Another creak. Closer this time. My fingers tighten around the doorknob, and I force myself to move. 3, 2, 1. I twist the knob and yank the door open. Nothing. The hallway is empty. The apartment is exactly as I left it. No signs of a break-in. No shadows lurking in the corners. But I know what I heard. A whisper. Right outside my door. I step forward slowly, my breath shallow. The living room is dim, the curtains drawn. The early evening light barely filtering through. Everything looks normal, except for one thing. The front door is unlocked. I stop dead, staring at it. I never leave my door unlocked. Never. A sick feeling curls in my stomach. I don't remember unlocking it. I don't remember last night. I don't remember the last year. I don't. My phone buzzes in my hand. I jump so hard I nearly drop it. A text from Mia. Stop. Just stop. My breath catches. Another text. You're going to make it worse. I stare at the screen, my heartbeat slamming against my ribs. What the hell does that mean? I type back, hands shaking. Mia, what's going on? I need to know. She doesn't reply. I sit on the couch, gripping my phone, forcing myself to breathe. My head is spinning, my thoughts a tangled mess. Nothing makes sense. I woke up with an entire year, missing from my memory. A journal with a warning I don't remember writing. A second phone with a video of myself telling me to stop looking. And now something is in my apartment. Or maybe it was never in my apartment. Maybe it was in me. A cold shiver runs through me, and I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly freezing. I need answers, and I know exactly where to start. If people saw me, then someone will remember what happened. Someone will tell me the truth. I grab my jacket, shove my feet into my boots, and step outside. Locking the door behind me, the second I do, I hesitate. The hallway feels ... different. The air is too still, the fluorescent lights flickering just slightly, like a pulse. I glance at my neighbor's door 3B. The nameplate says, I help them carry boxes to their car. On the door, I take a slow step back, my stomach knotting. The air seems to hum around me, like the moment before a migraine. The lights flicker again, and then a knock from inside apartment 3B. I don't move, I don't breathe. The knock comes again, slow and deliberate. Knock, 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 knock. A chill creeps up my spine. I take another step back.
I don't know
why no one should be in that apartment. It's empty. It's been empty for months, but suddenly, I don't want to be here. I need to get out of this building now. I turn on my heel and rush down the hall, my boots echoing against the floor. I don't look back. Danny's house is across town, a A 2-story place with a wraparound porch and 2 mini windows. The lights are on when I get there. I don't hesitate. I march up the steps and knock hard. Footsteps, a pause. Then the door swings open and Danny is standing there, looking mildly surprised. Claire? Hey, I swallow hard. Hey, I need to talk to you. It's important. He frowns but steps aside, letting me in. The house smells like stale beer and leftover party air. You good? Danny asks, shutting the door behind me. I turn to face him. I was at your party last night, right? His expression flickers. Yeah. Why? I exhale. I don't remember anything. I don't even remember getting to the party, and I need to know what happened. Danny gives me a weird look. What do you mean, you don't remember? I mean, I don't remember. At all. My entire night is just gone. Danny hesitates. He scratches the back of his head, looking uncomfortable. You were fine last night, he says carefully. The way he says it makes my stomach drop. What do you mean? I whisper. He swallows. You were ... normal, but like too normal. A chill washes over me. Danny shifts on his feet. I don't know, man. It's like you were there, but you weren't. You barely talked. You barely reacted to anything. And then at midnight, you just ... left. I stare at him, my mouth dry. I left. Danny nods. Yeah, we didn't say goodbye. Just walked out the front door. Thought maybe you were tired or something. I shake my head, my pulse hammering. I don't remember that. I don't remember any of it. And then Danny says something that makes my blood run cold. The weirdest part though, I brace myself. You weren't wearing a coat when you left. A breath catches in my throat. But when you walked outside, Danny swallows hard. It was snowing. I don't remember leaving Danny's party. I don't remember anything, but Danny does. And he says I walked out into the snow with no coat. No explanation, just ... left. Something about that detail sinks into me, a jagged splinter burrowing into my mind. It doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. Danny is watching me, shifting uncomfortably, like he regrets saying anything at all. His house feels too quiet, the air too thick. The dim glow of the kitchen light casts long, sharp shadows over the floor. I swallow hard. Are you sure? He gives me a weird look. What? Are you sure you actually saw me leave? Danny blinks. Yeah. I mean, I think so. Something about the way he says it, hesitant, uncertain, makes my skin prickle. I take a slow breath. You think so? Danny scratches the back of his head, looking vaguely uncomfortable. I don't know, Claire. You were just standing by the door, like you were waiting for something. And then I looked away for a second, and when I looked back, you were gone. My pulse stutters. My voice is barely above a whisper. Danny frowns. Midnight. Right after the countdown. Why? A shiver crawls down my spine. 2:37 a.m. That's when I got the missed call. A full 2.5 hours after I supposedly left the party. Where was I in that missing time? What was I waiting for? Danny's voice snaps me back. Claire, seriously, are you okay? No. I am not okay. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, staring down into something too dark, too deep. Like the moment I take another step, I'll fall. I force a nod. Yeah, I just ... need to figure this out. Danny doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't push. If you need anything, let me know. I nod again, muttering a quick thanks. Before turning for the door, my head is spinning, my stomach twisted into knots. I step out onto the porch. The air is sharp and freezing, the night heavy and thick. And for the first time, I notice something off. There's no snow, not a single trace. Danny said it was snowing when I left, but the street, the sidewalks, the rooftops, everything is bone, dry, like it never happened at all. I walk home, my thoughts racing. Danny saw me leave, but I don't remember leaving. He said it was snowing, but there's no snow. And that missed call to 37 a.m. Who called me? Why? The air feels heavier the closer I get to my building, like something unseen is pressing down on me. By the time I reach my door, my skin is crawling. I hesitate. For the first time, I don't want to go inside. Something is wrong in there. I know it. I feel it. But standing out here in the hall, under the flickering fluorescent lights, isn't any better. The shadows are too deep. The air too still. I unlock the door and step inside. The apartment is silent. Normal except ... My notebook is open on the table. I didn't leave it like that. A fresh page. Blank except for one sentence, written in my own messy scrawl. You are not supposed to be here. My stomach drops. I take a slow step forward, my fingers trembling as I reach for the book. The ink is still wet, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I need to calm down. I need to think. I rub my temples, squeezing my eyes shut. Think. Claire, I need to retrace my steps. I pull out my phone and open my photo gallery, scrolling through last night's pictures again. The selfie in my bathroom at 7:12 p.m. The video at 10:46 p.m. And then my stomach clenches. There's a new photo, one I don't remember taking, one that wasn't there before. My hand shakes as I click. On it, it's a picture of my apartment, my living room, taken from inside. The timestamp says 2:38 a.m. Right after I got the missed call, I drop the phone like it's burning. My breath catches in my throat, my entire body rigid. Someone was here, or worse I was. I don't sleep. I can't. I sit on my couch, my hands curled into fists, staring at the phone on the coffee table. The second phone, the one with the video, the one I'm too afraid to touch. Something happened at 2:37 a.m. Something happened at midnight. The pieces are there, circling just out of reach, and the more I try to put them together, the more my mind feels like it's splitting at some point. Exhaustion wins. I drift in and out of a restless, feverish sleep, my body aching, my mind unraveling, and then a sound. I jolt awake. My heart is racing before I even know why. I sit up, every nerve on edge, listening silence to silent, like the entire world is holding its breath. I turn my head, and my blood runs cold. My bedroom door is open. It wasn't open before. A shadow lingers just beyond the doorway, not moving, not breathing, watching. The air shudders. The walls seem to press inward, the room tilting at an unnatural angle. A deep, heavy hum fills my ears, vibrating through my bones. I can't move. I can't breathe. And then a whisper, not supposed to be here. The shadow shifts sand. I finally scream. I don't remember how I got out. 1 second, I was frozen in place, staring at that impossible darkness. The next, I was outside, standing in the middle of the street, barefoot, gasping for air. My apartment door is still wide open. A neighbor pokes their head out, half asleep, mumbling something about keeping it down. I barely hear them. I turn slowly, staring at my open door, at the yawning darkness beyond. Something is wrong with my apartment. Something is wrong with me. I take a step back, then another. Then I turn and run as far as I can. I end up at Mia's. She opens the door, eyes puffy with sleep, and before she can say anything, I choke out. Something's happening to me. Something is wrong. Mia's face changes. Not surprise, not confusion, something else, like she already knew. She steps aside, and I walk inside, my hands still shaking. Mia closes the door behind me, locks it, then turns to face me. Her voice is barely above a whisper. Claire, she says, you're not supposed to be here. Mia's words freeze the breath in my lungs. You're not supposed to be here. I stare at her, my whole body rigid. My ears ring with silence, my thoughts clattering into one another like a broken puzzle. She doesn't look surprised to see me. She looks tired, like she's been expecting this, like she's been through this before. My fingers curl into fists. Mia, what the hell does that mean? My voice is too sharp, too loud in the stillness of her apartment. She doesn't answer right away. She exhales slowly, rubbing her face, her shoulders sagging under some unseen weight. Then, finally, she looks at me. Claire, she hesitates. I need you to listen to me, okay? Really listen. I nod once, my pulse hammering. Mia bites her lip. Her hands tremble as she pulls her phone from her pocket and scrolls through something. Then she turns the screen toward me. A picture of us. Danny's party. I'm in the middle of the frame, standing by the kitchen counter, holding a drink. My face is caught mid-laugh. My body turns slightly toward Mia, who is making some exaggerated gesture with her hands. It looks normal, completely, utterly normal. Except I don't remember this, I whisper. Mia's fingers tighten around her phone. Look at your face. I do, and for the first time, I notice something wrong. The edges of my face are blurry, like the camera struggled to capture me properly, like I don't quite belong in the frame, and my eyes, there's something off about them, too dark, empty, like I'm looking at a photo of a person who isn't really there. A sharp, ice-cold shiver rolls down my spine. Mia swallows. Claire, I don't think you're supposed to exist. My breath catches. My whole body locks up. What, my voice cracks. What the hell are you saying? Mia looks sick. I don't know how to explain it. You're not. She shakes her head, pressing her palms against her temples. You're not. You. I shake my head violently. That doesn't make any sense. Mia lets out a sharp, humorless laugh. None of this makes sense. She swipes to another photo. Another picture of us from last night. But this time, I'm standing near the front door, and my face is completely missing. Just a smooth blur of skin where my features should be. I make a strangled sound, stepping back, shaking my head. This is fake, I whisper. You edited this or something. This isn't. It's real, Claire. Mia's voice is hoarse. I press my hands to my temples. My whole body feels like it's glitching. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Mia grips my shoulders, her eyes wide and desperate. Listen to me. Something is happening to you. Something happened last year. Something you don't remember. And whatever it was, no. I rip away from her grasp, stumbling backward. You're lying, I choke out. Claire, stop saying my name like that. My own voice doesn't sound like mine. It comes out distorted, layered, like multiple voices speaking at once. Mia flinches. I slap my hands over my mouth. My skin buzzes with static, like I'm coming apart at the seams. Mia takes a deep breath, her expression unreadable. Then, softly, she says, "You did this to yourself." A sound escapes me, part sob, part gasp. My knees buckle, and I sink onto her couch, my fingers digging into my scalp. This isn't real. This can't be real, but it is. I look up at her, my voice shaking. Mia, please, just tell me the truth. What the hell happened to me? She hesitates. And then, finally, she speaks. You disappeared. The words crash over me like ice water. I blink. What? Mia swallows. Last year, around this time, she falters, rubbing her arms like she's trying. To comfort herself, you went missing, Claire. My stomach twists violently. I went missing. Mia nods slowly. For months, no one knew where you were. Your mom, your job, everyone thought you were just gone. My hands shake. That's not possible. It is. Mia's voice is small. And then, One day, you just came back. Stare at her, my mouth dry. She looks down at her hands. You showed up like nothing happened, like you didn't even know you were missing. And when we tried to ask you about it, the way she says it sends a pulse of nausea through me. I shake my head. That doesn't why don't I remember any of this? Mia hesitates, and that's when I know she knows more. She's hiding something. I grab her wrist, my grip too tight. Mia, tell me. She doesn't speak. I squeeze harder. Tell me what I did. Mia finally meets my gaze, her eyes full of something raw and haunted. And then she says it. My vision tilts. Everything around me distorts for a second, warping at the edges like a dying signal. What? My voice is barely a breath. Mia grips my hands, her fingers ice cold. Claire, I don't know how, I don't know why, but you, she swallows hard. You made yourself disappear. A sickening crackle echoes in my ears, like a broken radio signal. My skin tingles with static, and then I hear it. A whisper, right behind me. You are not supposed to be here. Mia gasps. Her face drains of all color. I don't move. Too thick, too heavy. Pressing down on me like I'm sinking into something unseen. And then the lights flicker. Once, twice, and suddenly, I'm not in Mia's apartment anymore. I blink, disoriented, the world glitching around me. The walls stretch and bend like melting wax. The ceiling tilts at an impossible angle. And in front of me a door. A door I know. The door from my dreams. The one I've been trying to avoid. It stands alone in the middle of a dark, endless void. And on it a message carved deep into the wood. For words, you locked it for a reason. My breath catches, because suddenly I remember. I remember what's behind the door. And I remember why I erased myself. I remember not all of it. Not enough. But the second I see the door, something inside me clicks, a jagged, broken piece of memory slotting into place. I know this door. I know what's behind it. And I know that I shouldn't remember. The walls around me pulse, shifting like liquid. The dark stretching in and out like I'm caught in a living breath. I reach for the door without thinking, my fingers trembling, then a voice. Claire, a rush of air, cold and sharp, slams into me like a shockwave. The world fractures around me, and suddenly I'm falling. Falling, high, hit the floor. Hard carpet, my whole body convulsing like I just got yanked out of a nightmare. Mia is hovering over me, face white with terror. Claire, Jesus Christ, what the hell just happened? I sit up fast, my pulse shrieking. The room snaps back into focus. Mia's apartment, the coffee table, the TV humming softly in the background. The impossible void is gone, but I still feel it lingering like it never really left. My hands are shaking, my whole body aches. Mia kneels in front of me, gripping my arms. Claire, talk to me. I blink at her. My mouth closes, because how do I even explain this? I saw the door, I remembered the door, and then I wasn't here anymore. I was somewhere else. Mia shakes me gently. Claire, what did you see? I swallow hard. My voice is hoarse when I finally speak. A door. Mia stares at me. My fingers curl into fists. I think I locked something away, Mia. Something I wasn't supposed to remember. Mia's expression shifts, fear, pure and unfiltered. You can't open it, she whispers. I grip her wrist. Mia, what the hell did I do? Her whole body tenses. And that's when I realize she knows. She's always known. My chest tightens. Mia, please. Her throat bobs. She looks at me for a long moment. Then finally she speaks. You didn't just erase yourself, Claire. The room feels too small. I don't breathe. Mia grips my hand, her fingers cold. You erased other people, too. A deep, jagged silence settles between us. My stomach drops. What Mia exhales, pressing her hands to her face. I don't know how, okay, but they're gone. My pulse pounds against my skull. Mia looks at me, and then she says a name I don't recognize. Rachel. I frown. Who's Rachel? Mia's face falls. Claire, she whispers. She was your best friend. The air compresses around me, thick and heavy. My ears ring with a high-pitched hum. She was my best friend, but I don't remember her. Not even a little. Not a single image, not a single conversation. Nothing. Mia swallows hard. You really don't remember, do you? I shake my head slowly. My hands tremble against my lap. Mia reaches for her phone again, scrolling quickly before turning the screen toward me. It's a picture of me and another girl. She's standing beside me, laughing, one arm draped over my shoulders. We look happy, close, like we've known each other forever, but she's a stranger. I don't know her. I don't know her. My breath comes faster, my head spinning. Mia's voice is gentle, but firm. Claire, I need you to listen. To me, you and Rachel, you were inseparable. Ever since college, she was practically your sister. And then one day, she swallows. You came back, and she didn't. My hands feel numb, gone like she never existed. I can't breathe. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to force a single memory of her to surface. Anything but it's just blank. A massive yawning void where she should be. A void that I put there. A wave of nausea crashes over me. I bolt to my feet, knocking over Mia's coffee table. The world tilts beneath me. I stumble toward the door, panic closing around my throat. Claire, wait. Mia shouts behind me. I don't stop. I can't. I erased someone. I erased my best friend. And if I did it to her, ... who else is missing? I run. I don't even know where I'm going. My legs just carry me, my pulse roaring in my ears. The streets blur past, the streetlights stretching into long, eerie streaks of yellow dot. I need answers. I need proof. I stop. I don't know. Why? 1 second. I'm running. The next, I'm standing still, my breath hitching, my skin crawling with that horrible, static-charged sensation again. And that's when I see it. The missing person flyer. It's stapled to a telephone pole, weathered, slightly torn, and staring back at me, my own face. My head spins. My stomach churns violently, like I'm about to be sick. The flyer is old, faded around the edges, but the words are clear. Missing. Claire Evans last seen. December 31st, if found. Please contact a number is listed at the bottom. My hands are shaking as I reach for my phone, dialing the number with numb fingers. It rings once, twice, then a voice answers. A voice that shouldn't exist. Hello. I go ice cold, because I know that voice, even though I've never heard it before. I try to speak, but my throat locks up. Hello, the voice says again. And then, after a pause, Claire, the world fractures. A deep, deafening crackle floods my ears. And suddenly, I can't see. I can't breathe. I can single quotes T-. The phone explodes in my hand. Sparks fly. My ears shriek with piercing white noise, and I stagger backward, clutching my head. And then everything goes silent. The air clears. The flyer is gone. Not ripped down, not torn to pieces. Just gone, like it was never there, like I was never missing. A soft breath of wind whispers through the empty street, and in it Ty. Hear a voice, not Mia's, not mine, not human. You should have stayed gone. The wind rushes through me, cold and wrong, whispering with something that isn't human. You should have stayed gone. I stand frozen, staring at the empty telephone pole where the missing person flyer was just seconds ago. My breath comes in, short, shallow bursts, and my fingers tremble against my sides. I didn't imagine it. I know what I saw. My face, my name, missing, and then nothing, gone, like it was never there, like I was never there. A deep, nauseating sense of wrongness settles. In my stomach, My knees feel weak. My hands are tingling. My body buzzing with an electrical charge, like I've been too close to an open circuit. Then turn and run. By the time I reach my apartment, my legs feel like they're made of stone. I don't remember the walk back. My whole body is on autopilot. My mind trapped in an endless loop of the voice I heard. You should have stayed gone. I fumble with my keys, heart hammering, and push inside, slamming the door behind me. Silence. My apartment is still, unchanged, but something feels different. Like the air has been disturbed. Like something was here and just left. I swallow hard and glance around, searching for anything wrong. And then I see it. My bedroom door is open. I didn't leave it open. My skin crawls. I step forward slowly, my breathing shallow. The hardwood floor creaks under my weight. I reach the doorway and pause, my heart a tremor in my ribs. The mirror, it's the first thing I notice. The tall, full-length mirror against my closet door. It wasn't always there. I moved it a few months ago, or at least I think I did. But now it's back, exactly where it used to be, facing my bed, and in its reflection, sees someone standing behind me. I whirl around, nothing. The room is empty. I snap my head back to the mirror. My stomach twisting, the figure is still there, standing just over my shoulder. A shape, a shadow, no face, no eyes, just watching. I stagger back, my breath hitching. The reflection moves with me, not my reflection. Its edge shifts slightly, tilting its head, mirroring my movements, but it's not me. I can feel that in my bones. The air hums. The walls buckle slightly, like a pulse. A sound vibrates through the room deep, static-filled, like a radio station not quite tuned in. My mouth is dry. My throat locks up. I can't look away. I should run. I should do something, but I can't. And then it lifts its hand slowly, deliberately, but I don't move. My own hands are still at my sides. The thing in the mirror lifts its hand, but I don't. A thin, jagged crack splinters across the glass, and then, in a voice that is mine but isn't mine, it speaks. You are running out of time. I snap. I grab the nearest object, a book, a glass, I don't even know, and hurl it at the mirror. The impact shatters the glass instantly. The reflection, the thing that looked like me but wasn't MIT, doesn't just break. It vanishes, like it was never there. Glass shards explode across the floor, my own shattered face staring back at me in 1,000 tiny fragments. My breath comes in ragged gasps, my whole body trembling. The air settles. The static is gone, but the fear remains. I stumble back, heart hammering, barely able to breathe. I have to get out. I have to. My phone buzzes. I jolt, my skin crawling. With shaking hands, I pull it from my pocket and glance at the screen. Unknown number, my stomach drops. I hesitate for half a second, then answer, ... Hello, silence. Not empty silence. Something breathing, slow, deep, right against the receiver. My pulse, SKITTERS, ... double quotes. ... Who is this? A long pause, then, in a voice I recognize. A voice that belongs to me, Claire. I can't move. I can't think. You need to listen. The voice is mine, but wrong. I clutch the phone tighter, my knuckles white. Who are you? The voice on the other end laughs. Not loud, not mocking, just quiet. Almost ... sad. Don't you remember? The static returns. A sharp, shrieking pulse of noise. That makes my head feel like it's splitting in two. I drop the phone. Clutching my ears, gasping, the screen flickers. My whole body rigid. Slowly. I pick up the phone. My heart is a hammer. The message is short. Just 3 words. A cold, sharp dread roots me to the floor. The door. The one from my dreams. The one from that impossible place. The one I locked. I know what I have to do. I have to find it. And I have to remember, because if I don't, something else will. And this time, it won't let me go. I don't sleep. I sit on my couch, curled in on myself, staring at my phone like it's a loaded gun. Find the door. The words glare at me from the screen, but I don't dare respond, because I know if I do, it'll respond back. The apartment is too quiet, the kind of quiet that isn't real. The mirror is shattered. 1,000 tiny shards glint on the floor, catching the dim light like jagged teeth. I should clean it up. I should do something, but I can't. I keep seeing the thing in the mirror, moving when I didn't, speaking with my voice, but not my voice. It knew me. It knew my name. It laughed. My skin prickles, and I hug my knees tighter. I need to get out of here, but where the hell do I go? I'm missing an entire year of my life. I erased my best friend, and now something is watching me, waiting, and I know deep down. I know deep wants me to remember. I squeeze my eyes shut, my pulse hammering. Find the door. I already know where it is. I just don't want to see it. I don't decide to move. I just ... do ... 1 second. I'm paralyzed on my couch. The next, I'm standing in my bedroom doorway, heart pounding so hard I can hear it in my skull. I force myself to look ... to really look. The closet, the door, I never use. It looks normal. It isn't. I can feel it. Like the space isn't quite right. Like something is stretched too thin. My mouth goes dry. I take a step forward, then another. I don't want to do this, but something inside me is pulling. I reach out and the door opens by itself. Inside it, looks like a normal closet. Mess of tangled hangers. But something is wrong. The space feels ... bigger than it should be. Like it doesn't end, like it keeps going. I step forward. The floorboards creak under my weight, like something old, like memory. A sharp, biting headache slams into me, sudden and violent. I stumble, gripping. The doorframe, my vision warps, twisting inward, and then a voice. Don't. It comes from the back of the closet. My breath locks up. I can't see anything. Just hanging clothes and darkness. But something is there, hiding, watching, waiting, a soft, rustling sound, like fabric shifting, like breathing. I can't move. The air hums, the floor tilts, and then something lunges at me from the dark. I wake up. Somewhere else, my body jerks, like I've been dropped from a great height. My breath comes in ragged gasps, my pulse hammering in my throat. I blink, my vision swimming. I'm not in my apartment anymore. The closet is gone. The floor is concrete. The walls are wrong. They're made of something dark, something thick and shifting, like black smoke, trying to hold a solid form, and in front of me the door. I know it instantly. It's tall, ancient. The wood is cracked and blackened, like it was burned, and across the surface a message, carved deep. You locked it, for a reason. A wave of déjà vu slams into me so hard I almost fall. I've been here before. I've stood in this exact place before. I've locked this door. I did this to myself. A rush of fragmented memories surge through me, flashes of faces I don't recognize. A voice I should remember, but don't. Something whispering behind this door. I feel sick. I reach for the handle, and a hand grabs my wrist. I scream, I yank away and whirl around Mia. But not Mia. Her eyes are wrong. Too dark, too deep, like they're filled with something else. She shakes. Her head, Claire, don't. I stagger back. Mia. How did you? You can't open it. You have to let it go. My whole body shakes. What the hell is this place? Mia swallows hard. It's where you put the things you didn't want to remember. My stomach drops, the things I didn't want to. Mia's face twists. Claire, listen to me. You locked this door for a reason. The words echo. I know that, but my mind feels like it's unraveling. pieces of memory surfacing and sinking too fast to grasp. Something happened, something so horrible that I chose to forget, and now it's coming back. A deep rumbling sound fills the air like something waking up. The door shudders. Something knocks from the other side once, twice, then Claire, a voice from inside. A voice I know. My blood turns to ice. Mia grabs my shoulders. We have to go now. But I don't move because I remember something. Something about Rachel. Something about what I did to her. And I know that if I open this door, I'll finally remember everything. But I also know that if I do, I won't be able to undo it. Claire, please. I squeeze my eyes shut. Open the door. Do I run? The knocking turns into pounding. Something presses against the door from the other side. The wood bulges, splinters, cracks. I take a deep, shuddering breath and reach for the handle. I grip the handle, that the air shudders around me, thick and vibrating, like the whole world is holding its breath. Mia's fingers dig into my shoulders. Claire, don't. I don't look at her, because I know deep in my bones, I know that I have to do this. I locked this door for a reason, but something wants out, and I need to know why. I take a breath, a slow, shaking breath, and then I turn the handle. The door swings open, and the world breaks. A gust of air slams into me, ripping through my clothes, my hair pulling at my skin like it wants to peel me apart. Mia screams. Darkness floods the space beyond. The door, too thick, too deep, stretching outward like ink spilled into water, and then icier standing in the center of the void. Facing me, a woman with my face. My pulse stutters. My breath catches. She's me, but she isn't. Her eyes are wrong. Too dark, too empty, like they've been hollowed out. Her skin is too pale, too smooth, like something wearing a version of me that isn't finished. And she's smiling, but it's not a smile, not really. It's just teeth, a slow, too wide grin that stretches across her face like it was never meant to be there. She takes a step forward. I stumble back. My whole body screams at me to run, but I don't. I can't, because I remember Rachel. I remember what I did, and I remember why I erased myself. She stops, just at the edge of the doorway, still smiling, still staring. And then she speaks. You took my place. The words slam into me like a physical blow. The air crackles, splintering around me. The dark pulses like something alive, something breathing. Mia is crying, shaking. Claire, please, she begs. Please, just close the door. But I can't. Not now. Not after this. The other me tilts her head, like she's studying me, like she's amused, or maybe ... disappointed. You don't remember, she says. It isn't a question, it's a fact. I swallow hard, my throat aching. Her head tilts the other way. It must be nice, she whispers, to forget. I shake my head, my fingers curling into fists. What are you? Her smile widens. Her eyes flicker. Me, the air cracks. I step back. Mia grabs my wrist, yanking me away from the doorway. She's lying, Mia chokes out. Claire, she's not you. She's something else. But the thing in the doorway just laughs. And the sound of it, it splits me open. Not physically, not in the way that can bleed, but in the way that changes. You in the way that makes you realize there are things worse than death, things worse than forgetting. The laughter stops. The other me steps forward, and this time she crosses the threshold. The second she does, Mia screams. The walls shudder. The dark contracts, expands, breathes, and suddenly I feel it. A tugging, a sharp, vicious pull, deep inside me, like something unraveling, something being taken back. I fall to my knees, gasping, and memories explode behind my eyes. Rachel laughing, Rachel holding my hand, Rachel telling me a secret, a terrible, terrible secret. It's not just you. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Rachel was scared. she came to me because she was forgetting things that mattered, forgetting herself. I tried to help her. I told her we'd figure it out together, but we didn't. We couldn't, because whatever was happening to Hurt was happening to me. I remember now. We were both disappearing, and I was losing time, waking up in places I didn't remember going, finding things in my apartment that weren't mine. Rachel panicked. She said she found something, a way to stop it, a way to undo whatever was happening to us, but it came with a choice, and I made the wrong one. I chose to survive, and Rachel, she didn't, she couldn't, because I made sure of it. And in doing so, I erased her. I erased her so completely, so utterly, that even I forgot she existed. I took my own memories and locked them away because I couldn't live with it. I couldn't live with the truth. And now the thing that looks like me, the thing that is me, has come to take my place. The moment I remember, the pain stops. The unraveling stops. I lift my head. The other Claire is standing over me waiting. She smiles, tilting her head. "You see now," she murmurs. "I do, God, I do. But it doesn't change anything, because I won't let her take me. Not again. Not this time." My fingers tighten. I look at Mia. She's shaking, her eyes wide and wet. "Close the door," I whisper. She hesitates. "Mia, close the door." She lunges, grabs the handle, and slams it shut. The second the door closes, the air splits. The force of it knocks me backward, sends Mia sprawling, and the other Claire, the other me, screams. A terrible, howling sound that doesn't come from a mouth, but from somewhere deeper. The door buckles, twists, pulses end. Then the entire world collapses. Darkness explodes outward. Everything dash vanishes. I wake up in my apartment on the floor alone. The closet is gone, the door is gone, the mirror is gone, and the year. I lost the year I erased his back, because I remember everything, and I remember what comes next. I didn't win. I just delayed it, because the thing in the mirror, the thing that looks like me, is still out there, still waiting. And next time, I don't think I'll be able to stop it. I wake up on the floor of my apartment. My body feels wrong, like I've been dropped from a great height, every muscle stiff and aching. My head pounds, a dull rhythmic pressure that makes my skull feel too tight. I don't move, I don't breathe, because I remember Dot, I remember Rachel, I remember the door, I remember what I chose to forget, and I remember not alone. The air is thick, heavy with something unseen. The walls seem to breathe around me, expanding and contracting like lungs. The door to my closet is gone. The mirror is gone. The other me is gone. But she isn't, is she? Not really. She's just waiting. Waiting for the moment I let my guard down. Waiting. For the moment she can take me back. I slowly push myself up, my limbs trembling. The apartment is too still, like the world itself is holding its breath. I turn my head and freeze. The journal is sitting on my coffee table. Open, the pages fluttering slightly, even though there's no breeze. My own handwriting stares back at me. The words I wrote before I forgot. Do not ask too many questions. And beneath it, a new entry. One I didn't write. You made a mistake. My blood runs cold. I step forward slowly, my pulse hammering. My fingers tremble as I flip the page. Writing, scrawled in a familiar hand, my own. You took my place. I slam the book shut. The lights flicker. A low hum vibrates through the air. The floor seems to shudder beneath my feet, and then a knock at my front door. Soft, deliberate. I go still. I don't move. I don't breathe. The knock comes again. Knock. Knock. I take a slow step back, my body buzzing with static. My lungs ache from the effort of not screaming. My phone buzzes. I jolt, my stomach twisting. A text from unknown number. I stare at it, my fingers tingling with the sensation of something pressing against my skin. I don't want to read it. I know I shouldn't, but I do. 3 words, just 3. Let me in. I drop the phone. The knocking stops. Silence. A deep, horrible silence that stretches too long, pressing in from every side, and then the handle turns. Watching knows I'm too afraid to run. A sickening sense of déjà vu crashes over me. I've been here before, haven't I? The feeling of something lurking on the other side. Something waiting. Something that is me, but not me. I take another step back. The air warps, and then a voice, low, familiar mine. You locked the door, Claire. My throat closes, but doors don't stay locked forever. The air cracks. Until now. The knock at midnight. The missing 2 hours. The way I left Danny's party. Walking out into the snow without a coat. I wasn't alone that night. Something was with me, something was following me, and I let it in. I let it take my place. A single memory surfaces, sharp and blinding, standing in front of my apartment door, shivering, hearing a voice behind me. It's cold out here. Turning around, seeing myself standing in the snow, smiling, and then everything goes black. I snap back into the present with a violent gasp. The door rattles, the handle jerks. Whoever is on the other side is tired of waiting. The lights flicker again, harder this time. The buzzing grows deafening, a static-filled screech digging into my skull. The doorframe splinters. I stumble back, my head pounds, my vision swims, and suddenly I'm not in my apartment anymore. The hallway stretches, twists. It's the same hallway outside my apartment, but wrong, too long, too dark. End of the hall, still, silent, waiting. My breath catches. I take a step forward, and so does she. I stop. She stops. My mouth is dry. Who are you? I whisper. She smiles, and it's the same too wide grin from the mirror, the same grin from the void behind the door. You know who I am. My body locks up. I'm the one who stayed. The hallway pulses, the walls bend, and suddenly, I understand. I was never supposed to come back. I traded places. I left her there, and now she's come to collect. The buzzing grows louder, rising to a screech. My vision fractures. The floor tilts, and then she moves. Not walking, not running, just their a breath away, too close. Her eyes hollow, endless. I try to scream, I can't. Her hand lifts, presses against my chest, and then she pushes. I wake up, somewhere else, not my apartment, not me, a single quotes, as somewhere in between. The air is thick, the walls stretch into nothing. And in the distance, the door I locked. I stumble forward, my breath ragged, no, I turn. The hallway is gone, the apartment is gone, the world is gone, and standing in front of me, the other Claire, smiling still, watching. She took my place. I reach for the door end. Her hand closes over mine. Soft, cold, no more running. The void swallows us whole. I exist in nothing, not darkness, not silence, just absence. No time, no space, no sense of self, like I've been unmade, like I never was. Then a sound, a slow, distant beep, faint at first, then sharper, closer, faster, then dash, voices blurred, muffled, like hearing through water. Familiar, they single quotes, re-saying my name. I don't have a body, I don't have a voice, but I feel pressure, a weight against my chest, something pulling me upward. I don't want to go. I don't want too light, blinding, white-hot light, and then I wake up. I gasp my first real breath in how long. Air slams into my lungs like I've been drowning. My whole body seizing as I jolt upright. Burning into my retinas, a sterile, fluorescent glare. A voice, sharp, close, urgent. She's awake. Shapes shift around me. Shadows move. Medical equipment. The rhythmic beep beep of a heart monitor beside me. I'm in a hospital bed. My arms are restrained. A thick strap holds me against the mattress, tight across my chest. Panic rips through me. I thrash against the restraints, gasping for air. Hey, calm down. Hands on my shoulders. A man's face hovers above me, mid-40s, salt and pepper hair. A doctor's coat. You're safe, Claire, he says firmly. Just breathe. I can't. This isn't right. This isn't real. I look around wildly, my breath coming too fast to other people in the room. Another doctor, a younger woman, and my blood freezes. Mia, standing in the corner, she looks exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Mia, I choke out. She doesn't move, she just stares at me, like she doesn't know who I am. I yank at the restraints again, desperate. Let me go. The male doctor shakes his head. We can't do that yet. You've been through a severe episode, Claire. You need to stay calm. I laugh, a sharp, broken sound. An episode. I was in my apartment. I opened the door. I saw her, and now I'm here. Something is wrong. My eyes snap back to Mia. Mia, I whisper. Tell them I'm not crazy. She flinches. Dot her hands. Clench. Dot, and then she says, I don't know you. The world tilts. I feel like I've been punched in the stomach. No, I whisper. No, that's not funny. Mia, stop. She doesn't move. She doesn't even blink. The doctor sighs. Claire, please, she's lying, I snarl, thrashing against the restraints. She knows me. We were just at her apartment. I stop, because something is wrong. Something is missing. I struggle to piece it together, to remember. The mirror, the text, the door. I squeeze my eyes shut. You took my place. I snap them open again. I look down at myself. Dot the hospital gown. The 4 in my arm. I don't remember coming here. I don't remember anything. Not since I opened the door. My breath catches. I whisper, what year is it? The younger doctor frowns. No. Dot, no. That's not right. I lost a year. A whole year. I search Mia's face, desperate. Please, Mia, please. You have to remember. She doesn't, or she won't. The male doctor sighs again. Claire, I need you to focus. Can you tell me what the last thing you remember is? I stare at him. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what I've done. I lick my lips, my throat dry. I dot. I can't tell them. They won't believe me. They'll think I'm crazy. And maybe I am. Maybe this was all some horrible delusion. Maybe there was no other Claire. No door, no missing time. Maybe I'm just sick. Maybe the monitor beside me flatlines a piercing. Mechanical screech fills the room. Everyone jerks back. What the hell? The younger doctor blurts. The lights flicker, and then a new sound. Low. Familiar. A. Whisper. It's cold out here. I go rigid. The doctors don't react. They don't hear it. But Mia does. She stiffens. Her mouth opens slightly. Her eyes widen. And then a voice that is mine but not mine says, she's waking up. And suddenly, remember. The facility. The experiment. I see it all. White rooms, machines, Rachel, a deal. A choice. I didn't just erase memories. I erased myself. I was part of something. Something terrible. Something that went wrong. And now I am the experiment. The knowledge splits me open. I look at the doctors. The monitors, the wires in my skin, and I understand I was never supposed to come back because I never left. I'm still there, still inside the facility, still hooked up to the machine. Still being studied. This isn't real. None of this is real. My pulse races, the beeping grows erratic. I grab Mia's wrist. She lets out a strangled gasp because this time she recognizes me. The spell is breaking. She remembers her lips part, her eyes wild. "Oh my God," she whispers. "Claire, but it's too late, because the doctors aren't doctors. They never were. And now they know I know. The lights die and the world rips apart. The world rips apart. The lights die, and the moment the darkness hits, I feel that something is wrong. Not just in the way everything has been wrong. Not just in the way my memories don't match reality. This is different, because I'm falling. Not physically. Not in the way that means I'll hit the ground. I'm falling out of myself, like something has reached inside and is peeling me away. I try to scream, but I don't have a mouth. I try to fight, but I don't have a body. I am shedding, splitting, unraveling, and then dash silence. I wake up. Again, again, again. Somewhere else. The first thing I notice is the stillness. No beeping monitors, no voices, no sterile hospital scent clogging my nose, just quiet, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness. I blink slowly, cautiously. The world around me is ... white dot. Not just the walls, not just the floor. Everything a vast, endless, impossible white void stretching in every direction, like someone took a hospital room and erased the edges. I push myself up. Please, because I'm not in a hospital bed. I'm on a slab, a metal slab. Straps dangle loosely from its edges. Restraints meant to keep someone knee-tied down. The air is stale, untouched, like this place has been waiting for me to wake up. I slide off the table, my bare feet touching the cold, featureless floor. My hospital gown billows slightly, like there's a breeze. But there's no wind here, no air at all. Like I'm in a vacuum, like I'm not supposed to be breathing. A soft shiver crawls up my spine. I turn in slow, aching movements, scanning the emptiness for something, anything, and then I see it. A single door, standing alone in the white void. The door is plain. No markings, no handle, just ... There my stomach twists violently. I know this door. I don't know how, but I do. I take a slow step forward, then another. My breath sounds too loud, my pulse too heavy. I reach out hand, then a voice right behind me. "You weren't supposed to wake up." I whirl around and my stomach plummets, because standing there, dressed in a crisp white lab coat, is me, not the thing from the mirror, not the thing from the void. This version is ... clean, perfect. Her hair is neatly combed, her eyes bright and clear, her skin unmarked by exhaustion or fear. She looks like a finished version of myself, like what I was supposed to be, like what I was supposed to become. She tilts her head, studying me, a small, polite smile. "You ruined the experiment," she says simply. My throat locks. I can't speak. My mind races, trying to catch up, trying to understand the experiment. I was part of something to erase memories, to delete trauma, but I wasn't the only one. I whisper, "Rachel." The other me doesn't react, doesn't even blink. I step forward. "You did this to her, didn't you?" Another polite, placid smile. "She did it to herself." I shake my head. "No. You both made a choice," she says smoothly. "She failed. You didn't." My skin crawls. I think of Rachel's laugh, her voice shaky but determined. "We'll figure this out together." I force my breath to steady. "And what was I supposed to become?" I ask. "Not me," I snap. Her expression never changes. Not anymore. The air shifts. The white void ripples slightly, as if reacting to our conversation. I take another step forward. "You should go back to sleep." And suddenly the world tilts. Pain slams into me, a deep, terrible pull inside my skull, like something is dragging me back. No, 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 no. I fight it, clawing at reality, my mind screaming as my vision warps. She steps forward, reaching for me, and I run. The void shudders. The floor warps beneath me, stretching and folding. But I don't stop. I can't stop. The door is still ahead. It's the only thing that's real. I don't know what's behind it. I don't know if it will save me, but I know. I can't let her take me back. I throw myself forward, and the other me lunges. Our hands clash in midair, fingers locking around each other's wrist sand. The second we touch, the world fractures. A flood of memories, not just mine. Hers, I see. The facility. Rows of people, strapped to machines. I see the experiments, erasing, replacing, rebuilding. I see versions of myself, hundreds, thousands, stacked neatly like files. Test subjects, failures. I see Rachel. I see what they did to her. She never disappeared. She was taken. I scream. My other self recoils, her expression finally breaking, and I take my chance. I slam my shoulder into her, knocking her back and shove open the door. White light consumes me, a core forward, and everything stops. I wake up again. For the last time, I'm in my apartment. This time, not in the void, not in the facility, not in the facility, not in the experiment, just ... home. The mirror is gone, the closet is normal, the air is still. I take a slow breath, and for the first time in a long, long time, I feel awake. The phone buzzes. I look down. A text from Mia Claire. Are you okay? A beat of silence. Then another text. I remember. My hands shake as I type back. Me too. Because I do. I remember everything. The experiment. Rachel. The other me. And the truth. I didn't escape. I just woke up. And now I have to find her. Because Rachel is still out there, waiting to be found, waiting to come back. And this time, won't forget her. I won't erase her. I swear it. I don't leave my apartment for 3 days. Not because I'm afraid, not because I'm in shock, but because I need to be sure. Sure that this is real, that I'm real, that I haven't woken up inside. Another lie, because if the past year has taught me anything, it's that I can't trust reality anymore. Not after what they did to me. Not after what I did to myself the first morning. I sit on my couch, clutching my phone in both hands. The screen is dark, the weight of it cold and too solid. I breathe slowly. In, out, in, out. I want to call Mia. I want to hear her voice. I want to ask her if she remembers it. She knows what they did to us, but I don't, because I know, deep down, that the moment I say it out loud, things will start moving again, and I need to be ready. I need to be sure. The second morning, I start searching, not online, not in books. In my own life, I dig through my closet, my drawers, my old notebooks, my old texts, my old emails, looking for something, anything, that proves I was here before last year, that I didn't just appear one day. Ready, made, I find the things I expect. My lease agreement, my bank statements, my ID. Everything looks normal. Everything looks like it belongs to me, but it doesn't feel right. Like all the pieces are there, but the glue is too fresh. Like someone carefully reconstructed my life, smoothed out the edges, left no gaps. I remember the gaps now. I know what's missing. Rachel. I open my phone. I scroll through my contacts. I type her name into the search bar. Nothing. No texts. No calls. No records of her ever existing in my phone at all. Like she was never here. Like she was never real. My hands tremble. I shut my eyes. I whisper. I won't forget you. I won't. I swear it. The third morning, I find the address. It's buried deep in my browser history, linked to a private server I don't remember accessing. A search query with a string of numbers instead of words. But the location is clear. Aletheia Industries. The name slams into me like a bullet. I don't know where I heard it. I don't know when. But I know this is where it started. This is where I was taken. I stare at the address, my breath unsteady. I shouldn't go. I know that if they find out I remember, if they realize I've woken up, they'll just take me back. they'll erase me again. But if I don't go, I'll never get Rachel back, and I owe her that. I owe her. More than that, I grab my coat, I grab my keys, and I go. Alethea Industries isn't a real company, not publicly. Anyway, there's no website, no social media, no stock listings or employment records. Just a location, tucked away on the outskirts of the city, past the warehouses and abandoned factories. A plain, gray building, unmarked, windowless, waiting. My stomach twists as I approach. The closer I get, the heavier the air feels, like something thick and watching presses against my skin. Slowing my steps, I check my phone. No signal, of course. I step up to the entrance, a single steel door. No handle, just a keypad. And the moment I see it, my fingers move on their own, like I've done this before, like I've been here before. Enter. A sharp beep. The lock releases, and the door swings open inside. The air is cold. Not temperature-cold, dead-cold. Like the walls aren't just bare like they were. Never meant to be filled with people. The hall stretches before me, long and sterile. The overhead lights flicker slightly, casting shadows that seem to move on their own. I walk forward, my boots echo one step, then another, and then the static starts. Low at first, a dull hum at the back of my mind, then louder, deeper. A presence curling around the edges of my thoughts, pushing inward, pressing against my memory. They don't want me here. I push forward anyway. The hall splits into a labyrinth, left, right, endless turns. But I don't hesitate. I know where I'm going. I don't know how. But my body remembers, even if my mind doesn't. I turn a corner and freeze, because suddenly there's someone standing there. Not a scientist, not a guard, not an employee, Rachel. She's standing at the end of the hall, her back to me, still silent, waiting. My heart lurches. Rachel. My voice is barely above a whisper. She doesn't move. I take a step forward. Rachel. It's me. I choke out. It's Claire. I remember you. Nothing. She stands there, motionless, like a statue, like something not quite alive. I swallow hard, my hands shaking. I take another step, and her head jerks, not turns, not tilts, just dash jerks, like someone yanked a puppet string. My stomach drops. Rachel, slowly, painfully. Her head begins to turn, a slow, unnatural twist. Her neck creaks, her breath hitches, and then I see her face. My blood turns to ice. Her eyes are wrong, not blank, not hollow, full, overflowing, like too many memories are shoved inside her, pressing against the surface, twisting her expression into something that isn't human. Her mouth opens and I hear them. Hundreds of voices, thousands, all, screaming, and beneath them, one whisper. One voice, cleared, cold. You should have stayed gone. The static explodes, the hall tilts, and the last thing I see before the world blacks out is Rachel smiling. I wake up on the floor. My mouth tastes like blood. The walls around me pulse, shift, breathe. Something is wrong. And then I realize I can't remember how I got here. I can't remember what I was looking for. I try to stand, but my legs won't move. My hands won't move. A shape steps forward, a shadow. Not Rachel, not me. Something else, something. Wearing my skin, I try to scream. I can't. The static consumes me, and then I forget. I don't know how long I've been here, or where here even is. I only know one thing. I don't belong. The world is wrong. Not in a way that can be described. Not in a way that makes sense. It's wrong in the way. A nightmare is wrong, a feeling, a certainty. Something I can't see but know is watching. Something I can't hear but know is listening. Something that has been waiting for me, and now it has me. I wake up in a room, if I can call it that. It has walls, a floor, a ceiling, but the dimensions shift when I look at them. 1 second, the room is massive, endless. The next, it is small enough to crush me. A space that isn't a space. A thing pretending to be a room. My head pounds. I press my palms to the floor, trying to ground myself. The material is smooth, cold, not concrete, not metal, something else, something that almost feels like ... Skin. I jerk back. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to be here. I don't. A voice, soft, close, inside my ear. You are not supposed to exist. A shudder rips through me. I snap my head up, and Rachel is there, sitting on the floor across from me, smiling, waiting, like she never left, like she was never gone. Rachel, I whisper, my throat tight. She tilts her head, a slow, unnatural movement, like her neck doesn't quite bend the right way. You found me, she says. A flicker of relief sparks in my chest. Yes, I rasp. I remember everything. I try to crawl toward her, but my body is so heavy, like I'm being held down, like the air itself is pressing into me. Her expression doesn't change. She just keeps smiling. But her eyes, something is inside them. Something shifting, swirling, like she isn't just one person, like she's thousands, and all of them are screaming. My stomach turns, Rachel. You shouldn't have come here, Claire. Her voice is soft, almost kind, but there is something underneath it. Something that makes my skin prickle. Something that makes me want to run. I had to, I say, my voice shaking. I had to find you. I had to fix this. She doesn't blink. Fix this, she repeats. Something about the way she says it makes my blood go cold. You can't fix this, she murmurs. She tilts her head the other way, and something in her face shifts, like she's trying to hold her expression together, like her mask is slipping. I push myself up, wobbling, my legs barely holding me. The air vibrates, the walls shudder, the space around us ripples, and Rachel laughs. Not loud, not cruel, just ... tired. Claire, she sighs. Oh, Claire. And then her skin peels away. I can't move. I can't scream. The flesh melts off her bones like candle wax, sliding down in thick, slow drips. Her features dissolve. Her eyes cave inward. Her mouth stretches too, wide, full of teeth that are not human. And beneath her skin there is nothing. Not bone, not muscle, not Rachel, just blackness. A deep, endless void that stares back at me. The walls breathe, the air shudders, and something moves. Inside her, a shape, a hunger. It was never Rachel. It was never Rachel. It was the thing that took her place, the thing I let in. And now it wants me to. The blackness lunges. I hit the ground hard. My body convulses, pain cracking through my skull. The air howls, the world bends, and I feel it's a thing inside Rachel, the thing inside me, tearing me open, taking me apart. I can't fight it. I can't stop it. But I can still choose. I reach for the ground, my fingers digging into the too smooth surface. I force myself up. The darkness lashes at me. Hands, mouths pulling, grasping, trying to consume me. But I don't let them. I push forward and I run the room. Stretches, the space, twists. Everything shifts, turns, folds in on itself. Clawing at my heels, it doesn't want to let me go. It wants me to stay, like Rachel, like the others, like all the people who were erased. I see a light ahead, a door, a way out. I lunge for it. The blackness surges forward. I grab the handle and yank it open. The second I cross the threshold, the screaming stops. The weight on my chest vanishes. And suddenly I am standing in my apartment, like I never left, like I never ran, like I never even went looking. The lights are on. The mirror is back. The air is still, but something is missing. Something is wrong. I look down at my hands. They are shaking. They don't feel like mine. I turn to the mirror, slowly, hesitantly. My reflection stares back at me. and for the first time in my life, I don't recognize myself. My eyes are too dark, too empty, too full, like there's something else inside. Me now, like I didn't come back alone. I step forward, so does she. I lift my hand, so does she. I hold my breath, she smiles. I don't, my stomach drops. And then she lifts. Her hand places it against the glass, and I feel it, the cold, the weight, the truth. She isn't my reflection. She's still inside, and now she's waiting. Waiting for the moment I forget again. Waiting for the moment I let her out, because I did. This to myself, and one day I'll do it again. I don't move. I don't breathe. My reflection is smiling. I am not. The glass between us is too thin, too fragile, like it could shatter at any moment, like she could step through. Her hand is still pressed against the mirror, palm flat, fingers long, and to still, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to feel if it's cold, if it's real, if she is real. But I already know she isn't a reflection, she isn't a memory. She is something else, something I left behind, something I left behind, something that never forgot, and now she's waiting for me, for my place, for me to make the wrong choice again, and I will. I know I will, because I did it before, because I made this, because I am not alone. Not anymore, not ever again. I wake up on my couch. I don't remember falling. Asleep, my body feels wrong, like my bones don't fit. Quite right, like my skin is too loose. I sit up slowly. The apartment is still. Nothing is out of place. Nothing is wrong. But I don't trust it. I get up, legs weak beneath me. I check my phone. No messages, no calls, no proof that I exist at all. I walk to the bathroom. My throat is dry. I need water. I turn on the faucet. It runs red dot, thick, sticky, like blood. I jerk back. The sink is empty. The water is clear. I swallow hard. I don't trust my own eyes. I turn toward the mirror dot and stop because something is wrong. Not with my face, not with my reflection, with the wall behind me, with the closet door. It's open. Just a crack, just enough for something to be watching. I turn. Around fast, nothing. The door is shut tightly, like it was never open at all. Like it was never open at all, like I never saw anything at all. But I did. I know I did. Something is in here with me. Something is waiting, and I don't think I have much time. Mia calls me that night. I don't answer at first. I just stare at the screen, my breath caught in my throat. What if it isn't her? What if she says my name in someone else's voice? The phone stops ringing. A message pops up. Claire, pick up. A second later, I know you're awake. I swallow hard. I press accept double quotes. Hello. Silence. Claire, she whispers. And I know she remembers too. I meet Mia at a diner. Neutral ground, somewhere public, somewhere safe, somewhere that feels real. She looks different, not physically, but in a way I can't quite describe. Like she's standing, too far inside her own skin, like she's been watching herself from the outside, like she's afraid of the person she sees in the mirror. Know that feeling because I feel it too. I sit down, neither of us speaks. The waitress comes by. I order coffee. Mia doesn't order anything. She doesn't even look up. She just stares at her. Hands, the waitress leaves. The diner hums around us. Other people. Conversations. Life, it feels distant. Like a recording of something that happened long ago. Something that no longer includes us. Finally, Mia speaks. You went back, didn't you? I don't lie. Yes. Her hands curl into fists. You weren't supposed to. I had to. You didn't. A look at her. Her eyes are haunted. You remember everything now, don't you? I ask softly. Mia nods. A sharp, stiff Movement, I didn't at first, she whispers. I felt it, that something was wrong, but I didn't know why. I didn't know what. She lifts her gaze, and then you called me, and it was like ... something unlocked. I shudder. I know that feeling too. I take a slow breath. They took her, Mia. Mia, Flinches. I press forward. Rachel never disappeared. She was never lost. She was taken. They experimented on her, just like they did to me. Just like they did to I. Stop. Mia's face has changed, gone pale, gone still. Like something is clicking into place, like she's remembering something she shouldn't. Her voice is barely a whisper. ... Me. The air around us drops a cold, sharp snap. I go still. I wait. Mia's breath comes faster. She grips the edge of the table like she's holding herself together. I reach for her hand. She jerks back like I burned her. Mia, I whisper. Her fingers press against her temples. How do you know? She chokes out. I don't answer. I don't need to. Because she's already remembering. Because deep down, she already knows. This isn't just about me. It never was. They took more than one of us, and Mia was one of them. She starts to cry, not loud, not dramatic, just ... broken. Like she remembers what they did to her. Like she remembers what they took. Like she remembers what she forgot. I reach for her hand again. This time, she lets me. Her skin is ice cold. I won't let them take us again, I whisper. Mia shudders. She doesn't answer. She doesn't have to, because we both know the truth. We can't stop this, not really. We can fight, we can run, we can try to hold on, but the second we let down our guard, the second we let ourselves forget, we might not wake up, we might not get another chance, we might just ... disappear, like Rachel, like the others, like we never existed at all. I go home that night. I don't turn on the lights. I sit in the dark, and I wait, because I know she's coming. Not Mia ... not Rachel ... her ... the other me ... the thing that's still inside the mirror, still waiting for its turn. And when it comes, when she steps through, I'll be ready, because this time I won't be erased. This time I won't be the one who disappears. This time I'll fight, no matter what it takes. I sit in the dark and wait. I know she's coming. She always does. It's only a matter of time. The thing in the mirror. The thing that is me, but isn't. The thing that I left behind. She's waiting, watching. And when the moment is right, she's step through, and she'll take me back. Don't move. I just listen for the sound of something shifting in the shadows. Her, because I know she's close now. Closer than she's ever been. And if I let my guard down for even a second, she'll take everything. She'll make sure I forget again. She'll make sure I disappear for good. So I sit and I wait, and I hold on to the only thing I have left. The truth, the first time I wake up, I don't remember falling asleep. The clock reads 4:17 a.m. The apartment is silent, but something is wrong. I sit up slowly. My throat is dry. My hands are trembling, and when I look at the mirror across the room, she's standing there, not behind. The glass dot, not trapped inside, standing in my room, watching me, waiting. I stop breathing. I can't move. She doesn't either. She just tilts her head, smiles, and then, in my voice, it's time to go back. The second time I wake up, it's like breaking the surface of ice-cold water, a gasp. A violent, desperate need to breathe. My bed, my apartment. She's gone. Or maybe she was never here. Maybe I dreamed her. Maybe I'm dreaming now. I clutch my head, my thoughts spinning, memories fracturing. How long has it been since I left the facility? How long has it been since I found Rachel? Since I found myself? The timeline feels wrong, like pieces have been rearranged. Like I've lived this moment before, like I'm caught in a loop, and I don't know how to break free. I look at the clock for 17 a.m. Again, I don't move. I don't breathe, because I know. What happens next? I look up, and she's there again. Again, exactly where she was before, tilting her head, smiling, waiting. A glitch in reality, a mistake I keep making. It's time to go back. The words hit me like déjà vu, like I've heard them 1,000 times before, like she's been standing here forever, saying the same thing over and over, just waiting for me to finally listen. But I won't. I won't, because I'm not going back. Not ever again. I squeeze my eyes shut, and I scream the third time I wake up. I don't wake up in my bed. I wake up somewhere else. A room, no cell, white walls. Bright lights, no windows, no doors, nothing. Just a chair in the center. A chair with restraints. And I know where I am. I know exactly where I am. Back in the facility. Back where it started. I start to hyperventilate. No, 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 no. This isn't real. This can't be real. I escaped. I made it out. I found Mia. I remembered Rachel. I woke up, didn't I? Didn't I? Or is this another lie? Another layer of the experiment, another dream. A deep mechanical hum fills the air. A voice follows, not mine, not hers. Something else, something older, something that was always here. You were never supposed to leave. I cover my ears, shaking my head. No, I whisper. No, this isn't real. You're not real. I woke up, did you? The hum deepens. The walls seem to breathe. And then I realize there are no mirrors here. No reflections, no way to see myself. Because there's nothing to see. Because I don't exist. Not anymore. Not outside of them. I try to stand. But the moment I do, I feel something behind me. A breath on the back of my neck. A presence. A shadow. I don't want to turn around. I don't want to see. But I do, and I wish. I had it because she's standing there again. Always smiling, waiting. But this time she isn't alone. There are others with the same too-wide grin, each waiting for their turn. And I understand. I was never the first, I was never the only one, and I won't be the last. Because this isn't a dream. This isn't an experiment. This is what happens when you break reality, when you erase yourself. You don't disappear, you don't escape, you just become another version, another layer, another echo in the endless, fractured loop. The first me steps forward, touches my hand, and whispers, "Welcome back." The static explodes, and I wake up again, again, again. I wake up in my bed. The clock reads for 17 a.m. The apartment is silent, but I know she's here. I know she's waiting, because I will always wake up, because I will always forget, because I will always be caught in the loop. And one day soon I won't wake up at all. I will be the one in the mirror, and she will be me. Finally, completely. Forever, and no one will ever know. No one will ever remember, because I was never here. I never existed, and I never will. I wake up again. The clock reads 4:17 a.m. Again at I don't move. I don't breathe. I know what comes next. The whisper, the presence in the mirror, the feeling of something just out of sight. Watching, waiting. It's happened before. It's happening now, and it will happen again. Again, again. I am stuck, trapped in a moment that repeats, a looped an experiment that never ended. A memory that won't stay buried, and I don't know how to escape. The walls breathe, a slow, pulsing shift, like something inside them is alive. Like I'm inside something that is waiting for me to give up, to accept my place, to become like the others. Because I know now I was never alone. Not in the facility, not in my apartment, not even in my own mind. They are here, the other versions, the failed ones, the erased ones, all waiting for me to join them. But I won't. I won't. Even if I don't know how to stop this. Even if I can't tell what's real anymore, I will not become them. I sit up slowly. The air is thick. My limbs feel heavy, like I've been lying in this bed for centuries. I glance at the mirror, at her. She's standing in the reflection, not outside it, not yet. But her hands are pressed against the glass, and the glass is thin, like it won't hold much longer. I take a deep breath, and I say, I know what you are. Her expression doesn't change. She doesn't speak. Not yet. She's waiting for me to say it, to acknowledge it, to name the thing that has no name. I stand up. The air shifts. The walls seem to tighten, pulling inward. The fabric of this place twists like reality is listening, like it's trying to decide what to do with me. I swallow hard and I whisper, this isn't real. The second I say it, the world cracks. Not loud, not violent, just splitting at the seams, like a worn-out film reel, finally, coming undone. The air goes to still. The lights flicker, and then the other me moves slowly, deliberately. Her fingers press into the glass, and the mirror begins to give. Not shattering, not breaking, peeling, open, like a door, like an invitation. And I understand it wants me to step through. That's the point, isn't it? That's the end of the loop. The only way out is in. I stare at my reflection, my almost reflection, and for the first time, I don't see just her. I see them, all of them. The others, the ones who came before, the ones who made the wrong choice, the ones who stepped through and never came back. And if I do the same myth, I cross that threshold, then this will all start over again, and I will forget. I will wake up at 4:17 a.m. I will feel the weight of something watching. I will see the mirror door waiting to open, and eventually, I will walk through like they did, like I have before, like I always do. Unless I break it, unless I stop myself. But how? How do you break something that isn't real? I stare at my reflection. She stares back, and for the first time, I see the answer. The one I've been too afraid to face. I can't escape the loop. Not by running, not by hiding, not by forgetting. I have to destroy it completely. I have to erase myself. For real this time, not just from memory, not just from the records, from everything. The only way to win is to not exist at all, and if I fail, I will wake up again at 4:17 a.m. in the loop, in the experiment, in the same place. I have always been, but this time, I won't fail. I step forward and I shatter the mirror. The second the glass breaks, the world rips apart. Reality fractures. A high-pitched, static-filled shriek tears through the room, through me, and suddenly, I feel all of them. The other versions. The erased ones. The ones who stepped through the mirror and never came back. And they are furious because I am not supposed to win. I am not supposed to remember. I am the air implodes, the walls twist, and the last thing I hear before everything goes silent, and then darkness. I wake up not in my bed, not in my apartment, not at 4:17 a.m., but somewhere new, somewhere else. The sky is wide open, real. The sun is rising, a fresh golden light. The air smells like rain. I breathe in, and for the first time in a long, long time, I feel awake. The loop is broken. I am free, and I will never, ever go back. Because this time I won, and they can't take me again. Not now, not ever, not unless I let them. I wake up under an open sky, not in my apartment, not in the facility, not at 4:17 a.m. The loop is broken. I know it. I feel it in my bones, but something is still wrong. The air feels ... empty. The kind of silence that shouldn't exist, like the world, is waiting for me to notice, for me to understand, for me to realize what I've done, push myself up the ground beneath. Me is cold, wet grass. The scent of rain clings to the air, but there's no sound, no wind, no distant hum of traffic, just ... nothing. Like the world hasn't fully loaded yet. Like I'm standing in the remains of something that was erased, and I know. In that instant, I did it. I won. I broke the loop, but I didn't escape. I just destroyed everything else. I stand up slowly, my legs shaky. The horizon stretches infinitely in every direction. A perfectly flat field of damp grass, vanishing into a pale, colorless sky. No trees, no roads, no roads. No buildings, no people, no people. No Ethel, no Mia, just me, alone, in the aftermath. My breath hitches. This isn't right. This isn't what was supposed to happen. I was supposed to wake up, supposed to be free. But what if the loop wasn't a prison? What if it was a barrier? What if it was the only thing keeping me connected to the world I left behind? What if I didn't escape reality? What if I erased myself from it completely? My stomach twists violently. I spin in place, searching for anything, a landmark, a sign, a way out. Silent void wearing the skin of a world, and then a sound. Low, familiar, a voice. Claire. I go rigid. It comes from behind me. I don't turn around. I don't want to, but I do. And when I see who's standing there, I almost fall to my knees, because it's Rachel. Or at least, it looks like her, but something is wrong, something is off. She's too still, too perfect, like she's been placed here, like she was waiting for me to find her. Or maybe she's waiting for me to remember what I did. Rachel, I whisper. She smiles, slow, careful thing, like she isn't sure whether to be happy or furious, like she's trying to decide if she should forgive me or hate me. You finally made it, she says. Her voice is soft, a little sad, like she's been waiting a long, long time. I swallow hard. Where are we? Her expression doesn't change. You know where we are. I shake my head.
No.
This isn't real. This isn't. Rachel tilts her head. Neither were you. My breath catches. I was part of an experiment, a test, an erasure. I wiped myself clean and replaced myself with something else. And when I started to remember, I broke the machine. I broke the loop. I broke reality. And now, this is all that's left. Rachel takes a slow step toward me. Her bare feet make no sound against the wet grass. She doesn't blink. You shouldn't have done it, she murmurs. I shake my head, backing away. No, I had to. I had to break out. I had to find you. You didn't find me. She interrupts. Her voice is still soft, but it's not kind. I go still. She tilts her head. You created me, she says. My stomach drops. I don't move. I don't breathe. Rachel takes another step forward. You broke the loop, Claire. You destroyed it. But did you ever think about what came after? I shake my head, trembling. I thought you'd wake up, she says. In the real world, in your real life. She laughs, sound, not because it's cruel, but because it's empty. Like she isn't laughing at me, like she's laughing at nothing. Claire, she whispers. You never had a real life. The sky flickers like a dying screen. Steps closer. You were never real, she says. I shake my head. No, that's not true. I remember my life. I remember my apartment. I remember, do you? She leans in, and suddenly the world tilts. Memories shatter. Because I remember. I was never Claire. I was never the original. I was one of the copies, one of the failed ones, one of the versions that didn't make it. But instead of being erased, I woke up and I ran. I ran and ran and ran until I convinced myself that I was real, until I believed my own lie. But the real Claire, the first Claire, the one who started this, she's gone. She's been gone for a long time, and I have been living a life that was never mine. I choke on my own breath. Rachel smiles, not cruelly, not mockingly, just ... sadly, like she pities me, like she always has. "You weren't supposed to wake up," she whispers, and I know she's right. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't exist. I am a mistake, memory that refused to die, a piece of the loop that never let go. The sky flickers again. The world warps. I feel myself unraveling because I was never real, because I was never supposed to make it this far, because I was just another failed copy. And now my time is running out. I look at Rachel, my breath shaking. Tears burn my eyes. "What happens now?" I whisper. Rachel just smiles and says, "You tell me." And then the world ends. I wake up again, but this time, I know. I know what I am. I know what I've always been. I know the truth. I am not Claire. I never was. I am the ghost of a person who erased herself, and I have spent an entire year pretending to be her. Now I have to decide, do I keep fighting? Do I keep running? Or do I finally let go? Do I finally disappear? The mirror is waiting. The loop is waiting, and I have to choose for the first time, for the last time. I reach for the glass, and I decide. I reach for the mirror, for the truth, for the thing I have been running from the beginning, from before the beginning, because there was never a real Claire. Not anymore, maybe not ever. And now I have to decide to keep fighting, to keep pretending, or to finally let go, to step through, to end this. But I don't know what's on the other side. I don't know what's waiting for me. I only know what I've lost, what I've erased. Rachel, Mia, myself. And now the world is waiting. For my final choice, I hesitate. My fingers hover just over the glass, not smooth, like it isn't solid, like it's breathing, like it's watching. I stare at my reflection. She stares back, and she is waiting. For me to make my move, for me to decide the only way out is in. That's what I thought before. That's what I always thought. But what if I was wrong? What if stepping through isn't an exit? What if it's just another trap, another layer of the loop? What if I step through and I wake up at 4:17 a.m. Again, a sharp pain cracks through my skull. The world blurs, and suddenly I am not here anymore. Somewhere else, white walls, bright lights, no shadows, no time. I am standing in the facility, the place where it started, the place where it ends, and in front of me the chair. The restraints dot the machine, the thing they put me in, the thing that made me. I don't know how I got here. I don't know if I ever left. I don't know if I ever existed at all. The air hums and a voice speaks. A voice I know. Claire. I turn, and she is there. Not Rachel, not Mia, not even the other me. Something else. Something that has been here from the beginning. Watching, waiting, guiding me toward this moment. A shape, a figure, a woman. She looks like me, but not quite. Like an unfinished version, like the first draft of a person, or the last. And she is smiling because she already knows what I will do. She already knows how this ends, because she's seen it before, because she has been here before, because she was me. Before she tilts her head, I swallow hard. I glance at the chair, the machine, the thing that took my place, the thing that erased me, the thing that keeps creating me over and over and over. Do I go back? Do I sit down? Do I let it end? Or do I run like I always do? Like I always. Will the shape of me the first me? Or maybe the last steps closer? You know what happens if you don't choose. I do dot. I will wake up. I will start over. I will search for answers. I will find Rachel. I will find the mirror. I will break the loop. I will wake up again and again and again. A cycle with no end unless I end it myself. Unless I erase myself completely. Unless I finally accept the truth that I am not Claire. That Claire is gone. That I am just an echo. A memory that won't die. A mistake that won't fade. I stare at the chair, at the machine, at the thing that created me. And I know this is the only way. I sit down. The restraints snap shut. The machine hums to life. And the last version of Claire Evans, the final copy, closes her eyes and disappears. I wake up for the last time, and this time there is nothing. No loop, no facility, no Rachel, no Mia, no Mia, no. Just stillness, emptiness, silence, and I know I finally did it. I am gone for real, for good. And the world moves on like I was never here at all, because I wasn't. I never was, and now I never will be. There is nothing, no light, no sound, no memory, no memory, just absence. I don't exist. I don't think I don't remember, not at first, not for a long time, because there is no time here. There is only the after, the space left behind, when something is erased, and I am that something. I am the ghost of a ghost, a memory without a mind to hold it, a thought half-formed, unraveling, and for a while that's all I am, until the whispers start, until the fragments return, until the pieces of her begin to take shape, again until I remember, until I wake up at first. I think I am alone, floating, drifting through the nothing I created, but I am not. There is something else here, something waiting for me. I can't see it. I can't hear it, but I feel it. Watching, listening, waiting for me to understand, and slowly I do, because I have been here before, because this is not death, this is what comes after. This is the space between erasure and reconstruction. This is where things that were forgotten go, and I was never truly erased. I only thought I was. I only wanted to be, but I still exist, because someone still remembers me. A voice cuts through the silence, soft, familiar, Claire. It is not mine, it is not hers. It is someone else, someone I lost, someone I left behind. I open my eyes and Rachel is standing there. But it isn't Rachel, not really, because Rachel was erased. Too, she was wiped away before I was. She was taken from time itself, and yet she is here, because I remember her, because I never let her go. And that means she is still real in some way. In some form, she watches me, with careful, quiet eyes. Her mouth doesn't move, but I hear her speak. You shouldn't be here. My chest tightens. Don't exist for people who were erased, for people who forgot themselves. And yet, we are both here. We are both aware, which means we can still be saved, or worse, we can still be taken back. I step toward her. Rachel, I whisper. I thought I lost you. Her eyes flicker. You did, but you're here. So are you. A long silence stretches between us. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to fix this. All I know is that I made a choice. I broke the loop. I erased myself to escape, I thought. I had one, but there is no winning. There is only forgetting. And as long as someone remembers us, long as even one fragment of memory remains, the loop can start again. The experiment can rebuild itself. I didn't destroy it. I only delayed it. Rachel tilts her head. You have to go back. I go still. What? She steps closer. You have to go back, Claire. No, I breathe. No, I can't. You have to. Why? Her face twists, not in pain, not in fear. Something else, something I can't name, because I can't leave, she whispers. And I understand. Rachel was erased. Too deeply. Rachel was too far gone. She was lost before I was. And that means she can't return. But I can. Because I chose to erase myself. Because I still exist in memory. And if I go back, I can finish this. I can make sure this never happens again. I can destroy it for real. I can end it. Not just for me, for everyone, for all. Of us, Rachel watches me, waiting. knowing what I will do because she remembers me. 2, because she knows me better than anyone, because I always choose to fight, even when I shouldn't, even when it hurts, even when I don't know if I can win. I swallow hard. I reach for her hand, and the moment our fingers touch, everything shatters. I wake up Dot in my apartment, not at 4:17 a.m., not in the loop, not in the experiment, but in reality. For the first time in a long, long time, I sit up, gasping. My head is spinning. My hands tremble against the sheets. The air feels different, heavier, more real, and I know I'm back, but not completely, not yet. Not until I finish this. I stand up. I walk to the bathroom. The mirror is there, unbroken, untouched, waiting. But when I look at it, my reflection is gone. Not standing there, not watching, just nothing, like I was never here, like I never existed at all. I place my hand against the glass. It's cold, solid, real. And then the whispers start. Not from the mirror. Not from behind me, from inside my own head. From the pieces of me that never left, the ones that were. Erased but never forgotten. The ones that are still waiting to wake up. The loop is still here. The experiment is still watching. And I have one last choice, one final decision. Do I let them erase me again? Or do I erase them first? I close my eyes. I wake up to a world that doesn't remember me. There is no record of Claire Evans, no lease, no bank account, no birth certificate, no proof that I ever existed, because I didn't, because I erased myself first, before they could do it again, before they could rebuild the loop, before they could pull me back inside. And for the first time, I am truly, completely free. But I will always remember, and I will always be watching, because I know the truth now. I know what they did to me, and I know they are still out there, waiting, searching, looking for someone else to replace me. But they won't find me, not anymore, not ever again, because Claire Evans is gone, and I am nobody, and I am finally... You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 1. The room was bathed in darkness, save for the faint sliver of moonlight that crept through the blinds, casting pale streaks across the bed. Daniel stirred, a deep groan escaping his throat, as he reached blindly for his phone on the nightstand. His fingers fumbled against the smooth surface, finally grasping it and pulling it close to his face. 3:42 a.m. Too early to be waking up. Too late to fall back asleep easily. His mouth was dry, and an uncomfortable stiffness settled in his limbs as he forced himself upright. The apartment was still and silent, the kind of quiet that felt unnatural, almost suffocating. He let out a sigh and swung his legs over the edge of the bed, planting his bare feet onto the cold wooden floor. The floorboards creaked as he made his way to the bathroom. The hallway light flickered dimly when he switched it on, casting a sickly yellow glow that barely reached the end of the corridor. He didn't bother turning on the main bathroom light, letting the soft ambient glow filter through instead. The mirror above the sink reflected his shadowed figure, barely illuminated. Daniel turned on the faucet, cupping his hands under the stream of cold water before splashing it onto his face. The chill made him inhale sharply, jolting him into full awareness. He stood up straight, blinking away the residual grogginess before finally looking at himself in the mirror. Something felt off. His own tired eyes stared back at him, the dark circles underneath more prominent than usual. His disheveled hair stuck up in odd angles, and his skin looked slightly paler in the dim light. But there was something else, something he couldn't quite place. He squinted, tilting his head slightly. His reflection did the same. He blinked. His reflection blinked. But there was a delay. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. A fraction of a second, as if the mirror needed an extra moment to catch up. He widened his eyes and quickly blinked again, watching closely. Again, the same barely noticeable lag. Daniel exhaled, rolling his shoulders and stepping back. His mind felt sluggish, weighed down by lingering fatigue. He was probably just overtired. That had to be it. With a small shake of his head, he turned off the faucet and grabbed his toothbrush. As he brushed, he kept sneaking glances at the mirror, trying to convince himself that nothing was wrong. The reflection followed his movements perfectly, or at least it seemed to. The delay was probably just in his head, a trick of the light, a side effect of sleep deprivation. He spat into the sink, rinsing his mouth before placing the toothbrush back in its holder. Another glance at the mirror, his reflection stood still, staring back at him. No delay this time, no strange movements, just him. He turned away, flicking the light off as he exited the bathroom. The hallway felt darker than before, as if the shadows had deepened in his brief absence. A strange unease crept into his stomach, but he forced himself to ignore it. Back in bed, he pulled the blanket up to his shoulders, his body relaxing against the mattress. It was nothing, just exhaustion, just his mind playing tricks on him. Tomorrow, he'd probably laugh about it. Daniel awoke to the sound of his alarm blaring, the shrill beeping stabbing through the fog of his half-conscious mind. His hand shot out, fumbling across the nightstand until he smacked the phone screen, silencing the noise. He groaned, rolling onto his back and staring at the ceiling. The dim glow of the early morning sun seeped through the blinds, casting thin golden lines across the walls. He felt off, not sick, not in pain, just off, like something inside of him was misaligned, a subtle imbalance he couldn't quite put into words. His head felt heavy, his limbs sluggish, the kind of exhaustion that didn't come from lack of sleep, but from something deeper, something unshakable. With a slow exhale, he pushed himself upright, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. His feet met the floor, cold and firm beneath his skin. He sat there for a moment, letting the grogginess ebb away before finally standing. The apartment was still and silent, as expected. He lived alone, after all. His routine was mechanical coffee, first, then a shower, then work. He shuffled to the kitchen, started the coffee maker, and stood in the silence, rubbing his eyes. The rhythmic dripping of brewing coffee filled the air, the only sound breaking the stillness. He ran a hand through his hair, sighing. Last night's experience lingered in his mind. It had been nothing, just exhaustion. He knew that, and yet, something about it unsettled him more than it should have. The tiny delay, that split-second lag, it wasn't the kind of thing that should have bothered him this much, but here he was, still thinking about it. The coffee machine let out a final gurgle, signaling it was done. He poured himself a mug, leaning against the counter as he took the first scalding sip. The warmth spread through his chest, grounding him. Maybe he needed a break. Work had been exhausting lately, and he hadn't exactly been taking care of himself. A weekend away, maybe a trip somewhere, even just out of town. His phone vibrated against the counter, jolting him from his thoughts. He glanced at the screen. Unknown number. His brows knitted together. He hesitated, then swiped to decline the call, setting the phone back down. Probably a spam call. The bathroom light was still off when he stepped inside, but he didn't bother turning it on yet. He stood in front of the sink, staring into the darkness where the mirror was, his reflection invisible in the shadows. For a long moment, he just listened to the silence. Then, slowly, he reached out and flicked the light on. His reflection snapped. Into view, Daniel blinked. His reflection did too. Perfectly synchronized. He exhaled, shoulders loosening. See, it was nothing. He turned on the faucet, letting the cold water run over his hands before splashing his face. When he straightened up, he studied himself again. Everything looked normal. Tired, but normal. Then he noticed it. A twitch dot. It was small, so small that he almost missed it. A tiny, unnatural flicker in his reflection's eye. Not a blink, not a natural muscle movement, but something else. Something off. His stomach clenched. It was so quick, so subtle, that if he hadn't been staring so intently, he never would have noticed. He frowned. His reflection frowned too. Daniel lifted his hand. His reflection lifted its imperfect sync. He turned his head slightly. The mirror followed without hesitation, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. His gaze lingered on his reflection's eyes. There was something about them, something unfamiliar. Not in their color, or shape, or even expression. Just something. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. He was being ridiculous. With a deep breath, he stepped back, rubbing his hands over his face. "I need more sleep," he muttered. His reflection's lips moved too, but he didn't hear anything. Daniel turned away, leaving the bathroom light on as he walked out. As he shut the door behind him, he could have sworn for a second that the reflection stayed standing just a little too long before finally turning away. At work, Daniel found himself distracted. His mind kept drifting, replaying the morning over and over again. The twitch, the delay, the feeling that something wasn't right. He tried to focus on his screen, typing half-heartedly at the report. He was supposed to be working on The Office. It was background noise, familiar, grounding. Still, he couldn't shake the unease. At some point, he opened his phone's front camera, staring at himself in the tiny screen. He blinked. No delay. He wiggled his fingers, perfectly mirrored. He frowned at his own paranoia and shut off the screen. And yet, when he glanced at the dark surface of his monitor, he swore he saw something move just a little too late. The rest of the day dragged. By the time Daniel got home, exhaustion weighed on him. He tossed his keys onto the counter, loosened his tie, and collapsed onto the couch. The apartment was quiet again, too quiet. He turned on the TV just for background noise, flipping through channels without really watching. His mind kept drifting back to the mirror, to the way his reflection had twitched, the way it had felt like something separate, something independent. A cold shiver ran through him. Enough. He stood, walking toward the bathroom with determined steps. He was going to look, confirm everything was fine, and put this nonsense to rest. The bathroom door creaked as he pushed it open. The mirror stood in front of him, clean and unremarkable. The light cast a stark glow over his features. He stepped forward, gripping the edges of the sink. His reflection did the same. Slowly, he raised his right hand. His reflection raised its left. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. For a long, terrible moment, he just stood there, staring. His mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe he had them. Suddenly, the reflection snapped back into sync. Right hand. Perfect mirroring. His pulse pounded in his ears. His mouth was dry. He took a step back. His reflection did too. Daniel swallowed hard, forcing a breath. He ran a shaky hand through his hair and gave a nervous chuckle. Losing it, he muttered. He turned off the light and left the room. But as he walked away, something inside the mirror still stood there, watching. The apartment was quiet when Daniel woke up. Too quiet for a moment. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on his chest. His body felt heavy, like he hadn't moved in hours. The blankets clung to his skin, slightly damp with sweat. His mouth was dry, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth. Something felt wrong. It wasn't just the silence. It wasn't just the lingering heaviness in his limbs. It was a feeling, an instinctual wrongness that settled deep in his gut, like something had shifted in the air around him, like the room was different in some imperceptible way. Slowly, he turned his head. glancing toward the door. The bathroom door was open, just slightly hadn't he closed it last night. A cold prickle ran down his spine. He pushed himself upright, rubbing his face, trying to shake off the lingering haze of sleep. It was just his mind playing tricks on him, a dream bleeding into wakefulness, nothing more. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he let his feet touch the floor, the wood cold against his skin. He sat there for a moment, breathing, grounding himself. Then he stood. The floor creaked beneath him as he made his way toward the bathroom, the dim glow of early morning filtering through the window. He hesitated in the doorway. The mirror stood before him, reflecting his tired, disheveled figure. Everything looked normal, and yet Daniel swallowed. His heartbeat felt too loud in his ears. That brief, impossible moment when his reflection had lifted the wrong hand had to have been his imagination, right? Some kind of optical illusion. He had been exhausted, barely thinking straight. But even now, standing there, looking at his own reflection, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Taking a slow breath, he stepped closer. His reflection did the same dot, no delay this time, no flicker of something out of sync. He lifted his hand. The reflection lifted its hand too, perfectly mirrored. He tilted his head, so did his reflection. Daniel let out a slow, shaky laugh. See, it was nothing. Shaking his head, he reached for his toothbrush. His reflection followed. He squeezed toothpaste onto the bristles, brushing with slow, deliberate motions, watching himself in the mirror. And then his reflection smiled. Daniel froze. The toothbrush hung motionless in his mouth, his entire body going rigid. His heart stopped because he hadn't smiled. His reflection's lips curled upward in a slow, unnatural glint. Too wide, too deliberate, too wrong. Daniel's breath hitched. A cold sweat broke out along his back. He swallowed hard, barely able to breathe. His hands trembled. Move, just move. He forced himself to pull the toothbrush from his mouth, spitting into the sink. His reflection did the same, except that lingering smile remained, stretching across its face, sharp and eerie. A choking fear lodged itself in Daniel's throat. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. He took a step back. The reflection followed, its smile fading just a fraction too late. Daniel turned away from the mirror, his breathing ragged. He couldn't look at it anymore. His heart hammered against his ribs as he stumbled out of the bathroom, leaving the light on. His body felt cold, his hands clammy. He pressed a hand to his chest, trying to steady his breathing. It wasn't real. It couldn't have been real. The day dragged on in a haze. Daniel couldn't focus at work. Every time he glanced at his computer screen, he caught the faint reflection of himself in the black glass. Every time he walked past a window, he saw his own figure staring back, and every time, his stomach twisted in fear. He knew it was irrational. He knew it was impossible, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. At lunch, he sat alone at his desk, barely touching his sandwich. His coworker Josh passed by, pausing. "You look like hell, man," Daniel forced. A smile didn't sleep great. Josh eyed him, concerned. "Yeah, no kidding. You're pale as hell. You good?" Daniel hesitated. He could tell Josh about the mirror, about the delay, the wrong movements, the smile. But how could he explain something like that without sounding insane? So he just nodded. "Yeah, just tired." Josh didn't look convinced, but he didn't press. "Take care of yourself, man." As Josh walked away, Daniel pulled out his phone, hesitating before opening the front camera. He stared at his own reflection. No smile, no twitch. Perfectly normal. So why didn't he feel better? By the time he got home, exhaustion clung to him like a heavy weight. He tossed his keys onto the counter, ran a hand through his hair, and exhaled. He was fine. It had just been his mind playing tricks on him. He just needed sleep. That was all. moving toward the bathroom. He hesitated in the doorway. The light was still on. The mirror still stood there, empty and unremarkable. For a moment, he considered just turning the light off and walking away. But that would mean avoiding the mirror, and avoiding it meant admitting something was wrong. He would not let this thing, whatever it was, get to him. Slowly, cautiously, he stepped inside. The mirror reflected his every movement. Daniel stared at himself, jaw tight. Just a trick of the mind, he murmured. His reflection's lips moved, two perfectly in sync. He leaned forward, pressing his palms against the cool sink. His breath fogged the glass slightly. Nothing happened. No delay, no smile. Nothing. His reflection was just a reflection. Relief flooded through him, and he let out a small, nervous laugh. See? Nothing to be scared of. He turned away on. His reflection didn't. A sharp, electric terror ripped through him as he froze in place. His breath caught in his throat, his pulse thundering in his ears. His reflection hadn't moved. It was still standing there, staring at him completely motionless. A horrible, slow smile curled across its face. And this time, he wasn't looking. Daniel's chest tightened with an all-consuming panic. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. Then, slowly so slowly his reflection tilted its head. Daniel squeezed his eyes shut. This isn't real. This isn't real. When he finally forced his eyes open, the mirror was normal again. His reflection stared back at him, face pale, eyes wide with fear. No smile, no delay, no WRONGNESS, just him. Daniel turned off the light and walked out of the bathroom, his hands trembling. But as he climbed into bed, something gnawed at the back of his mind. That smile, it had been his face, but it had not been his. And somehow, in the pit of his stomach, Daniel knew this wasn't over. Daniel didn't sleep that night. He lay in bed, stiff as a corpse, staring at the ceiling. His breath was slow, shallow. The shadows in his room stretched unnaturally long, twisting with every flicker of passing headlights from the street below. He didn't dare move because the bathroom door was still open, and the mirror was still in there, and he knew it was waiting for him. He tried to convince himself he was being ridiculous, that it had just been his mind playing tricks on him. Stress, exhaustion, maybe. Even some kind of sleep-deprived hallucination. But he had seen it, that smile. His body had not moved. But his reflection had. The memory made his stomach churn. The worst part wasn't just that it had acted on it, was the way it had tilted its head, the way it had looked at him, the way its lips had curled upward, slow and knowing, as if to say, "I see you now." Daniel's heart pounded. He had shut the bathroom door before getting into bed, but it didn't make him feel any safer. It was still there, on the other side of that door. It was still there. And what if? A thought slithered into his mind unbidden. What if, when he woke up in the morning, the door was open again? He squeezed his eyes shut. It won't be. It won't. It was just a mirror. But that thought didn't comfort him. Not anymore. The night crawled by, hour by excruciating hour. At some point, exhaustion finally took over, and Daniel slipped into an uneasy sleep. When he woke up, sunlight was filtering through the blinds, painting the room in dull gold. His body was stiff, sore from how tense he had been all night. His head throbbed. He turned onto his side end. His stomach dropped. The bathroom door was open. His breath caught in his throat. His entire body seized up, locked in place by sheer animal terror. No. He had closed it. He knew he had. His mouth went dry. The air in his lungs turned to ice. The mirror was just beyond the doorway, tilted at an angle where he couldn't see it from bed, but it could see him, somewhere deep inside his brain. Something primal began to scream. "It's watching you." Daniel forced himself to sit up, his hands trembling. The apartment was silent. No creaking floorboards, no shifting shadows, no signs of movement but the door. He swallowed hard. Maybe it had drifted open. Maybe there was a draft. Maybe he had only thought he'd closed it, and in his paranoia, he had convinced himself otherwise. But even as he tried to rationalize it, he didn't believe it, because he remembered the feeling of his hand on the knob. He remembered pulling it shut, hearing the faint click as it latched. And now it wasn't. Daniel's chest felt tight, but fear was a dangerous thing. It made you feel helpless. It made you surrender. And he wasn't going to let himself be afraid of a goddamn mere hurt. He would not. Pushing down the nausea curling in his stomach, he swung his legs over the bed, forcing himself to stand. His steps were slow, deliberate, as he moved toward the bathroom. The door was cracked open, just enough to reveal a sliver of the sink, just enough for the mirror to be watching from the darkness. His hands felt like ice. He reached for the door, paused, then shoved it open. The mirror stood there, innocent and still. Nothing was out of place. The sink, the toothbrush. His reflection. Daniel let out a shaky breath. See, he took a step inside. His reflection moved with him. Another step, another perfect movement. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Time to put this to rest. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted his left hand. His reflection did the same. He moved his fingers, watching for any delay, any hesitation. There was none. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, perfect mirroring. He reached forward and touched the glass. His reflection's fingertips met his own. The surface was cold, solid, normal. Daniel swallowed, pressing his palm. Against the mirror, there was no resistance, no wrongness. Just a perfectly smooth, ordinary piece of glass. His reflection did not smile. It did not move on its own. It was just him. The tight knot of fear in his chest slowly began to unravel. God, he was an idiot. He let out a shaky, embarrassed laugh, shaking his head. Jesus, get a grip. This whole thing was just stress, sleep deprivation. Maybe he was even coming down with something, but that was all it was. Nothing was wrong with the mirror. Nothing was wrong. He turned away, and in the reflection, his face did not. Daniel saw it, saw his own face still staring at him, even after he had turned away. His breath caught his body. Locked up, panic surged through his veins like fire, and then the reflection snapped back into place. For a long, frozen moment, Daniel just stood there, unable to breathe. Pulse thundered in his skull. Had he imagined it? Had he really seen that? His fingers dug into the sink. His entire body trembled. It had watched him turn away before catching up. A sickening dread settled into his bones. It was wrong. Something was wrong. Daniel's pulse was a frantic drumbeat against his ribs. His breath came in short, shallow gasps. Then, ever so slowly, as if to mock him, his reflection's lips curled into a smile. The exact same smile as last night. Too wide, too knowing, too wrong. Daniel stumbled backward out of the bathroom heart. Hammering against his ribs, his legs were weak, his breath was shallow. His throat was tight with something like a scream that refused to come out. The light flickered. For a brief, horrible second, the reflection didn't move with him. It just stood there, watching the smile never leaving its face. And then Dash snapped it. Caught up, Daniel slammed the door shut. His chest rose and fell in rapid, panicked breaths. He turned the lock. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. He waited. Nothing. No sound. No movement. No knocking. Just silence. But something was in there. Something was inside the mirror, and it was pretending to be him. Daniel pressed his back against the wall, sliding to the floor, his hands shaking violently. His breath came in short, sharp bursts. His mind raced, scrambled, screamed at him to do something. But all he could do was sit there and listen to the silence, to the silence, to the waiting, to the thing in the mirror, smiling. And somewhere deep inside his gut, he knew this wasn't over, not even close. The apartment was silent. Too silent. Daniel sat on the floor, his back pressed against the cold wall outside the bathroom. His legs were curled up, arms wrapped around his knees, like a child trying to disappear. His breathing had finally slowed, but his body still trembled, his skin damp with sweat. The door was shut, locked, but that didn't make him feel safe. His mind replayed the moment over and over again. The smile, the delay, the way his reflection had just stood there, watching, grinning, as if it knew something he didn't, and worst of all, the way it had lagged behind, before snapping back into place like something struggling to keep up with reality, like something not quite human. A shudder racked his body. He had seen it. There was no convincing himself. Otherwise, this time, something was in the mirror. Something else, something pretending to be him. His fingers dug into the fabric of his sweatpants. His mouth was dry, and every inch of him screamed to get up and leave, get out of the apartment and don't come back. But his legs wouldn't move. He felt like a rat trapped in a cage, frozen under the weight of a predator's gaze. A quick glance at his phone told him it was 2:48 a.m. He had been sitting here for nearly an hour. He needed to get up. He needed to do something. But every time he thought about standing, every time he considered unlocking the bathroom door, his mind whispered a single, horrifying thought. What if it's waiting on the other side? He swallowed hard. His heartbeat thumped against his ribs. No. He wasn't going to let this fear consume him. It was a mirror, nothing more. It couldn't hurt him, right? His fingers twitched. His eyes flicked toward the door handle. What if he checked, just peeked inside? Would it be normal again? Would his reflection be right? Or would it still be standing there, smiling? A cold sweat slicked his palms. His throat was so dry it felt like sandpaper. He reached out. His hand hovered over the doorknob. A moment passed, and then a faint sound. Daniel froze. It had come from inside the bathroom. A soft, almost imperceptible shift of weight, like bare feet. Adjusting position on tile, his stomach twisted. No. He had imagined that the bathroom was empty. It had to be. But then another sound. A soft, dragging scrape against the floor. His lungs locked up. His fingers clenched into his sweatpants, knuckles white. Something was moving in there. On the other side of the door, in the place where only his reflection should be. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. His vision blurred with panic. No. His trembling hand yanked away from the doorknob as if burned. His entire body tensed, every muscle screaming. And then the faucet turned on by itself. The sound of running water filled the silence. Daniel stopped breathing. His vision darkened at the edges. His mind a static haze of disbelief and horror. No, that's not possible. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself to wake up. This had to be a dream, a nightmare. But when he opened them, the sound of rushing water still filled the air. And then the worst thing happened. A soft, distorted chuckle seeped through the door. It was his own voice, but warped, like something inside the mirror was trying to learn how to laugh. Daniel's body reacted before his mind did. He bolted. He scrambled to his feet, nearly tripping over himself as he staggered toward the front door. His hands fumbled with the lock, shaking so violently he could barely grip it. The faucet was still running. The chuckling was still happening, and just as he finally ripped the front door open and stumbled into the hallway, water shut off. Silence. A deep, suffocating silence. Daniel didn't stop. He didn't turn back. He ran. He didn't remember getting into his car. He didn't remember starting the engine. All he knew was that suddenly he was driving. The empty streets blurring past in the dim glow of streetlights. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly, his knuckles turned white. His breaths came in short, ragged bursts. His mind raced, spiraling into a vortex of terror and confusion. What the hell had just happened? The mirror, The smile, the faucet, the laugh. He squeezed his eyes shut for half a second, trying to block out the memory of it, but it was burned into his mind. The sound of that warped, mimicking voice, his own. But not his, would never leave him. He wasn't crazy. He wasn't crazy. Something was in there. Something was pretending to be him, and he had left it alone in his apartment. His stomach clenched. Was it still there? Standing in the mirror, grinning, waiting. Or his hands tightened on the wheel. Or had it gotten out? A violent shudder ripped through him. He needed answers. He needed help. But who the hell could he talk to? If he called the cops and said, "Hey, my reflection is acting weird and might not be me anymore," they'd throw him in a psychiatric ward. He had no family in the city, no close friends, no one to turn to. His pulse pounded. He couldn't go back home, not yet. He needed to know. He needed to see. The idea was terrifying, but he had no choice. He had to go back. 2 hours passed before he forced himself to return. By the time he reached his apartment complex, dawn was beginning to stain the sky a dull, lifeless gray. Daniel sat in his car, staring at the building, his stomach twisted into knots. His heart pounded so loudly he swore he could hear it in his ears. What if it was waiting for him? What if he walked inside and saw himself standing there, smiling? His hands shook as he reached for the car door. He didn't want to do this. Every cell in his body screamed at him to drive away and never look back. But if he didn't face it now, it would always be there, waiting, slowly, carefully. He stepped out of the car, made his way up the steps, down the hall, to his door. His breath was shallow. His fingers twitched. He reached for the handle, turned it. The door swung open. The apartment was dark, silent, his stomach twisted. He stepped inside. The air felt wrong. He forced himself forward, his pulse hammering, one step at a time. The bathroom door was still shut. The mirror was inside, waiting. He reached for the doorknob, and from the other side, something laughed. Daniel stood frozen outside the bathroom door. His heart pounded so violently against his ribs that he swore it was trying to escape. His skin was slick with cold sweat, his breath coming in rapid, uneven gasps. The laugh that things laugh still echoed in his skull. It had been his voice, but it hadn't been him. Something was behind that door. Something was pretending to be him, and it was laughing. His trembling fingers twitched on the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to get the hell out of the apartment, to never come back. But he didn't move. His legs were locked in place, rooted to the floor by a kind of fear he had never felt before, the kind that made you feel like prey. The silence stretched, thick, suffocating. Daniel's throat was dry. He licked his lips, forcing himself to breathe. He needed to think, what if he opened the door? What if the mirror was normal again? Would it be safe? Or would he see himself standing there, smiling, waiting? A violent shudder racked his body. No, he couldn't look. Not again. He needed to leave now. His pulse thundered in his ears as he finally wrenched his hand away from the doorknob, stumbling backward. His feet felt numb, his limbs sluggish with terror. One step, then another dot, taunting him. He couldn't turn his back to it. Couldn't risk it opening on its own. He moved carefully, deliberately, his eyes locked on the door. He kept expecting to hear another sound, a whisper, a movement, or worse, the creak of the door swinging open. But nothing came. Just the unbearable silence. His heel hit the front door. Daniel sucked in a sharp breath. His fingers fumbled for the lock, his hands shaking so violently he almost couldn't grip it. He twisted it open with a click and yanked the door wide. Cold air rushed in from the hallway. Relief flooded through him like a crashing wave. He staggered out of the apartment, slamming the door behind him. Then he ran. He didn't stop running until he was outside. The morning air was frigid against his sweat-soaked skin, but he barely felt it. His pulse was erratic, his chest burning from exertion. He bent over, bracing his hands on his knees, trying to steady his breathing. The world spun. His stomach clenched. He thought he might throw up. The apartment loomed behind him, dark and silent. But even here, out in the open, he still didn't feel safe. His mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. What the hell was happening? He had lived in that apartment for 3 years. The mirror had been there the whole time. Nothing like this had ever happened before. So why now? Why was it changing? Daniel squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his palms against his forehead. His skin was ice cold. Maybe he was losing it. Shaky breath escaped him. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't call the police, couldn't call a friend. He'd sound insane. Hey, my reflection is acting. Weird. It's smiling at me. Oh, and it laughed by itself last night. Mind coming over. No one would believe him. Hell, he barely believed himself. But it was real, it was so. So real, he ran a trembling hand through his hair, glancing around the empty street. His car was still parked where he had left it earlier. Get in, drive, get out of here. But where would he go? A hotel, a friend's house. Even if he left, would it be enough? Would it stay in the apartment? Or a cold shudder crept up his spine. Or would it follow him? The thought was too much. His entire body rebelled against it, his mind recoiling. He needed to do something. He needed answers. His phone buzzed. Daniel jolted so hard he almost dropped it. He fumbled to pull it from his pocket, his fingers stiff and clumsy. Unknown number. His stomach clenched. Let it go to voicemail. But his thumb moved on its own. He answered. Hello. Silence, his pulse pounded. And then a faint, static-filled breath. Daniel's skin crawled. His voice wavered. Who is this? More static then. Finally a voice. His voice, you should let me out. Daniel's body locked up. His throat closed. The voice was identical to his own. But there was something wrong about it. Hollow, wrong, he couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The voice chuckled. Daniel hung up. His hand shook so violently that he almost dropped the phone. His breath came in short. Shallow gasps. No. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. His head spun. The world tilted. The apartment loomed behind him, waiting. Daniel spent the next 12 hours avoiding his apartment. He drove, wandered the city, parked in random lots, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. The mirror, the voice, the thing pretending to be him. What did it want? What would happen if he did let it out? His hands clenched around the steering wheel dot. No, he couldn't think about that. He wouldn't go back. He'd stay at a hotel, call in sick for work, just for a night, just until he could figure out what to do. But as the sun set, an uneasy feeling settled in his chest, like something was pulling him back, like something was waiting for him. By midnight, he was parked outside. The apartment again, his fingers tightened around. His phone, he hadn't meant to come back. But here he was, staring at the darkened window of his apartment. The bathroom window, a shadow moved inside. Daniel's breath caught, his stomach twisted. For one horrible second, he thought he saw his own face staring out at him, smiling, and then it was gone. A chill shot through his spine. Daniel gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. His brain screamed at him to drive away. But deep inside, in some twisted, horrible way, he knew this wasn't over. It was just beginning. Daniel sat in his car, staring at the darkened window of his apartment. His heart pounded against his ribs. His skin was cold with sweat. He had seen it, his own face, staring at him from the bathroom window, smiling. It had only been there for a second, just long enough for his brain to register it before it was gone, swallowed by darkness. But the image was burned into his mind. The slight tilt of the head, the way its lips had curled just a little too wide. That wasn't me. the thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through him. This was real. It wasn't stress. It wasn't his imagination. There was something inside that apartment, something that looked like him. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel, his knuckles bone dash white. What the hell was he supposed to do? He couldn't go to the cops. He couldn't go to a doctor. No one would believe him. And even if they did, how would they help? How do you stop something that shouldn't exist? The thought made his stomach clench. His phone buzzed. Daniel jolted so violently that his knee slammed into the underside of the steering wheel. He sucked in a sharp breath, heart hammering as he fumbled for his phone. Unknown number, his skin went ice cold. A deep, overwhelming sense of dread coiled in his stomach. He didn't want to answer. Every fiber of his being screamed at him not to, but his thumb moved on its own. Click. He pressed the phone to his ear. Silence, his breath hitched. For a moment, there was nothing, just empty static, and then a voice. His voice, Daniel. A chill ripped down his spine. Come inside. Daniel's breath shattered. The voice on the other end was too perfect, too smooth, too identical, like a recording of himself played back with just a hint of distortion. His chest rose and fell in short, ragged gasps. The silence stretched, then you left me alone. Daniel's fingers clenched around the phone. The voice sounded wrong, like it was smiling as it spoke. But I know you'll come back. Static crackled. The call ended. Daniel stared at the screen. The call log was empty, like it had never happened. Oh, slow, suffocating horror wrapped around his lungs. His head spun. His breath turned shallow. And then his phone buzzed again. His entire body locked up. He didn't want to look, didn't want to see what was on the screen, but he did. And his stomach dropped a message from his own number, just for words. Look in the mirror. A strangled noise caught in Daniel's throat. His hand snapped. To the rearview mirror above him, his own reflection stared back, pale, wide-eyed, drenched in sweat. But then it blinked, just a fraction too late. Daniel choked back a scream. His body reacted on instinct. His hand shot out, twisting the mirror away, shoving it so it no longer faced him. His pulse was out of control. This wasn't happening. This wasn't happening. But it was, and it was getting worse. Daniel didn't remember driving to the motel. 1 second, he was in his car, trying to breathe. The next, he was standing at a check-in desk, handing over his credit card with shaking fingers. The receptionist barely looked at him, didn't notice the sheer panic on his face, didn't ask why he kept darting glances at the reflective surface behind the desk, didn't question why he flinched when he caught his own reflection staring just a little too long. He just handed over the key and said, "Room 214. Stairs are to your right." Daniel muttered a weak thanks and took the key with numb fingers. He didn't stop moving until he was inside the motel room. Door locked, curtains drawn. His breathing was still uneven. His body still trembled. But at least he was away for now. The motel was old. The furniture smelled faintly of dust and cigarette smoke. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, peeling at the edges. The air conditioner rattled with a soft, broken hum. But Daniel didn't care. It was safe, at least. He wanted to believe it was. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor, his hands gripping his knees. What the hell do I do? He couldn't go back, but he couldn't stay here forever. And worse, what if it follows me? What if right now it was standing in the bathroom mirror of this motel room, smiling? The thought made him physically ill. He clenched his eyes shut. No, stop thinking about it. It wasn't here. It couldn't be. The mirror was still in his apartment. It was trapped there, wasn't it? Daniel swallowed. His eyes drifted across the room. The small mirror mounted on the far wall. His chest tightened. It was angled away. He couldn't see himself in it from here. But if he moved just a little, a sudden, sharp knock at the door nearly sent him flying off the bed. His pulse exploded. He twisted toward the sound, his entire body locking up silence. Another knock, thought 3 sharp raps against the wood. Daniel's breath stalled. He didn't move, didn't breathe. Slowly, carefully, he slid off the bed. His socks made no noise against the carpet as he moved toward the door. Another knock, harder this time. His fingers curled around the doorknob. He hesitated. His entire body screamed at him not to open it. But his hand turned the lock anyway. The chain was still latched. He opened the door just an inch, and no one was there. His stomach twisted into knots. He stepped back, heart pounding, and then a whisper right behind him. Daniel. The voice was so close, so familiar, his own voice. Daniel turned to fast, too hard, to panicked hand. He saw it in the mirror, standing just behind him, grinning. Daniel's breath tore from his lungs in a ragged scream, and the reflection moved first. Daniel's scream barely had time to leave his throat before his body slammed backward against the wall. The motel mirror rippled like disturbed water, and the thing inside it, his reflection, but not his, stared at him with a smile that didn't belong on his face. For a fraction of a second, he saw the difference. The thing in the mirror wasn't perfect anymore. Its eyes were slightly too large, its pupils just a little too dark, as if something hollow stared from beneath them. Its lips were stretched just a little too wide, as if the muscles in its face didn't fully understand how to smile like a human. But the worst part, it moved first. Before him, not as a reflection, not as a mimic. It had acted before he did. Daniel choked on a breath, his limbs frozen in terror. Then the reflection tilted its head, and this time he didn't. It was independent, separate. His stomach lurched. It wasn't a reflection anymore. The thing in the mirror had broken the rules. Daniel scrambled backward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He could feel his own pulse hammering in his skull, the blood roaring in his ears. But he couldn't look away. The reflection, or whatever the hell it was now, just stared at him, studied him like it was, waiting, and then it spoke. "Why are you running, Daniel?" The voice was his own, but wrong, layered, as if it was speaking from somewhere far away, trying to reach through the glass. Daniel's hands dug into the carpet, his vision blurred. This wasn't real. This wasn't real, but it was. The reflection's head tilted further. "Are you scared?" Daniel's throat locked up. The thing in the mirror took a step forward, and the glass bent around it, like it was about to step through. Daniel didn't think. He just moved. His body acted on pure instinct. He grabbed the nearest object, a lamp, from the nightstand, hurled it at the mirror with all his strength. Crash! Glass exploded outward in a violent burst, shards scattering across the room. A horrible, distorted scream tore through the air, warping into something shrill and inhuman as the reflection ripped apart into shattered fragments. The pieces rained onto the floor. Silence. Daniel stood there, panting, his chest heaving. The mirror was gone. The reflection was gone. Only his own wild, horrified breathing filled the room. His pulse was out of control, his body shaking violently. Had that worked? Had he killed it? A shaky laugh escaped him, half relief, half pure madness. Maybe. Maybe that was all it took. Maybe then he heard it. A rustling sound. Daniel's body went rigid. His gaze flicked to the ground, to the shattered pieces of the mirror, and his stomach turned to ice. The shards were moving, not just shifting, reforming. The broken pieces dragged toward each other, scraping against the floor, slithering like something alive. Daniel stumbled backward, his chest tightened. No, 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 no. This wasn't happening. He had destroyed it, but the mirror was putting itself back together. The pieces lifted from the ground, reassembling like time was reversing itself. And inside the shards, he saw movement, saw something crawling back into place. His own face. Daniel turned and ran. The motel door slammed behind him. He didn't know where he was going, didn't care. He just ran. The cold night air burned his lungs as he stumbled onto the sidewalk, barely able to breathe. The world tilted, nausea rolling through his stomach. What the hell was he supposed to do now? He had broken the mirror, and it had fixed itself. Not just fixed itself, he had seen it. The thing inside. It had been crawling back in, like it lived there, like it was attached to him. Daniel's breath came in shallow. Rapid bursts. Was it in every mirror? Could he ever escape it? His mind spun with the horrifying realization. What if? What if he couldn't get rid of it? What if it would always be there? Watching, waiting, trying to get out. His stomach twisted violently. He staggered toward the nearest alley, barely making it before doubling over and vomiting onto the pavement. The world blurred. His limbs felt weak. Everything inside him screamed that this wasn't over, that it was getting worse, that the thing in the mirror was getting stronger. He didn't return to the motel, COULDN, single quotes T, instead. He sat in his car, parked in an empty lot, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his fingers ached, his mind was spinning. What do I do? If breaking the mirror hadn't worked, he needed help. He fumbled for his phone. Who the hell could he call? A priest? A psychic? Some kind of paranormal investigator? The idea sounded insane, but at this point, wasn't everything insane? He hesitated then. Finally, he opened the search bar. Why is my reflection moving on its own? A list of ridiculous conspiracy theories and urban legends popped up. He kept scrolling. Mirror entities, doppelganger, lore, signs you might be haunted. His chest tightened. None of it gave him answers. None of it told him how to stop this. His vision blurred as he ran a trembling hand down his face. He was so tired. Then a result caught his eye. A forum post, a title that sent a shiver down his spine. I saw my reflection move on its own, and now I think it wants to take my place. Daniel's breath stalled. He clicked it. The post was old, years old, but as he read, his stomach dropped. The person who wrote it, they had seen the same thing. The smile, the delay, the reflection moving on its own, and then Daniel's heart stopped. The last line of the post read, "If you see it acting on its own, if it moves before you do, you need to leave. Right now. It's almost ready to cross over." Daniel's pulse roared. His hands shook violently. His mouth went dry. He read the next reply, a single, ominous comment from someone else. Someone who had been through it. It's already too late. Daniel's stomach twisted. His mind raced. His reflection had smiled days ago, and tonight, it had moved first. That meant Daniel sucked in a breath, a deep, sickening horror curling in his gut. It wasn't trying to escape anymore. It was about to. Daniel couldn't breathe. His vision blurred as he stared at the screen of his phone, his hands trembling so hard he could barely hold it. His entire body was cold, not just from fear, but from something deeper, something unnatural. The words on the forum post burned into his brain. If it moves before you do, it's almost ready to cross over. If it smiles at you, it's already too late. A shudder racked his body. His reflection had smiled at him days ago, and tonight, in the motel mirror, it had moved first. His breath came in sharp, shallow bursts. His heart pounded against his ribs. His entire body locked in terror. It's too late. The thought slammed into him like a freight train. It's already happening. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to calm his breathing, but it wasn't working. He felt lightheaded, disconnected from reality, like he was drifting in and out of a nightmare that refused to end. This wasn't just happening to him. It had happened to others. Others who had seen the same things. The smile, the delay, the impossible movements. And then they had disappeared. His stomach twisted. the original poster. The person who had written about this happening to them had never responded again. No updates, no explanations, just silence, like they had vanished. A cold sweat slid down Daniel's back. Was that what was going to happen to him? Would he just disappear? Would his reflection replace him? He couldn't stay here. Not in the car. Not in this city. Maybe not anywhere near a mirror. His fingers twitched on the steering wheel. Drive, just drive. Get the hell away. But even as the thought formed, his body wouldn't move, because somewhere in the back of his mind, an even worse question slithered into his brain. What if running isn't enough? His pulse spiked. He didn't know the rules of this, didn't know if the thing in the mirror was tied to the apartment door to him. What if it didn't matter where he went? What if every time he passed a reflective surface, it was there waiting, watching, learning, getting stronger? His throat closed up. It was like his entire world had turned into a trap. Every window, every puddle of water, every polished surface, they were doors, and his reflection was waiting to step through. A deep, slow horror settled into his bones. It had already broken the rules. What happens when it doesn't need the mirror anymore? Daniel squeezed his eyes shut. His head throbbed. His body ached with exhaustion. He just wanted to wake up, to undo all of this, to never look in a mirror again. But he knew, deep down, that it wasn't going to stop. Not unless he stopped it first, somehow. He ended up at a gas station. The bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering slightly. The place was nearly empty. Just the bored-looking cashier scrolling on his phone behind the counter. Daniel moved in a daze, grabbing a bottle of water, then a small pack of painkillers for the headache pulsing behind his eyes. As he walked toward the counter, he saw himself. A security mirror hung in the corner of the store, reflecting the entire room. And for a moment, just a moment, he saw his reflection standing still, not walking, not mirroring him, just standing there, staring. A cold terror ripped through him. His breath caught, his body froze, and then asterisk, just as suddenly asterisk, his reflection snapped back into place. Daniel's skin crawled. He paid for his things with shaking hands, avoiding the cashier's gaze. The man barely even glanced up, just shoved the receipt into the bag and muttered, "Have a good night." Daniel grabbed his things and got the hell out. The motel was out of the question. So was his apartment. He needed somewhere. Else somewhere without mirrors, without reflections. His mind raced through possibilities. He couldn't just drive forever. He was too exhausted, too on edge. Think, and then it hit him. The park. There was a nature reserve just outside the city. Miles of trees and trails. No bathrooms, no glass buildings, no reflective surfaces. Maybe if he could just get some time away, he could figure this out. His hands were still shaking as he started. The car, he didn't look at the rearview mirror, didn't even glance. At the side mirrors, he couldn't risk it. He just drove. The road to the park was empty. Dark trees blurred past the windows, the forest growing denser the farther he went. The streetlights disappeared, leaving nothing but his headlights cutting through the night. His grip on the wheel tightened. The silence felt too heavy, like something was pressing in around him. He tried to focus on his breathing, in, out, but the back of his neck tingled. A horrible, creeping sensation crawled down his spine, like someone was watching him. Slowly, hesitantly, his eyes flicked to the rearview mirror and his stomach. Dropped. His reflection was there, but it wasn't looking at him. It was looking at the back seat. Daniel's breath hitched. No. His grip on the wheel tightened painfully. His reflection's expression had changed. It wasn't just watching the back seat. It was afraid. Daniel's entire body went rigid. And then from behind him, just inches from his era breath, soft. Slow. Wrong. His heart stopped, his entire body locked up. There was something in the back seat, something behind him. His throat closed, his chest seized with pure primal terror. Then a voice, his own voice. His own voice. "You should let me out." Daniel swerved. Tires screeched against the pavement as the car lurched violently to the side. A tree too close. Daniel yanked the wheel. The world tilted. The car flipped, glass shattered. Metal screamed, and then darkness. Pain. That was the first thing he felt. A deep, bone-deep ache that radiated through every inch of his body. Daniel's eyes fluttered open. The world was sideways. His car lay on its side, one headlight flickering weakly. Shattered glass surrounded him. His hands were slick with blood, his chest heaving with ragged, shallow breaths. His head pounded. His vision swam, slowly, painfully. He turned his head and his stomach dropped, because in the broken, spider-webbed remains of the windshield he saw himself, his reflection, standing outside the car, smiling. And this time, it wasn't behind the glass. Pain, coming and going in jagged, disorienting bursts. His body ached everywhere. His head throbbed in a slowed, pulsing rhythm, as if something inside his skull was swelling, pressing against his brain. His mouth was thick with the taste of blood and dirt. The world around him was a chaotic blur, tilted, wrong, upside down. A low, distant ringing buzzed in his ears, drowning out everything else. Then crunch, a sound. A footstep. Daniel's breath caught. His vision was still fuzzy, but he could just barely make out the jagged remains of his windshield in front of him, shattered, fractured, webbed with deep cracks, and standing just beyond it, a figure. Daniel's heart lurched. Him not his reflection. But it was outside the mirror now. It was real. The ringing in his ears grew louder. His pulse was frantic, erratic. His body barely able to process the terror spiraling through his veins. It was smiling. That same too wide, too perfect, too knowing smile. Daniel's throat tightened. His fingers twitched against the wreckage of the dashboard, trying to move, trying to do something, anything. But his body was sluggish, unresponsive. His head swam. His vision flickered, and then the reflection took a step forward. Daniel barely managed to suck in a breath. A voice, his own voice, slid through the night like something wet and rotting that looked painful. Daniel's stomach twisted, hearing himself speak in a voice that wasn't his made. Something in his brain rebel against reality. "You should be more careful, Daniel." Daniel tried to move again. His body screamed in protest. His ribs, were they broken? His leg trapped under the crumpled wreck of the dashboard. Panic surged up his throat. He had to get out. The reflection stepped even closer. The ruined glass of the windshield caught its form in broken, disjointed pieces, reflecting, fractured versions of his own face back at him from every angle. It didn't look human anymore. It looked warped, distorted, like something wearing his face wrong. "You ran." A heartbeat of silence. "You thought that would stop me?" Daniel's hands scrambled against the wreckage, fingers slipping against broken glass. "Move, move, move. You're making this harder than it needs to be." The reflection leaned down, pressed its palm against the broken glass of the windshield, and for the first time, Daniel saw something he hadn't noticed before. Its handprint left no smudge, no fog, no warmth. It wasn't breathing. It wasn't human. Daniel's stomach. CURDLED. The reflection tilted its head, eyes glinting in the fractured light. "You've known for a while, haven't you?" Daniel didn't answer. Couldn't. "You knew I was getting stronger." A faint, sickening crack echoed through the air. Daniel's heart stopped. The reflection pressed harder against the windshield. And the glass bent, not cracked, bent, like a soft surface, warping under pressure, like the rules of reality no longer applied. Daniel's breath hitched. This wasn't just about the mirror anymore. It could control things. It could break things. It could reshape things. "But don't worry," it whispered. pressing harder against the bending glass. "I don't need to hide anymore." Snap. The glass split open like stretched fabric, and the reflection stepped through it, like it had never been solid at all. Daniel choked on a scream. It was inside. It was in the car with him. Pain blurred Daniel's next few moments into a surreal, disjointed mess, somewhere between raw instinct and full-body terror. His arms lashed out. His hands found purchase on a loose shard of glass. He didn't think, didn't hesitate. He swung the jagged shard, slashed across the reflection's arm, and for the first time, its smile faltered. A deep, dark gash tore across the sleeve of its jacket, the same jacket Daniel was wearing, but there was no blood, no flesh, just shadows. Daniel's chest tightened. The cut in its skin shifted. The darkness beneath it moved, like something inside wasn't made of flesh, but of living void. And then Knit laughed, low, deep. A sound not meant for this world. "Oh, Daniel." It reached forward. Its hand gripped Daniel's wrist, cold, wrong, like touching the surface of a still pond in the dead of winter. "This is inevitable." Daniel kicked out violently. The reflection staggered, just enough for him to finally move, and he did the only thing he could think of. He threw himself out of the car, glass cut into his palms as he landed hard against the pavement, pain flaring through his limbs. His breath was ragged, his body barely able to keep up, but he couldn't stop, couldn't let it reach him again. He ran. The trees blurred past him, darkened shadows against the night. The road was empty, stretching into nothing, but he didn't stop. Not until his lungs burned, not until his legs threatened to give out, not until he was sure he had left it behind. He collapsed near a twisted old tree, gasping for air. His mind was a haze of fear and exhaustion, every nerve in his body screaming, "What the hell do I do?" This wasn't just a haunting. It wasn't just a curse. It wasn't just a broken mirror. It was something else, something older, something that had been waiting, and now it was free. Daniel pressed a trembling hand to his chest, trying to steady his breathing. He needed help. Someone, somewhere, had to know what this was, had to know how to stop it, because if he didn't, if he couldn't, he knew exactly what was going to happen next. It was going to take him, and when it did, no one would ever know the difference. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. The night air was thick, suffocating. Daniel's breath came in ragged, uneven gasps, his body trembling as he pressed his back against the gnarled bark of an old tree. His palms were slick with sweat and blood, the glass shards from the wreck still embedded in his skin. Every inch of him ached, but he didn't dare move. Not yet. Not while it was still out there. His own reflection, loose, untethered from the mirror it had stepped through. The memory made his stomach churn. The way the glass had bent around its hand. The way it had moved not like a person, but like something wearing the shape of one dot, and worst of all, the thing inside it. The moment he had slashed at it with the glass, the darkness underneath had shifted, like something alive, writhing beneath the surface of his own skin. Daniel squeezed his eyes shut, his fingers twitching against the rough bark. He needed to think, needed to figure this out, because if he didn't he kept running without a plan it would win, and no one would ever know the difference. 3:12. And Daniel had no idea how much time passed before he forced himself to move. His limbs felt sluggish, weighed down by exhaustion and pain, but he couldn't stay here. He pushed himself up, wincing as the motion sent fresh jolts of pain through his ribs. Broken, bruised, didn't matter. He needed a plan, a place to go, someone, anyone, who could help him. His hand dug into his pocket, fingers curling around his phone. He still had it. Good. He had to be miles from the wreck by now. The car was gone. His reflection had no way of following him. did it? The thought sent a cold prickle down his spine. His thumb hovered over the screen. Who do I call? He had no family in the city, barely any friends. The cops, no, what the hell would he even say? My reflection tried to kill me, and it might be wearing my face now. They'd lock him up. Or worse, what if his reflection called them first? What if it was already pretending to be him, filing a report, spinning a different story? A chill raced down his back. He needed someone who would believe him. His mind drifted back to the forum post, the one he had found before the crash. The person who had written it had never replied again. But what about the people who had commented? There had been once someone who claimed to have survived. His fingers flew across the screen, scrolling frantically through his search history. Please still be here. There. His eyes locked onto the username. Elliot Graves. Almost too blunt. If it smiles at you, it's already too late. Daniel's breath hitched. He clicked the profile, a list of old posts, stories, theories, and then a pinned message. If you're seeing this, you probably need help. Email me. An email address. Daniel's hands shook as he copied it, pasted it into his email app. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. What the hell was he supposed to say? He took a shaky breath, then started typing. Subject: I need help. It's real message. I don't know if you'll see this. I don't even know if you're still alive. But if you are, I need to know what to do. It started with the delay. The smile, now it's moving on its own. It's stepped through, it's out. And I think it's trying to replace me. If you know anything at all, please tell me what to do before it's too late. His thumb hovered over the send button. His entire body TENSED. What if this was a mistake? What if he was leading it to someone else? A sudden wave of nausea rolled through his stomach, but he had no choice. He hit send. Then, gripping the phone like a lifeline, he kept walking. For 22 AMD motel was a bad idea. Daniel stood across the street, staring at the parking lot, his breath coming in uneven gasps. The room he had rented was still there, untouched, dark. But something felt wrong. His fingers twitched at his sides. He knew that if he walked inside, he'd see himself, sleeping in the bed, and it wouldn't be him. His pulse thundered in his ears. He had to be sure, had to know if it was already too late. Slowly, carefully, he made his way toward the window. The blinds were partially open, just a little, just enough. He swallowed, forcing himself to step closer. His reflection wouldn't be here. It had been at the crash. It wasn't possible for it to have made it here, before him, unless it wasn't the one following him. What if he had been following it? Daniel's chest tightened. He reached the window. Don't look. He looked, and his breath stopped. His bed was empty. The room was empty, and yet his reflection was standing in the mirror, looking right at him, waiting. Daniel staggered back. His mind was scrambling for an explanation, but there wasn't one. It was inside, and it had been expecting him. The air left his lungs in a broken gasp. His hands were shaking. It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be able to do this. He had left it behind, hadn't he? A slow, creeping horror coiled around his chest. This was worse than he thought. Much worse. 4:45. Daniel didn't sleep, didn't stop moving. He didn't know where he was going, didn't care. He just needed to be somewhere without mirrors. A church. No. A hospital. Too many reflective surfaces. A parking garage, maybe. His mind whirled, his body ached. And then his phone buzzed. Daniel nearly jumped out of his skin. His hands were clammy as he pulled it from his pocket. Stomach tightening one. New email. From Elliot Graves. His breath hitched. With shaking fingers, he tapped it open. Subject: stay calm. Don't let it see you panic. Message: you need to listen carefully. This thing wearing your face, it's not just a reflection. It's something older, something worse. You let it get too close, and now it's almost done with you. You have to act fast. Daniel's heart hammered. He scrolled down. More text. You need to do 3 things. 1. Don't trust your own reflection anymore. Not in windows, not in mirrors, not in water. If you see it, assume it sees you. 2. It wants you to doubt yourself. The more you hesitate, the stronger it gets. You need to stay ahead of it. Make the next move before it does. 3. Find the original mirror, the one where it started. You need to end this where it began. Daniel's chest tightened. Mirror. His apartment. The realization sent a violent shiver through him. Going back, there was the last thing he wanted to do, but he didn't have a choice, because if he didn't end this now, he wasn't going to be Daniel much longer. Daniel had never felt true terror before, not real terror. Not the kind that seeped into his bones and rewrote the way his body responded to the world. But now, he felt hunted. The cold morning air clung to his skin as he walked, his body aching. From the crash, he hadn't stopped moving, couldn't stop moving, because the moment he stopped it would catch up. The email replayed in his head like a broken record. Find the original mirror, the one where it started. You need to end this where it began. His apartment, the idea made. His stomach clenched. Going back there meant walking into its territory, into the place where it had first started watching him, where it had first smiled. Daniel exhaled shakily, gripping the strap of his bag like it was a lifeline. His phone was in his pocket, still open to the email. He had no choice. If he ran it, he hesitated, would win, and no one would ever know. No one would even remember him. Just the thing wearing his face. 6:23 a.m. City streets were empty. Daniel moved quickly, keeping his head low, avoiding windows, avoiding anything that might reflect. Crawling sensation like being watched through a keyhole, like something unseen was just waiting for him to slip up. The closer he got to his apartment, the stronger it became, like a rope tightening around his ribs, like a whisper in the back of his skull. Come back. His fingers clenched. His footsteps quickened. Keep moving. His reflection wasn't real. Not anymore. 6:45. And Daniel stood outside his apartment building. The morning light was gray and weak, washing the world in a dull, lifeless haze. His stomach twisted. From here, everything looked normal. The brick building, the entrance, the same old security keypad. Like nothing had changed. Like his entire world hadn't just ripped itself apart. Daniel swallowed hard. Every instinct screamed at him. To turn around, to run, to leave this place behind and never come back. But he couldn't, if he didn't end this now. He never would. His hands were shaking as he punched in the code. Beep, beep, beep. The lock clicked. Open the door swung inward. He stepped inside. 6:47 a.m. The hallway was quiet. The kind of quiet that felt wrong. Like something was listening. Daniel forced his feet forward. His breathing was shallow. Each step like walking through wet cement. His door was still there. Apartment for B. The brass numbers glinted in the dim light. Nothing was broken. Nothing moved out of place. He reached into his pocket. Much, but it was something. His other hand trembled as he pulled out his key. He hesitated. Then he pushed it into the lock. Click. The door swung open. Daniel stepped inside, and his breath stopped. 6:48 His apartment was wrong. Not messy, not broken, just wrong. The air was too still, too heavy, like a place long abandoned. The kitchen table was bare. The lights were dimmer than they should have been. The TV was off, but the screen was faintly glowing, like it had just been used. Daniel's stomach tightened. His own jacket was draped over the couch. His own shoes were by the door, like someone had been living here, like someone had never left. A cold prickle crawled up his spine. His eyes flicked toward the bathroom door. It was open, just a crack, enough to see the mirror inside, waiting 6:50. Daniel swallowed hard. His limbs felt heavy, but he forced himself forward. One step, then another. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. He reached the door. His fingers hovered over the handle. A thin sheen of sweat slicked his skin. Slowly dash, asterisk, asterisk. So slowly, asterisk, asterisk. He pushed it open, and he saw himself standing in the mirror, watching, waiting. 6:51. Am's reflection wasn't moving. Not yet. Not smiling. Not speaking. Just watching. Daniel's pulse raced. He knew what he had to do. The email. Find the original mirror. End this where it began. Destroy it. That was the only way. His grip tightened around the knife. One quick smash, and this would be over. He stepped forward, and then his reflection blinked. First, before he did, Daniel's stomach dropped. His fingers loosened. The knife clattered to the floor because he realized he wasn't holding anything in the reflection. 6:52 a.m. The world tilted. A deep, sickening horror curled in his gut. His reflection wasn't holding the knife because it didn't need to, because it wasn't the reflection anymore. He was 6:53 a.m. Horrible, suffocating silence filled the room. Daniel's breath shook, his vision blurred, his limbs locked in place. The thing in the mirror, the thing wearing his face, tilted its head, and then it smiled, a slow, deliberate smile. I told you. The voice slithered through the air, soft and mocking. You should have let me out. Daniel's chest tightened. His own face smirked at him. But it wasn't his anymore. It belonged to the other, the real one, the one on the outside. His knees buckled. A choked breath escaped him. The reflection lifted its hand, waved, then it turned away and walked out of the bathroom, out of his sight, out into the world, into his life. And Daniel was trapped. 6:55 and Daniel slammed his hands against the mirror. No, 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 sighed no, no. His palms pressed against the cold glass. His breath fogged up the surface. He saw himself, his real self, staring back from the wrong side, from inside the mirror. No, come back. You can't. The thing in his body, asterisk. The one who had one asterisk, asterisk, didn't answer, didn't even look back. Daniel's throat locked. His stomach turned to ice because he realized no one would ever know, no one would ever know that. The thing walking in his body wasn't him, no. One would ever question it because it was perfect, perfectly him, and he was gone, trapped in the reflection. Forever. Daniel's screams tore through the apartment. His fists slammed against the glass, each impact sending dull, aching tremors through his bones. Let me out. Nothing. The world beyond the mirror didn't shift, didn't react. His apartment, the real apartment, stayed perfectly still. His body walked, away without a second glance. He saw the faint flicker of movement beyond the bathroom door as the thing, wearing his skin, stepped into the living room, adjusting his jacket, running, a hand through his hair, testing it. You can't do this. His voice hit the glass and died there. There was no echo. No real sound. His words didn't pass through to the other side. They stayed trapped inside the cold, two-dimensional prison he was now locked in. The realization slammed into him all at once. He was inside the mirror, not just looking into it, inside it. A breath hitched in his throat. His heart pounded. His vision blurred. No. No. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real, and yet his reflection was gone. The one thing he had always been able to trust, his own mirrored self. The thing that had always moved with him, blinked with him, existed with him, was gone, and in its place there was only him, but he wasn't out there anymore. He was here, trapped, alone. And the thing that had stolen his life, his face, his body, his voice, was out there living it, and no one would ever know. 6:57 Daniel's breaths came in short, shallow bursts. His fingers trembled against the cold. glassy surface of the mirror. His chest ached with panic. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. He lifted a hand. The mirror mimicked him, but not like before. Not like a normal reflection. There was no mirroring. It was just him, his real self, in the mirror. Daniel's body felt weightless, disconnected, as if the very laws of physics had abandoned him. There was no floor beneath him, just a strange, empty depth, like he was standing inside a flat world, a world that only existed when someone looked into it. His stomach turned. He pressed his hand against the glass again, harder this time. Nothing. No give, no pushback. The mirror was solid, unbreakable, unbreakable. A prison. A sound built in his throat low, desperate, feral. He slammed his fists against the glass again, again. Let me out. Let me out, you son of a... And then the apartment door clicked. Daniel froze. The bathroom mirror gave him a clear view of the hallway behind him, and through it. He watched as his stolen body walked to the front door. Casual, relaxed, like nothing. Was wrong like it belonged. Daniel's pulse spiked. The door swung open. A delivery man stood there, holding a small package. "Morning," the man said. And then his stolen body smiled. "Morning." Daniel's breath hitched. His voice, the thing was using his voice perfectly. It took the package, nodded politely, and shut the door without hesitation. Then, as if sensing Daniel's horror, it turned its head slowly toward the mirror, toward him, and it smirked. Daniel's blood went cold. "No," he screamed, throwing his weight against the glass. Asterisk. "Stop. That's not you. That's not..." His stolen body lifted a single finger to its lips, a shushing motion. Then it turned away, and Daniel couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. 7:10 a.m. panic. Pure, undiluted panic. Daniel paced inside the mirror, his movements frantic and jittery. He had tried everything. Punching the glass, kicking it, throwing himself against it. Nothing. The mirror didn't break, didn't even ripple. The walls around him were endless cold, reflecting only what was on the other side. Like a window, except he wasn't the one looking in. He was the one trapped inside. His breath shook. He looked down at his hands, his real hands. They looked normal. He wasn't some distorted, fake reflection. He was still him. But that didn't matter, because he was stuck. And the imposter, the thing wearing his skin, was out there right now, living his life. His jaw clenched, his pulse roared in his ears. He had to get out. There had to be a way. There was always a way, but what? His mind raced, trying to piece together anything from the last few days that might help. The email, the mirror, the way it had broken, and then fixed itself. That was it. It wasn't just a one-way door. It could be shattered. It could be reopened. His stomach twisted with both hope and fear. If he could break it from the inside, could he get out? His eyes darted around. Nothing to use, nothing in here but himself. But in the reflection out there, he could see his own belongings. A chair, a lamp, a kitchen knife. Daniel Tennis. He had no way to interact with any of it, but the other one did. The thing out there could touch them, move them, break things. If he could trick it into smashing the mirror itself, then maybe he could escape. Daniel swallowed hard. His hands clenched into fists. He stepped back, stood, perfectly still, and waited, watching, hoping, because if this didn't work, if he couldn't get out, then he was going to be stuck in here forever, watching someone else live his life. And the worst part, no one would ever know the difference. Daniel stood motionless inside the mirror. His breath was slow, controlled, his heart pounding hard enough to shake his ribs. He couldn't move. Not yet. Not until he was sure. If the thing wearing his face knew he was still watching, it would be more careful, and he needed it to let its guard down. He needed it to think it had already won, because that was the only way to get out. 7:12. Am's imposter was in the kitchen now. Daniel watched through the mirror's perfect, cruel window. It moved like him, spoke like him, even breathed like him. But he could see it. See the way it moved too smoothly. See the way it never hesitated. The way it wasn't quite human. The imposter opened the fridge, pulled out a carton of orange juice, poured a glass normal. So normal-like. It had been here forever. Daniel's stomach churned. It was settling in, making itself comfortable. It didn't even look at the mirror anymore, like it had already forgotten about him, like he didn't even exist. A slow, sickening dread coiled in Daniel's chest. If it never looked at the mirror again, if it never interacted with it, he might be stuck here forever. No, no. I have to make it break the mirror. That was his only chance. He couldn't move things from inside here, but he could still be seen, still be heard. His mind raced. What could he do? How could he make it think the mirror was still active, that it wasn't safe? And then a thought slithered into his brain. Something dangerous, something desperate, something that might be the only way. His fingers twitched. He took a slow, shaky breath, and he pressed his finger against the glass. At first, nothing happened. Then dash a faint, foggy smudge appeared where his fingertip had touched the surface. Daniel's pulse spiked. It worked. He could still leave marks. His breath quickened, his mind racing. This was his only way out. He had to use it carefully. He swallowed hard. Then, with slow, deliberate movements, he began to write 7 to 16 AMD. Imposter set down the juice. Its movements were so human, Daniel's movements. It wiped its mouth with the back of its hand, stretched its arms, then froze. Its eyes locked onto the bathroom mirror. Daniel's heart nearly stopped. The words were faint, appearing slowly, written from the other side of the glass. I see you. The imposter's body went rigid. It stared then. Slowly, it tilted its head. Daniel felt a sharp, violent prickle of fear. It wasn't reacting the way he had expected. It didn't flinch. It didn't hesitate. It just watched like a predator, seeing something unexpected but not frightening. Daniel held his breath. The imposter took a step closer then. Another. The bathroom light flickered. The air in the apartment shifted heavy. Wrong, and then the imposter spoke. You're still here. Daniel's blood went cold. It was talking to him. Not just at him. To him, it knew. It knew. Its lips curled into that slow, unnatural smile. I wondered how long it would take you to figure it out. Daniel's stomach twisted. It wasn't surprised it had been expecting this. It had been waiting. His hands shook. The imposter stepped closer to the mirror. It reached out, pressing its palm against the glass, the same way Daniel had before. All of this started. His own handprint stared back at him, mocking. Daniel's breathing quickened. It leaned in, its breath fogging against the surface. This is how it starts, Daniel. His throat tightened. You push against the mirror. You think you're in control, but you never were. A sickening shiver crawled through Daniel's spine. The imposter's hand pressed harder. The glass groaned. For a split second, just a second, Daniel thought it was about to push him further in, and then it stepped back. Its lips curled. Let's see how long you last. Then, without another word, it turned away and walked out of the bathroom. Daniel's chest tightened. No, come back. He slammed his fists against the glass, but the imposter didn't turn around. It just kept walking out, into the apartment. 7:20 am. Daniel's panic exploded. His hands clawed at the mirror, his breath shaking. Come back. Don't you dare leave me here. But it was gone. He was alone again. His chest heaved, his vision blurring with rage and fear. His whole body shook. Then a faint, almost imperceptible drip. Daniel froze. Another drip. Then another. A slow, thick sound. His stomach turned. He looked down, and his breath caught blood. A single red drop had appeared on the surface of the mirror. Then another, and another, slowly seeping through from the other side. Daniel's pulse roared. The blood began to spread, dripping down the mirror in thin, jagged streaks, forming words, new words, words that he hadn't written. Let me out. Daniel's skin prickled. The air in the mirror thickened. Something else was in here. Something older. Something worse. His throat locked. His heart hammered. His own. Words stared back at him, but they weren't his anymore. They belonged to something else. Something that had been trapped longer than him. And now it had noticed him. The words bled down the mirror. Let me out. Daniel's breath stalled in his throat. His fingers twitched against the glass. The words weren't his. He hadn't written them. Something else had. Something inside. The mirror with him. A deep, suffocating dread curled around his lungs. His reflection was gone. The imposter had won, but now he wasn't alone. 7:21 a.m. A sound. Faint, distant, like something moving through water. Daniel's pulse spiked. The air around him thickened, like the mirror wasn't just glass anymore, like it was something deeper, something alive. He turned slowly the mirrored world. Around him was still empty, nothing but reflections. Reflections of the apartment tech set. He wasn't in them. He was just here, somewhere else. But the sound came again, a slow, wet shift, like something moving through liquid glass. Daniel's fingers curled into fists. He took a slow step back, his pulse hammering. Something was in here. Something had always been in here. He just hadn't noticed it until now. His throat was dry, his breath shallow, and then a whisper, low, thin, not quite a voice. You've finally seen it, haven't you? Daniel froze. The words didn't come from his own mouth, didn't come from the outside world, either. They came from inside the mirror, somewhere behind him, somewhere deep inside this twisted, silent prison. His skin prickled. He turned slowly, carefully, and for the first time he saw it. The thing inside the mirror with him. At first, it wasn't visible, just a distortion, a vague, warping ripple in the reflective surface, like a smudge on glass that moved when he blinked. Then it shifted, and suddenly, it wasn't a smudge anymore. It was a shape. Daniel's stomach twisted violently. The shape was human, but not it. Had a face, a hollow, almost familiar face. But its features were wrong. Its eyes were too dark. Its mouth was too wide. Its body stretched in impossible ways, like it was made of the mirror itself. Daniel's pulse roared. He stumbled back, and the thing smiled. Finally, the voice slithered through the air like oil. Daniel's stomach churned. I've been waiting for someone to see me. His jaw clenched. Who are you? He rasped. The thing tilted its head. Its neck bent too far. I don't have a name anymore. Daniel's fingers trembled. The thing took a slow step forward. Its body rippled like liquid glass. But I was just like you, once. Daniel's chest tightened. Trapped. The thing's mouth twitched. Its eyes darkened. No, replaced. Daniel's breath stalled. A slow, sickening realization crept through his skull. This thing wasn't just some lost soul. It had once been a person, and now it was this, a shadow, a distortion, a forgotten, erased existence. You've been in here this whole time. The thing's mouth twisted into a grin. For a very, very long time. Daniel's hands shook, his stomach coiled. He wasn't the first. He wasn't the only one. This had happened before, more than once, maybe hundreds of times, and no one had ever known. The thing's head tilted further. You think you can get out? It whispered. Daniel's pulse spiked, because the way it said it, the way its lips curled, it already knew the answer. 7:25 m. Daniel's breath shook. He took another step back, his skin crawling. He had to get out. He had to find a way. The thing watched him. Its body glitched, warping slightly, like its entire form was being re-rendered every second. You don't belong here yet. Don't plan on staying. The thing's grin stretched. Neither did I. His stomach turned. The words hung in the air, heavy, unsettling. Then the thing's eyes darkened. But you won't be alone for long. Daniel's pulse spiked. His skin prickled. What do you mean? The thing smirked. It raised one warped hand and pointed. Daniel's head snapped toward the glass, the other side, and his blood went cold. 7:26 a.m. His stolen body was at work. Daniel's breath hitched. The reflection was sitting at his desk, typing, drinking coffee, perfectly blending in, living. His life, no one noticed, no one hesitated. They all spoke to it like it was him, like it had always been there. Daniel's vision blurred. A deep, overwhelming horror twisted inside him. It was erasing him. It was replacing him. And no one even knew. His heart slammed against his ribs. No, no, no. He hit the glass hard. The thing behind him chuckled. You still don't get it. Daniel's pulse thundered. His fingers shook. The thing leaned closer, whispering, You're already starting to fade. Daniel's stomach dropped. He looked down and his hands were flickering. For the first time, he wasn't solid. His fingers blurred like a dying signal, like his very existence was being erased. His heart stopped. No, no. He grasped his arms, his chest, his face fading. He was fading. The other one was settling in, taking over, and he was being forgotten. His pulse exploded. His breath came in frantic, shallow gasps. He slammed his fists into the glass. Stop. I'm still here. The world didn't listen. The mirror didn't bend, didn't break. And outside, his stolen body kept on living, kept on existing, while Daniel began to disappear forever. Daniel was fading, not metaphorically, literally. His hands flickered like a dying signal, his skin blurring at the edges, shifting between solid and transparent. He could still feel himself, still breathe, still move. But something was wrong. Something was pulling him apart, unraveling him like a thread coming loose from fabric. His pulse was erratic, his breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps. No, no, no. His hands clawed at his chest, at his face, at his own body, as if he could somehow keep himself from slipping away. It didn't work. The fading was getting worse, like something was siphoning him out of existence, and outside his stolen body kept on living without him. 7:27 a.m. The thing inside the mirror with him laughed softly. Daniel whirled to face it, his breath still uneven, his vision blurring at the edges. The thing's distorted grin stretched wider. It's happening faster now. Daniel's stomach turned violently. His jaw clenched. What the hell is happening to me? The thing took a slow, dripping step forward. Its body rippled like liquid glass, shifting too loosely within its humanoid form. You're vanishing, Daniel. Daniel's pulse spiked. His whole body tensed. The thing's smile never wavered. For now, Daniel's throat locked. A deep, overwhelming panic churned in his chest. The thing tilted its head. The longer it walks in your body, the more real it becomes. Daniel's breath hitched. The more real it becomes, he repeated, a creeping, sickening horror curling around his ribs. The thing nodded, its pitch-black eyes glinting. And the less real you are. Daniel's stomach dropped. That was why he was fading. The imposter wasn't just replacing him. It was rewriting him, erasing him. And it was almost done. 7:30 a.m. Daniel turned back to the glass, his fists clenching. The imposter was still at work, still sitting at his desk, still smiling, still playing his part perfectly. His co-workers walked past it like nothing was wrong, like it wasn't a monster wearing his face. His pulse thundered. They don't even know, he whispered, his voice shaking. The thing behind him chuckled. They never do. Daniel's hands trembled. How do I stop this? The thing grinned. You don't. Daniel whipped around. His breath came in short, furious bursts. No, there has to be a way. The thing's smile flickered maybe. Daniel's chest tightened. Tell me. The thing didn't speak. It just watched, its expression unreadable, like it was deciding something. Daniel's heartbeat hammered. Tell me how to stop it. The thing's grin twitched. Break the mirror. Daniel's breath caught. Break the mirror. That was what Elliot Graves' email had said. Find the original mirror. End it where it began. His apartment mirror. His first mirror. If he could break it, would that free him? Would it force the imposter out? Daniel's fingers tightened into fists. It was the only chance he had. He turned back to the glass. His own transparent face stared back at him. His pulse was a wild, erratic drumbeat. How do I break it from in here? The thing behind him was silent. Too long then. You don't. Daniel's stomach dropped, his body locked up. The thing smiled wider. You make it break itself. 7:35 a.m. The mirror had cracked once before. Daniel had seen it the moment he had fought back, the moment he had refused to obey. He had caused a glitch, a flaw in the copy, and that had weakened the mirror. That was his answer, the only way out. His pulse roared. His breath came hard and fast. If he could just destabilize the imposter, make it second guess itself, make it lose control maybe, it would break the mirror for him. He didn't know if it would work, didn't know if it had ever worked before. But he had to try, because if he didn't, he was gone. His hands curled into shaking fists, his entire body tensed, and then he stepped forward and pressed his palm against the glass. 7:40 a.m. at work. The imposter froze. It had been typing. It had been laughing at some joke, drinking coffee, blending in seamlessly. But now it stopped because something was wrong. It could feel it, creeping doubt in its chest. Something was watching. Something was pressing back. It turned toward the office bathroom. The mirror inside was fogging up, slowly, deliberately, and in the mister. Single phrase appeared, not you. The imposter's jaw locked. Its hands tensed. The temperature in the room dropped. A low, deep whisper brushed against the edge of its mind.
It's slipping.
The imposter's throat tightened. The whisper wasn't from Daniel. It wasn't from inside the mirror. It was from every mirror, from every reflection, like something inside. The glass was turning against it. Its pulse quickened. Its hands trembled, just barely. The copy was flawed. The illusion was cracking. And then the whispers turned into a laugh. Soft, mocking, and so familiar, because it wasn't Daniel laughing, it was the mirror, and for the first time, the imposter felt fear. 7:42 a.m. Inside the mirror, Daniel grinned. It was working. He could feel it. The imposter was losing control. It had been so sure of itself, so certain, but now it was slipping. The cracks were spreading. Daniel pressed harder against the glass. The words bled down the foggy. Mirror, not you, never you. The imposter's breath hitched. It staggered backward, just a fraction, but it was enough. Daniel could see the doubt creeping in, see it questioning, see it fraying at the edges. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't real. And now it knew it. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. Come on, he whispered, voice shaking. Break, you bastard. The imposter's fists tightened, and then it reached for the mirror, its hands. Shaking, Daniel's chest clenched. Do it. The imposter's fingers curled against the glass, and then crack, a single, splintering crack in the surface. The mirror shuddered. The world tilted. Daniel sucked in a breath, and then everything collapsed. The crack in the mirror spread, a thin, jagged fracture, splitting across the glass like a wound. Daniel felt it, felt the pressure in the air shift, felt the weight of reality tilting like the world had. Just noticed something was wrong. His pulse roared in his ears. His breath came in short, shallow gasps. This was it. The mirror was breaking. And if he was going to get out, 7:43 a.m. The imposter staggered backward. Its hands trembled. The crack in the glass stared back at it, like a thin, black vein spreading slowly, relentlessly, reaching it wasn't supposed to break. That wasn't how this worked. It had taken Daniel's life perfectly. Perfectly? No. One had noticed, no one had questioned. So why was the mirror still fighting? The imposter's fingers twitched. A sick, heavy unease settled in its chest. Something was watching. Something was laughing. It turned its head slowly, carefully, and in every reflective surface it saw Daniel not fading, not weak, grinning. Daniel was winning. The imposter's throat locked. For the first time, it felt something it had never felt before. Fear, 7:4 a.m. inside the mirror. Daniel felt the shift. The imposter was hesitating, doubting, just like the glass. It had spent so much time being perfect, blending, pretending, and now, for the first time, it was uncertain. That was all Daniel needed. His hands pressed harder against the glass. That's right, you son of a bitch. You're slipping. The crack spread further, a slow, creeping fracture across the surface of reality. The mirror shuddered. A sharp, high-pitched whine filled the air, like glass under too much pressure. Daniel's chest tightened. Come on, just a little more. The imposter's fists curled. Its eyes darkened. Daniel saw the anger boiling inside it, saw it snapping, and then, with a deep, furious growl, the imposter punched the mirror. 7:45 a.m. Everything shattered. A high, sharp crack split the air, and then the mirror exploded. Glass rained down, a violent, cascading storm of fractured reflections. The world tilted, reality buckled, and Daniel felt himself falling. A moment between worlds there was no up, no down, only a vast, shifting void. Daniel felt himself pulled through it, falling or rising, or something. In between, the shattered fragments of the mirror floated around him. Each shard held a different version of himself, some of them fading, some of them watching, some of them screaming. Daniel's breath hitched. He reached for something, anything, to hold on to, but there was nothing, just the infinite. Endless void of the mirror, and then a hand grabbed his wrist. 7:46 a.m. A body hit the floor hard. Daniel gasped, his chest heaving, his lungs drinking in air like he had been drowning. The world snapped back into focus. Light, sound, gravity, reality. He was out. He was out. His fingers dug into the carpet, his vision spinning. His limbs ached. His skin was solid again. His body was real, a deep, raw, shaking relief flooded through him. He had done it. He had done noise, twisted, because he wasn't alone. His head snapped up, and his breath caught, because on the other side of the shattered mirror, something else had fallen through. 7:47 a.m. The imposter lay crumpled on the floor, its body twitching, its hands clawing weakly at the ground. Daniel's pulse spiked. He staggered to his feet. Legs shaking, it should have been gone. It should have disappeared. The reflection wasn't supposed to survive, but it had. Daniel's chest tightened, his entire body. Tenet, the imposter, groaned, then dashed slowly, painfully, lifted its head, and Daniel's blood went cold. 7:48 a.m. The imposter's face wasn't perfect anymore. Its features were wrong, blurring, warping. Its skin twitched and distorted, like something that had been trapped too long in the wrong shape. Its eyes weren't human, just empty. Black voids that stretched too far, and yet it still had his voice. It rasped. Daniel stepped back, his heart hammering. The imposter staggered to its feet, its body glitching, flickering between forms. This isn't over. Daniel's pulse roared. His hands curled into fists. Yes, he growled. It is the imposter, snarled, and lunged. 7:49 a.m. Daniel moved first. His body reacted on pure survival instinct. His hand shot out, grabbed a shard of the broken mirror. The imposter's hands closed around his throat, but before it could squeeze, Daniel plunged the glass into its chest. Crunching sound, the imposter froze. Its fingers loosened, its body jerked violently, then convulsed. A strange, warping ripple spread through it, like something coming undone. Daniel ripped the glass free. The imposter staggered, its face cracked. Entire body cracked, fracturing, breaking apart, turning into pieces, just like the mirror. Daniel stumbled back, panting. The imposter let out a single low whisper. "You don't deserve to be real." And then it shattered into 1,000 tiny, empty pieces. 7:50 a.m. Silence. Deep. Absolute. Daniel stood there, chest heaving, his hands shaking, his whole body aching. It was gone. For real this time. He was back. He was alive. And he was real. The mirror was destroyed. The imposter was gone, and yet somewhere deep inside him a small, nagging voice still whispered, "Are you sure?" Daniel's breath shook. His hands curled into fists. The mirror was gone. The imposter was gone. And yet Daniel couldn't breathe. His chest heaved. His pulse thundered. And his limbs shook violently. But he was still here, in his apartment, in his body, alive, real. The glass lay shattered around him. Thousands of tiny fragments glittering in the dim light. A jagged grave for something that should never have existed. Daniel stumbled backward, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. It was over. It had to be over, didn't it? 7:51 a.m. The room felt wrong. Not just the wreckage, not just the lingering dread. Something else, something deep inside him. Daniel's hands twitched, his vision blurred at the edges. A strange, hazy film creeping into his peripherals, like the world was off by half a second, like everything around him was just slightly misaligned. His fingers dug into his arms. Come on, get a grip. But something was wrong. He could feel it, like his body wasn't sitting right in reality, like he was still being watched. Daniel's stomach twisted violently. He needed to get out of here. 7:53 a.m. He staggered to the door, still shaking. His apartment felt like a coffin, like the walls were closing in, like if he stayed here, he'd wake up and still be in the mirror. His fingers fumbled with the lock, then, click, the door swung open and Daniel stepped outside. The air was cold, the hallway was still, empty, but something felt different, off-like. The world had shifted while he was gone. He took a slow breath, then another. Then his neighbor's door opened. Daniel flinched. A woman stepped out. His neighbor Emma. They had barely spoken before. She was in her early 30s, worked odd hours, kept to herself. And yet the second her eyes landed on him, her face lit up. Daniel. Daniel's pulse stumbled. Emma never greeted him like that. Hell, she barely acknowledged him. "You're back." I was worried. His throat tightened. "Worried," he echoed. Emma nodded, a flicker of concern crossing her face. "You were acting weird, like you weren't really yourself the last few days." Daniel's stomach dropped, his breath hitched. I wasn't here," he stammered. Emma's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Daniel's mouth dried. He couldn't tell her. She wouldn't believe him. Hell, he barely believed himself. Emma's lips pressed into a thin line. She hesitated. Then, "Well, I'm glad you're okay now." Daniel forced a smile. Nodded. "And then, by the way," Emma added, "I meant to ask you." Daniel's skin prickled. Emma tilted her head. "Who was that guy I saw in your apartment last night?" Daniel's chest locked. A slow, suffocating dread curled in his stomach. "What?" Emma frowned. "I saw someone in your apartment late last night. Tall, dark hair, looked like you, but I don't know. He wasn't acting like you." Daniel's breath hitched. What time did you see him?" Emma blinked. "Maybe 2, 3 a.m. Daniel's hands clenched. That wasn't possible. At 2 a.m., he had still been in the mirror. His imposter had still been inside him. So, if Emma had seen someone in his apartment then, who the hell had she seen? A violent, sickening chill ran through his bones. He forced himself to breathe, forced himself to stay calm. Must have been a shadow, he muttered, or a trick of the light. Emma hesitated, then nodded, but not convincingly. Yeah, maybe. She glanced toward his apartment, then back at him. Well, take care of yourself, Daniel, and lock your door. Daniel swallowed hard. Yeah. Emma gave him one last look, then stepped inside her own apartment, the door clicking shut behind her. Daniel's fingers trembled. He turned, looked at his own apartment door, and for the first time, he felt something he hadn't expected. Something worse than fear. Uncertainty. Was he alone in there? Or was something else still inside, waiting? 7:58 a.m. Daniel didn't go back inside. Not yet. He needed time. Time to think. Time to think. Time to breathe. He stepped out of the building, into the dull, gray morning light. The streets were quiet, but something still felt wrong. Daniel's hands clenched into fists. Maybe it was paranoia. Maybe it was leftover fear. Maybe it was just his brain, trying to adjust to being back. But as he walked past a storefront, as he passed the wide glass window, his body froze, because in his reflection, his own face wasn't moving. Daniel's breath caught. His pulse skipped. He blinked. His reflection did. Not a violent shockwave of terror ripped through his chest. Then it smiled, a slow, deliberate smile. And just like that, Daniel knew he wasn't out. Not really. Something was still wrong. And whatever had been inside, the Murat wasn't finished with him yet. Daniel's breath hitched. His reflection was smiling at him, not with him, at him. A slow, knowing, deliberate smile. His chest locked up, his fingers trembling at his sides. His pulse thundered so violently he swore the pavement beneath him shook. This wasn't happening. It was over. The mirror was broken. The imposter was gone. So why was his reflection still wrong? A sick, violent dread curled in his stomach. This wasn't over. Not even close. 7:59 a.m. Daniel stood frozen in front of the glass storefront, unable to move, unable to breathe. His reflection held its smile for a moment longer, too long before, finally shifting back into a neutral expression, and then it moved first. Not as a reflection, not mirroring him. It acted on its own. Daniel's stomach dropped, his hands twitched at his sides, but he didn't move. Reflection lifted one hand, pressed its palm to the glass, like it was trying to reach through. Daniel's skin crawled. A deep, primal wrongness flooded his system, every inch of him screaming to run, but he couldn't, because he knew if he turned his back on it, it might not be in the glass anymore when he looked again. He swallowed hard, his throat aching. Slowly dash, asterisk, asterisk, so slowly, asterisk, asterisk. He raised his own hand, mimicked the motion, pressed his palm against the glass. The reflection's lips twitched. Not a smile. Something else then, in a voice identical to his own. You thought you won. Daniel's pulse roared. His breath shattered. The voice had come from inside the glass, from inside the mirror, from somewhere that should not exist anymore. No, Daniel rasped. No, this isn't real. The reflection's grin widened. Are you sure? Daniel's stomach twisted, because he wasn't. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. He had gotten out. He had fought his way back into his body. Hadn't he? The mirror had shattered, hadn't it? His hands curled into trembling fists. I don't believe you, he whispered. The reflection's eyes darkened. The glass beneath his hand shuddered. The air around him shifted, just slightly, like the entire world was breathing in. And then the reflection spoke again. Then why do you still feel like you're fading? Daniel's breath stalled. His chest tightened. And that's when he felt it. The slow, creeping sensation of something being pulled away. His fingers tingled, his vision blurred, not from fear, from something else, something unnatural, like reality itself was coming apart at the seams, like he wasn't completely real. His stomach turned violently. No, 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 this wasn't happening. He was real. He wrenched his hand away from the glass, staggering back, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "What the hell did you do to me?" The reflection's smile never wavered. "I didn't do anything, Daniel. You did this to yourself." Daniel's body locked up. A slow, suffocating realization curled in his gut. The imposter, the fight, the shattered mirror. Had he really gotten out? A violent chill ran through his bones. No, he had one. He was here in his body, in his world, wasn't he? His head spun. "No," he whispered, "you're lying." The reflection pressed its hand against the glass, again leaning forward, almost amused. "Then why do you still see me?" Daniel's chest ached. His vision wavered. He had to go now. He turned asterisk, too fast. Too hard, asterisk, and nearly stumbled. The world lurched beneath his feet. The sidewalk feeling too far away, like he was standing on something else. Something thin, something fragile, like glass. 8:01 a.m. Daniel barely remembered running. 1 second he was outside, the next he was back in his apartment, the door slamming shut behind him. His breath came in ragged, uneven gasps. His entire body shook. What was happening to him? What the hell was happening to him? His hands clenched at his sides. His reflection had spoken to him. Not as a trick of the mind, not as some lingering hallucination. It had spoken, which meant he wasn't out. Or maybe he wasn't alone. A violent shudder racked his frame. He turned toward the bathroom door. The mirror inside was gone, shattered, destroyed, gone. So why did he still feel like he was being watched? His breath hitched, slowly, painfully, slowly. He turned his head, his apartment window, his own reflection. And that's when he saw it. The thing in the glass. The thing that wasn't him. It didn't move this time. Didn't smile. Didn't blink. It just stood there, waiting, like it knew, like it had. Already one, Daniel's stomach twisted. He took a step back, then another. His reflection didn't move. It didn't move. It was wrong. Still two. Still like a trap waiting to be sprung. Then, just as he reached the door, the reflection's head tilted just slightly, and in a voice so soft, so unbearably familiar, it whispered, "You never left." Daniel's body locked up. His pulse stopped. His entire world collapsed inward. And for the first time, for the first horrifying time, he finally understood. He wasn't back. He had never been back. He was still in the mirror. The imposter was still out there, and he was just another reflection, waiting, watching, forever. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The words echoed in his skull, burrowing deep, wrapping around his thoughts like iron chains. "You never left." No, that wasn't true. It couldn't be. He was here in his body, in his world, wasn't he? His fingers twitched at his sides. His pulse thundered, erratic, unstable, threatening to tear him apart. "No," he whispered. "You're lying." His reflection didn't move, didn't blink, didn't mimic him. It just stared. A slow, suffocating dread curled in his stomach. His throat locked up. His feet refused to move. He was afraid to turn away from it, because, deep inside him, he already knew. This wasn't a lie. This was the truth. He had no choice but to face it. 8:02, and Daniel took a shaky step forward. The air around him felt wrong, thicker, heavier. Like the space between himself and the mirror wasn't normal air, like it was something else, something denser, something alive. His breath hitched. His reflection watched him waiting, not copying, not mimicking, just waiting. Daniel clenched his hands into fists. "If I never left," he said, voice shaking. Asterisk, then what the hell am I? The reflection's head tilted slightly. Then, in a voice so soft, so gentle, so unbearably familiar a memory, Daniel's stomach dropped. His breath came sharper, quicker. "What?" The reflection blinked. Slowly, a memory, it repeated. A copy. Throat locked up. A violent shiver tore through him. No, 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 no. He wasn't a copy. He was real. He had escaped, hadn't he? Hadn't he? His mind reeled, spiraling, collapsing in on itself. If what it was saying was true, he had never really left then. That meant he had never won. That meant the thing wearing his skin, walking in his body, smiling with his face, that meant it had been real this entire time. And he was just an afterimage, a lingering ghost of what Daniel once was. A reflection, trapped behind broken glass, forever. His pulse roared. His breath came shaking. "No," he rasped. "N-O. You don't exist anymore, Daniel. You're just an echo. A ghost in the mirror." Daniel staggered backward. His skin felt wrong, thin-like. He was losing shape, and his stomach lurched. His fingers were blurring again, like static, like something not quite real, fading, falling apart. Daniel's vision tilted. The world around him felt unsteady, unraveling, slipping through his fingers like water. His knees buckled, his lungs clenched. He was disappearing, for real this time. The reflection smirked. "And soon you won't even remember you existed." 8:05 a.m. A scream tore from Daniel's throat. Raw, desperate. He lunged at the glass. His fading fingers clawed at the surface, slamming into the mirror with everything he had left. "Let me out." His fists pounded against the reflection. Again. The reflection didn't react, didn't flinch, didn't fight back. It just smiled, like it knew, like it had already won, and Daniel was just delaying the inevitable. The glass rippled beneath his fists, rippled like he was hitting water, like he was already part of it. His breath faltered, his arms weakened, his body glitc. The mirror was swallowing him whole, and for the first terrifying time, he felt himself begin to forget. 8:06 a.m. His name, it was slipping away. His past, his childhood, his memories falling into the cracks, lost in the endless, infinite reflections of the mirror. Daniel gasped, clutching his head. No, I'm real. I'm the reflection's voice cut through the panic, got cold, smooth. Final. Not anymore. And just like that, Daniel stopped screaming, because he was gone somewhere. Later, the apartment was quiet. The shattered mirror had been cleaned up. No one remembered what had happened. No one missed Daniel, because Daniel no longer existed. The imposter, the real one, sat on the couch, scrolling through its phone, sipping a cup of coffee. Perfect, seamless. Real. It had one. The world had accepted it completely. No questions, no doubts, because as far as the world was concerned, Daniel had always been here. The real one, the only one. It smirked to itself, then, as if sensing something. Its eyes flipped to the hallway mirror. It stepped closer, slowly. The reflection in the glass stared back for a long, long moment. It didn't move, didn't blink. Then its head tilted, and from deep inside the mirror, from the infinite, fractured abyss behind the glass, a whisper slithered through. "I remember now." The reflection's smile faltered. The imposter stiffened, and for the first time, it felt something cold creeping up its spine. Fear, because Daniel was still in there, and he was. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3. Daniel woke up in nothingness, At first he thought he was blind. There was no light, no shadow, no sense of direction, just a vast, silent void. His breath hitched. He was alive, wasn't he? His fingers twitched, his pulse hammering violently. Against his ribs, he tried to move, but the air around him felt thick like wading through liquid glass. A deep, unnerving cold settled into his skin. Something was wrong, deeply, horribly wrong. Then a ripple, not a sound, not a shift, a ripple. In reality itself, place unknown. Daniel staggered forward. His feet hit something solid as surface that hadn't been there before. He gasped, blinking rapidly, his eyes adjusting. The world materialized around him. At first, it was shapeless. Shifting then, it settled and Daniel froze. He was in his apartment, or dash, no not. Quite it was. Identical, the same couch, the same kitchen, the same bathroom mirror. But something about it felt wrong, like a stage set, like a copy, like a reflection. His stomach twisted, violently. No, no, no. This wasn't right. He had escaped. The mirror had shattered. He had felt it break. So why was he still here? His hands clawed at his face. His breath came in ragged, uneven bursts. His own reflection was staring at him, not smiling, not moving, just watching, like it was waiting for. Something. Daniel took a step back. The reflection did not. His stomach dropped. His blood ran ice cold, because this wasn't his reflection. It was something else. And then it spoke. "You think you got out?" Daniel's pulse stopped. His heart froze. The thing in the mirror tilted its head, a slow, almost mocking motion. "You don't even know where you are." Daniel's breath hitched, because deep inside him he already knew. He had never escaped. He was still inside the mirror, and now he was truly trapped. Daniel stood frozen, his pulse hammering like a war drum inside his skull. The reflection in the mirror wasn't his. It had spoken, it had moved, it had thought, and it was still watching him. Daniel forced himself to breathe, to think. His entire body felt like it had been dunked into ice water. His skin crawled, his fingers clenched so tightly they ached. But he couldn't look away, because this wasn't just a trick. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't some lingering effect of the imposter. That had stolen his life. He was still inside the mirror, somewhere deep, somewhere wrong. The figure in the glass smirked. "It's sinking in, isn't it?" Daniel's throat tightened. "Where am I?" he whispered. The reflection's grin widened. A flash of 2 white teeth. "You're exactly where you belong." A slow, horrible shiver crawled down Daniel's spine. "That's not an answer," he hissed. The reflection only tilted its head, amused. "No," it said softly. "It isn't." Daniel's hands curled into fists. No, no, he wouldn't do this. He wouldn't stand here like a scared animal while something that looked like him toyed with him. He took a step forward, pressing his hands against the glass. It was cold. The reflection's expression didn't change. "You still think you have choices." Daniel's pulse spiked. He slammed his fists into the mirror. "Let me out." The glass didn't break. It didn't even shake. But something else did. The room around him, a low guttural sound rumbled through the walls, like the entire space was alive. Daniel staggered back. The light overhead flickered violently and suddenly. The apartment wasn't an apartment anymore. The walls warped. The floor shimmered. And just like that, the illusion fell away. Daniel was standing in a hallway, a long, dark, endless hallway, and he wasn't alone. He turned too fast, too panicked. The mirror was gone. His apartment was gone. The air smelled stale, thick, rotting. The walls pulsed faintly, like they were breathing. And in the dim, flickering light, they were their dot figures, dozens of them, lining the hallway, standing completely still. Some pressed against the walls, their heads bowed like broken puppets. Others huddled in corners, whispering things too soft to hear. None of them looked up. None of them moved. but Daniel could feel them, 1,000 invisible eyes locked onto him. A violent chill raced down his spine. What the hell? One of the figures shifted. Daniel flinched. It was close. Too close. He hadn't seen it move, but now it was right beside him. A woman, or what was left of one. Her skin was gray, stretched too thin over sharp bones. Her eyes were black pits, hollow and sunken. Her lips trembled, split and cracked, like she had tried to speak 1,000 times, but had never found her voice. Daniel's throat locked. She leaned forward. "You shouldn't be here." Her voice was a dry, crumbling whisper. Daniel swallowed. Her fingers shot out. Gripping his wrist, her nails dug deep into his skin. Daniel sucked in a sharp breath. Her touch was wrong. Not cold, not warm, just empty, like nothing existed beneath her skin. She trembled violently, her entire frame. Quivering, "You have to leave." Daniel's breath came in ragged, shallow bursts. "I can't." Her black, sunken eyes widened. Then the hallway shuddered. A deep, guttural groan rippled through the air. The woman's grip tightened, and then every single figure turned toward him. Daniel's stomach dropped. The hallway shifted, bending inward, folding in on itself like reality was being rewritten. The whispering voices grew louder, and the figures moved all at once. Daniel ripped his wrist free. He ran. The hallway stretched before him endless, shifting, twisting. The figures moved to not, chasing Dot, just following, like shadows stretching toward him. No footsteps, no breathing, just the weight of 100 empty eyes. Daniel's pulse pounded. He turned a corner. Another. The hallway never ended. He wasn't getting anywhere. His vision blurred. His lungs ached, and then a door. At the very end, different from the rest, black iron, rusted at the edges, and waiting. Daniel didn't think, didn't hesitate. He lunged forward. His fingers closed around the handle, and just as the figures reached for him, he wrenched the door open and fell through. He landed hard. His palms slammed against cold tile, his breath ragged. Uneven. The door behind him shut. The whispers cut off. The hallway was gone. Daniel's heart hammered. He pushed himself up, his entire body trembling. He was in a new room, smaller, darker. A single light bulb flickered above. A chair sat in the center, and in that chair, man or something that used to be a man. His skin was pale, paper thin. His hair was gray, matted. His wrists were bound to the arms of the chair with old, rusted wire, and his eyes, Daniel knew those eyes because they were his own. The man in the chair lifted his head and whispered, "You have no idea what you've done, Daniels." Blood turned to ice, because now he finally understood. The figures in the hallway, they weren't ghosts. They weren't prisoners. They were people like him, people who had once been real, people who had lost their lives to impose. And now, they were nothing more than forgotten ones, just like he would be, unless he got out. Daniel's breath came in short, shallow bursts. The man in the chair, the thing in the chair, was still watching him. Its sunken, hollow eyes were Daniel's eyes. Its face, its jawline, the way the muscles in its cheeks twitched it, was all Daniel, an older, decayed, broken version of him. His pulse slammed against his ribs. This wasn't possible. This wasn't real. "Who are you?" Daniel rasped. The man in the chair didn't blink, didn't flinch, didn't move. Then, in a voice thin as dust, he spoke. "I was you." Daniel's stomach dropped. His fingers twitched. What the hell does that mean? The man gave a slow, unsettling smile. Not a grin, not a smirk. A smile that didn't belong on a human face. "You already know what it means." Daniel's hands curled into fists. Heat wanted to argue, to call it a lie, to say, no, this is a trick. This is a nightmare, but deep inside him, he knew this man, this thing, had once been someone like him, someone who had fought to reclaim their life, someone who had failed. Daniel's stomach twisted. What happened to you? The man in the chair inhaled slowly, then exhaled like the act itself was painful. I tried to fight it. His wrists strained against the rusted wire. The skin around them was torn, shredded down to the bone. I tried to break the cycle. A low, bitter laugh rattled from his chest. And now I'm part of it. Daniel's pulse spiked. Cycle. The man's eyes darkened. The flickering light cast shadows across his face. Do you think you were the first? Daniel's breath hitched. Or the last? The words hit him like a fist. The gut, his mind reeled. This had happened before, over and over again. People like him trapped in the mirror, forgotten, erased. No, Daniel whispered. That's not true. The man's smile widened. Tell me, Daniel, how many times have you looked into a mirror and thought something was off? Daniel's fingers tightened. How many times have you looked away, feeling like it was still watching? The room felt colder. A slow, creeping prickle of dread crawled up Daniel's spine because he had felt it. Everyone had. That momentary unease, that flicker of doubt, that brief, irrational thought that maybe just, maybe, reflection is not really you. His stomach coiled. How long have you been here? He choked out. The man tilted his head. His skin stretched too tightly over his skull. I don't remember. Daniel's breath shook. That doesn't make sense, doesn't it? The man's smile faded. Time doesn't work here, Daniel. It bends, it folds, it rewrites itself. His hollow, sunken eyes locked onto Daniel's. The moment you were trapped here, you stopped existing in the real world. It didn't just take your life, Daniel. It took your history. Daniel's pulse roared. His stomach flipped violently. No, that wasn't true. He had still been there. Emma had recognized him. His co-workers had noticed something was wrong. There had still been pieces of him left behind, hadn't there? Hadn't there? His head spun. His throat felt tight. That's not possible, he whispered. The man in the chair gave him a long, pitying look. Then tell me, Daniel, who was the last person who called you? Daniel's mouth opened. No sound came out. Blood ran cold. His thoughts fumbled, scattered, slipped through his fingers like sand. He had memories, didn't he? He had a life, didn't he? But suddenly, the edges of those memories were fading, like ink being washed away his childhood. Home blurry, his mother's face wrong. Emma, was that even her name? Daniel staggered backward. His breath came in harsh, panicked gasps. The man in the chair's smile vanished. You're already fading. The words were a whisper of finality. Daniel shook his head. No. The man leaned forward. His bones creaked. Yes, Daniel's. Vision wavered. The room around him flickered, like static, like a signal breaking apart. His hands were his hands shaking. No, they were blurring. His fingers glitched, like something not quite real. His own body was losing shape. No, Daniel whispered. No. The man in the chair watched him, a deep, somber expression in his too familiar eyes. I told you, this is a cycle. One of us escapes, the other stays. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. His pulse roared. The walls of the room shuddered, flickering violently. His reflection in the glass behind the man wavered, and then the man in the chair moved. For the first time, he lunged forward. Daniel tried to step back, but the room collapsed. The walls ripped away, and suddenly he was falling. Daniel hit the floor hard. Pain exploded in his ribs. His vision spun, his skull throbbing. He was in a new place now, somewhere ... different. The floor beneath him was smooth, cold, reflective ... glass ... a sea of mirrors stretching infinitely in every direction. And in those mirrors, Daniel saw himself, hundreds, thousands, all staring back at him, and in every single reflection, his eyes were missing. The void stared back at him, and from deep within the glass a voice whispered, "Now you finally see." Daniel screamed. Daniel's scream echoed through the endless glass. It didn't fade, it didn't stop, it just bounced. From one reflection to the next, the sound warped and twisted, layering on top of itself until it became something unrecognizable, something inhuman, and in every single mirror his eyes were missing. Dark, empty pits stared back at him. Not just one reflection, not just a trick of the light, every single version of himself. Thousands of Daniels, all with hollow, vacant eyes, all watching him, all waiting. His pulse slammed against his ribs, his breath hitched. This was wrong. All of this was wrong. No, he whispered. The reflections tilted their heads, every single one of them at the exact same time, like a single entity moving as one. A sick, twisting dread curled in Daniel's stomach. What is this? The mirrors shivered, then they laughed, rattling in Daniel's bones like a wave of static dot. It wasn't natural, it wasn't human. Daniel's body locked up, his lungs clenched. The laughter grew louder, and then the mirrors started to move. It wasn't a shatter, it wasn't a collapse. It was worse. The glass rippled, like water, like a still lake being disturbed by something deep beneath. The surface, Daniel staggered backward. His own reflections shuddered, twitched, their bodies shifted, distorting at the edges, their skin blurring like wet paint. They were melting. Daniel's breath came in sharp, shallow bursts. His chest felt tight, like he was being crushed by the weight of all of them. The voices whispered in the glass. You don't belong here. You were never real. You were just another copy. Daniel's fingers dug into his arms. Stop. The mirrors didn't listen. Their bodies rippled, twisted. CONVULSED. One by one. The reflections started to change. Daniel's pulse spiked violently. Because the Daniels in the glass, they were becoming something else. Their hollow eye sockets widened, their mouths split apart, and then they started crawling out. The first one stepped forward. It didn't emerge from the glass like a normal reflection. It peeled away, like skin detaching from bone. Daniel choked on a breath. The thing was him, but wrong. Its body twitched and spasmed, its movements jerky, unnatural. Its head snapped toward him too fast. Come back. Daniel's chest locked up. Another stepped forward, then another, then another. A tide of distorted Daniels, all with their vacant, blackened eyes, all stepping toward him at once. His breath came in sharp, shallow gasps. His body screamed to run, but the mirrors went on forever. There was nowhere to go. His pulse pounded. He needed an exit, a way out, and then he saw it. The door, it was impossible. It shouldn't exist, but there it was, a door, standing alone in the middle of the infinite mirror world, dark, metallic, rusted at the edges. It pulsed faintly, like it was alive. Daniel's heart slammed into his throat. That door, it wasn't a part of this place. It was different. It didn't shimmer like the glass, didn't reflect, didn't obey the rules of this world, and that meant it might be his way out, his only way out. But the things in the glass were still moving, still coming toward him. Daniel's body locked up. He had seconds, maybe. Less. His feet moved on instinct. He bolted. The mirrors lurched. The reflections twitched violently, their bodies contorting, folding inward on themselves as they reached for him. Daniel ran faster. The ground beneath him felt unsteady, like it could collapse at any second. The door was close, too far, too close. His pulse roared. A hand clawed at his ankle. Daniel kicked out violently. The reflection let out a sharp, inhuman shriek. Daniel didn't stop, didn't slow down. The door was right there. He lunged forward. His fingers closed around the handle. The metal burned cold against his skin, and just as the reflections reached him, he ripped it open. Daniel fell forward the moment his body crossed the threshold. The world behind him imploded. The mirrors collapsed inward, folding, warping, breaking. The reflections screamed, and then silence. Daniel's body hit the ground hard. His vision spun. His ears rang dot, and when he finally opened his eyes, the mirrors were gone. The endless, fractured reality of glass gone. He was in a new place. Somewhere different. Somewhere ... worse. Daniel sucked in a sharp breath, because for the first time since he had fallen into the mirror, he saw something that was not a reflection. Something real, a man, standing in the center of the room, watching him. His back was turned. His posture was unnaturally still, like a statue that could move at any second. Daniel's pulse spiked slowly. The man turned his head. Daniel's breath hitched. The man's face was covered in deep, black scars, like something had tried to erase him. But worst of all, Daniel recognized him. It was the same man he had seen tied to the chair. The same man who had whispered, "You have no idea what you've done." Only now he was standing, and he was smiling. Daniel's chest locked up, and then the man spoke. "You weren't supposed to find this door." Daniel's stomach dropped because deep inside him, he knew he had escaped the mirrors, but he hadn't escaped the prison. He had only found another level, and this time there were no reflections left to save him. Daniel's breath came in short, ragged bursts. His back was still pressed against the cold floor, his limbs trembling from exhaustion, his lungs struggling to keep up with his racing pulse. The mirrors were gone, the reflections were gone, but something inside him whispered he was not safe, not yet, because standing before him, watching him with dark, hollow eyes was the scarred man. Daniel had seen him before, tied to the chair, wrists bound in rusted wire, a prisoner. But now he was standing. Now he was smiling. Daniel's stomach coiled. The air in the room felt thick, heavy. "Wrong, you weren't supposed to find this door." The words slithered through the silence, curling in Daniel's ears like something alive. His fingers twitched, his pulse hammered. "Who the hell are you?" The scarred man's head tilted slightly. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, he moved forward. Daniel pushed himself up, his entire body screaming in protest. He scrambled backward, hands braced against the cold ground, his mind spinning. The scarred man didn't rush, didn't attack. He just walked, like he had all the time in the world. "I have many names," he said. His voice was calm, taught to calm, but none of them matter anymore. His footsteps echoed. "You can call me Jonah." Daniel's breath hitched. There was something off about the way he spoke, like the words weren't his own, like he was repeating them from memory. "What is this place?" Daniel choked out. Jonah stopped. For a long, heavy moment, he just studied Daniel. "Then you're in the space between." Daniel's chest tightened. "Between what?" Jonah's smile widened. "Between what was and what will be." Daniel's throat locked. Jonah took another step forward. The dim light flickered. "And you, Daniel, you are in the middle of a choice." Daniel's pulse spiked. He didn't like the way Jonah said that, didn't like the way the walls seemed to tremble with his words. "A choice," he whispered. Jonah nodded. "Yes, one that has been made before, one that will be made again." Daniel's stomach twisted. He didn't understand, but he knew one thing for certain. He didn't want to be here. 8:14 a.m., or something close to Itchina, gestured toward the room around them. "Tell me, Daniel, what do you see?" Daniel swallowed hard. The room was different from the mirrors. No reflections, no shifting glass, just gray walls, an empty floor, and a door that had disappeared the moment he stepped through it. There was no exit, no way out, just him and Jonah. "I don't see anything," Daniel muttered. Jonah's head tilted. "Exactly." His voice was smooth, unwavering. "This is a place of absence, a place where things go when they are removed." Daniel's chest tightened. "Removed." Jonah nodded. "Tell me, Daniel, do you remember your mother's face?" Daniel's body locked up. His fingers twitched. What? Your mother's face? Jonah repeated. Do you remember it? Daniel opened his mouth. Wrong, blurry, unclear, like something that had been erased. His breath shook. You see it now, don't you? The holes, the missing pieces. Daniel's stomach churned violently, because he knew. Something had taken his memories, had ripped them away, and if he stayed, it would take the rest. No, his voice was raw, shaking. No, I can fix this. Jonah watched him carefully. Then maybe you can. Daniel's breath caught. That's why I'm here, Daniel. To give you a chance. Daniel's pulse pounded. A chance for what? Jonah's expression darkened. A chance to leave. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. How Jonah's eyes gleamed. A deal. Daniel's stomach twisted. He had expected that, but hearing it out loud made it real. What kind of deal? Jonah exhaled slowly. There is only one way to leave this place, Daniel. One rule. That has never changed. He stepped closer. One of us stays. The other gets to go free. Daniel's chest locked up. No. Jonah shrugged. Then you will stay here. You will fade. And someone else will take your place. Daniel's breath came in harsh, panicked gasps. Was the cycle. This was what the man in the chair had told him. One of them had to stay behind. One of them had to be forgotten. Jonah smiled. Think carefully, Daniel, because if you don't make a choice soon, the choice will be made for you. Daniel's hands shook. His skin felt thin, fragile, like it was already breaking apart. Jonah's voice dropped to a whisper. I can already see you disappearing. Daniel staggered backward. No. He had come too far. He had fought too hard. He was not going to fade. How do I know you won't trick me? Jonah chuckled. You don't. But the question is, what do you have to lose? Daniel's pulse roared. He didn't have time. His body was already glitching at the edges. This was his only shot. He had to make a choice. And if Jonah was right, if one of them had to stay, then Daniel knew exactly who it was going to be. His jaw tightened, his hands stopped shaking. And then, for the first time since he had fallen into the mirror, Daniel smiled. You're right, I do have a choice. Jonah's eyes narrowed. Daniel took a step forward and whispered, and I choose me. Daniel's words hung in the air, and I choose me. For the first time since stepping into this nightmare, he wasn't running, wasn't begging for a way out, wasn't playing by anyone else's rules. Jonah's eyes darkened. A slow, creeping smile spread across his scarred face. Interesting. Daniel's pulse pounded. His body still glitched at the edges, flickering between existence and nothingness. The walls around him trembled. The air felt thick, wrong, like the entire space between worlds was watching. Jonah took a step closer. You have no idea what you just did, do you? Daniel clenched his fists. I don't care, Jonah laughed. Low, deep, cold. Oh, Daniel, you should care. And then the world collapsed. Time unknown, place unknown. Daniel's body snapped back into existence. He gasped, his lungs dragging in air like he had been drowning. His vision blurred, his limbs ached. The space around him was wrong. It was shifting 1 second. He was in the endless void with Jonah. The next he was somewhere else, somewhere familiar. His apartment. Daniel's breath hitched. He was back. For the first time since the reflection took his place. Since the mirror swallowed him whole, he was back. His knees hit the floor, his palms pressed against solid wood. His heart slammed against his ribs. This was real. It was real. A sharp, painful laugh tore from his chest. I did it. His voice was raw, shaking. His fingers curled into fists. Against the floor, I fucking did. Then something moved. A slow, dragging shift of fabric against skin. Daniel's breath stopped. His eyes snapped up, and his stomach dropped. Someone was standing in the doorway, watching him. The imposter, 816 Ampher. A long, frozen moment. Neither of them moved. Daniel on the floor, the reflection in his body standing by the doorway. His own face, his own eyes, but not him. Daniel's pulse thundered, the imposter's head tilted. Not confused, not afraid, just curious. It studied him with a strange, unreadable expression. Then that's not possible. Daniel's skin crawled. The imposter's voice was perfectly his. No distortion, no delay. But now Daniel could hear it. Something off, something wrong. Hollow emptiness beneath the words. Daniel pushed himself up. His legs trembled, but he didn't back down. Didn't look away. Surprise, he said, voice shaking. The imposter's eyes darkened. You shouldn't be here. Daniel grinned. Yeah, well, neither should you. The imposter stiffened. The air in the room shifted, like a breath being held too long. Daniel's fingers twitched. He could feel it. Something was wrong. The imposter wasn't just surprised. It was losing control, the perfect illusion, the seamless act. It was glitching. Small, almost imperceptible twitches in its posture. The way its eyes blinked a second too late. The way its fingers twitched, involuntarily. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. That his presence here was breaking it. He wasn't supposed to be back, and now the reflection didn't know what to do. Daniel stepped forward. What's wrong? The imposter flinched. A small, almost unnoticeable reaction. But Daniel saw it, and for the first time, for the first glorious time, the thing in his body was afraid. 8:18 a.m. The imposter's hands trembled. Not from fear, from something else. Something unseen. The world around them shuddered, the floor beneath them shifted, and Daniel knew the real world was rejecting it. His body couldn't have two versions of him. It was glitching, breaking, and soon only one of them would remain. The imposter's jaw locked. Won't let you take this from me, Daniel grinned. Then you better fight harder. And then the imposter lunged. 8:19 am. Pain exploded in Daniel's ribs. The imposter's hands closed around his throat. Daniel gasped, struggling, twisting violently. The world blurred. Everything crashed inward. The imposter's eyes burned. You don't understand. Its voice was low, seething. I earned this. Daniel's vision darkened. His fingers scratched at its arms, his lungs burning for air. You, he choked. You're not. The imposter's skin twitched. A violent glitch shuddered through its form. Its hands tightened. And then Daniel heard it. A sound too low to be real, too deep, too wrong. A whisper, you were never real. Daniel's pulse stopped. The imposter's face shifted. Something stirred underneath its skin. Something deep, buried, crawling beneath the surface. Daniel's stomach lurched. He kicked out. The imposter stumbled. Back, its entire body, convulsed, like something else was trying to come through. Something bigger, something worse. Daniel gasped for air. His entire body ached. But he could see it now. The imposter wasn't just an imitation. It was a vessel, a shell for something that didn't belong in this world. And now that shell was breaking. Daniel grinned. You feel that? The imposter's face twisted. Shut up. Daniel stepped forward. The world shook. You're not real, the imposter snarled. Daniel smirked. And I think you know it. The imposter screamed. The walls collapsed and the world broke apart. Daniel stood his ground, his breath coming in sharp. Ragged gasps. The imposter asterisk his reflection, his thief. The thing that had stolen his life. Asterisk was breaking. glitching. Its body twitched and convulsed, shifting in ways that weren't possible for human flesh. Something inside it was fighting to get out, and Daniel could see it, the deep, wrong movement beneath the skin, like hands pressing against the inside of a thin plastic sheet, like something was wearing his body as a suit, but it didn't fit anymore. The air around them vibrated. The walls quivered. Flickering between forms his apartment, then the void, then something in between, a space that shouldn't exist, a place between places. Daniel wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at his own twisted duplicate, with something cold and defiant burning in his chest. "You're coming apart," he said, voice rough. The imposter's head snapped up, its jaw twitched, its mouth opened, like it wanted to say something, but the wrong voice came out. A whisper, not its own. Daniel. Daniel froze. His pulse stumbled. That voice, it was familiar. It was his own, but not the one standing in front of him. Not the one inside his body. It came from ... the mirror. 8:20 a.m. Daniel's skin prickled. The imposter was still shaking, still fighting to hold itself together. But its eyes weren't looking at him anymore. They were looking past him, at something else, at something behind him. Daniel's throat locked up, slowly, hesitantly. He turned his head and felt the breath leave his lungs. The bathroom, mirror, it was still there, still standing, still intact. But something was wrong. The glass wasn't reflecting the room, it was ... moving like the surface of a pond, disturbed by an invisible force, like something was breathing beneath it. And within that shifting surface, Daniel saw himself. Not just a reflection, not just a mirrored copy, him. A third version of himself, staring back, watching and smiling. Daniel's chest tightened. What ... the hell? The thing in the mirror raised a single, trembling hand and pressed it against the glass. "Help me." 8:21 a.m. Daniel stumbled backward. His mind reeled. His body felt wrong, out of place, too heavy in his own skin. What was this? Who was this? How many versions of himself were there? He had been trapped in the mirror. Then he had escaped. Hadn't he? A sick, horrible thought crawled into his skull. What if he never really escaped? What if he was just another copy? Daniel's hands shook the imposter. The one standing in front of him was breathing hard, struggling, glitching harder now. "It's not possible," it whispered. Its voice cracked and distorted. "This shouldn't be happening." The figure in the mirror, the third. Daniel tilted its head. Then it smiled. "You think you escaped?" it whispered. Daniel's blood went cold. "You think this is over?" The words slithered through the air like oil, thick and suffocating. Daniel's vision blurred. The imposter staggered back, shaking its head. "No," it hissed. "Nitrogen monoxide. No, this isn't how it works." Daniel's pulse roared. The mirror rippled violently. The figure inside, the other him, pushed its hand against the glass, and then, in a voice that sounded so much like his own, yet wasn't, "Let me out." 8:22 a.m. Daniel froze. His whole body locked up. The whisper sent ice crawling through his veins because the way it spoke, the way it moved, it was exactly how he had begged to escape when he was the one on the other side, when he was the one trapped in the mirror. His stomach twisted. "No," he whispered. "No, I." But he couldn't finish the sentence because the truth was settling. In heavy, crushing, unbearable. He wasn't sure anymore. He wasn't sure if he was the real one. The mirror shuddered. Again, the imposter gasped violently. "Stop," it screamed. Its hands clawed at its face, at its arms, at its own skin, as if trying to keep itself together. The thing in the mirror just watched. Then, in a voice that sounded like Daniel's, but stretched thin, hollow, "I was here first." Daniel's breath hitched. His mind spiraled. The glass began to crack. Thin, splintering fractures spread across its surface, branching out like veins, like spider webs. Daniel's heart pounded. The imposter stumbled back. The mirror groaned. The fractures deepened, and then a single piece of glass fell away, revealing what was underneath. Daniel saw it, and he screamed. 8:23 Anther was no reflection behind the mirror. No Daniel. No room. No walls, just ... A void, a black, endless nothing, deep, cold, hungry, end. Inside that void, something moved, something watched, something that had been waiting. Daniel's knees buckled. His entire body went rigid. The imposter's breath hitched violently. The air grew heavy, like something was pulling them in, like something was calling them back. The figure in the mirror, the third Daniel, just smiled. I told you, you never left. Daniel's pulse exploded. No, the mirror collapsed, the room shattered, and then everything was gone. Darkness, endless, hollow. Suffocating. Daniel was falling, or was he floating? His body twisted through the void, weightless and unmoored, spiraling through a space that shouldn't exist. The mirror was gone, the imposter was gone, but the whispers remained, low, distant murmurs, like voices trapped behind thick glass. Familiar voices, calling his name, Daniel. His chest tightened. He tried to move, but the air around him was thick, like swimming through tar. Something was pulling him deeper, dragging him into the abyss. No. He had fought too hard to escape. He would not go back. He was real. He was real. Daniel clawed at the nothingness, and then a voice cut through the darkness. Daniel. Not from the void, not from the whispers, from somewhere else, somewhere above him, something real. And suddenly the darkness was gone. 8:24 a.m. The real-world Daniel's body slammed into something solid. His eyes flew open. He gasped, lungs burning, heart racing for a long, dizzying second. He couldn't see. His vision was a swirling mess of light and movement, his brain struggling to process where he was. Then shapes, colors, reality, his apartment, the hardwood floor beneath him, the sound of a clock ticking, the feeling of air against his skin. He was back for real. Daniel's chest heaved. He had one. He had Daniel. A voice, not his own. His stomach dropped slowly. His head snapped toward the doorway, and there standing just inside his apartment, looking at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, was Emma. 8:25 Amfer. A moment. Neither of them moved. Emma stood frozen, her hand still on the doorknob, her expression a tangled mess of confusion and fear. Daniel's pulse roared. Emma, he rasped, his throat raw. Emma's jaw tightened, her eyes flicked toward the bathroom mirror, toward the broken glass, then back to him. *I, she started, then stopped, shook her head. I thought you were at work. Daniel's stomach twisted, because she was right. He should have been at work, but he wasn't, because he had been trapped in the mirror, fighting for his life. And yet he saw the way Emma was looking at him, like she wasn't sure he was supposed to be here, like she wasn't sure he was real. Daniel's hands shook. What are you doing here? He asked. Emma's eyes narrowed. I should be asking you that. Daniel stiffened. Emma took a slow, cautious step forward. Daniel, she hesitated. I saw you leave this morning. Daniel's breath hitched. What? I saw you. Emma's voice was tight, careful. I saw you walk out of your apartment. I waved. You waved back, you got in your car and drove away. Daniel's entire body locked up. No. That wasn't possible. He hadn't left this morning. He hadn't gone anywhere, because he had still been inside the mirror. Emma took another step forward. Her face was pale, her brows creased with unease. So tell me, Daniel, if I saw you leave, then who the hell am I looking at right now? 8:26, panicked bursts. Had seen it? Daniel felt sick. Emma, listen to me, no. Her voice was firm. Her hands shook. No, you listen. What the hell is going on? Daniel's throat locked up. How could he explain? How could he make her understand what had happened? That his reflection had stolen his life. that he had been trapped in the mirror, that he had just barely escaped. She would never believe it, but she had seen something she had noticed, which meant Daniel was not crazy. This was real. Emma took another step forward. Her eyes scanned his face, and for the first time she looked afraid of him. "Daniel," she whispered, "are you real?" Daniel's stomach twisted. "Of course I am." But even as he said, even as the words left his mouth, doubt crawled into his mind, because he had seen the thing in the mirror. The other Daniel, the one who had whispered, "I was here first." What if that was the real him? Daniel's breath shook. Emma's eyes narrowed. "Prove it." Daniel froze. His pulse slammed against his ribs. "What? Prove you're real." Her voice was quiet, careful. "Tell me something only the real Daniel would know." Daniel's chest tightened. His thoughts scrambled. His memories felt ... wrong, like they weren't completely his. Like they had been stretched, warped, rewritten. "Emma, tell me." Daniel's mind spiraled. The details of his life, they were slipping. His childhood home, his mother's voice, the way his name sounded when she called. For him feigning, glitching. Daniel's fingers dug into his palms. The air in the room shifted. And then a sound, a single sharp knock at the door. Emma flinched. Daniel's heart stopped. The knock came again. 3 times, slow, measured, heavy. Daniel's body locked up because deep inside him, he already knew who was standing on the other side, waiting. Listening. The imposter. Emma's breath hitched. "Daniel, ... She whispered. Daniel turned toward the door. The apartment was dead silent. A cold, creeping dread slithered up his spine. The knock came again, and then a voice, his own voice. "Daniel, let me in." The knock came again. 3 slow, deliberate taps. Each one sent a violent shiver up Daniel's spine. The voice on the other side of the door, his voice. "Daniel, let me in." Daniel's breath shook. His hands curled into fists. This wasn't happening. This wasn't possible, and yet the imposter was standing outside his apartment, waiting. 8:27. Amima stared at the door. Her entire body was rigid, her breath coming in short, uneven bursts. She had heard it. 2. Daniel could see the terror in her eyes, the doubt, the disbelief, and then slowly she turned to face him. Her face was pale, her fingers shook. "Daniel," her voice was tight. "Tell me what's going on, Daniel." Swallowed hard. How could he explain this? How could he make her understand that the thing outside was not him? That it had stolen his life? That it had trapped him in the mirror? That he had barely escaped? That he wasn't even sure if he was real anymore? Another knock. Daniel flinched. "Daniel," the voice outside called again. "Open the door." His breath hitched. Emma's hands clenched into fists. "Why does it sound like you?" she whispered. Daniel hesitated. Because he didn't have an answer. Because he didn't know anymore. Emma took a slow, uneasy step toward the door. Daniel's stomach dropped. "No," he rasped. Emma froze. "Emma, don't. I need to see," she said, voice shaking. "I need to know what's out there." Daniel's entire body locked up. "Emma, please." She didn't stop, didn't hesitate. Blocking her from opening it, Emma gasped. Daniel's pulse roared. "Don't," he whispered. His fingers were white-knuckled. Against the wood, Emma's breath was shaking. "Then tell me why." Daniel's throat tightened. Another knock. "Emma," the voice outside called. "I know you're in there." Emma flinched. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. "That's not me." Emma's eyes darkened. "Then who the hell is it?" Daniel's pulse pounded. "It's a copy. An imposter." Emma's lips parted. Her brows creased. She looked at him like he was losing his mind. "A copy, yes. Daniel, listen to yourself." Her voice shook. "That doesn't make any sense." Daniel's jaw tightened. "I know." His voice came out too raw, too desperate. I know IT doesn't, but it's the truth. The knock came again. But this time it wasn't a knock. It was a thud, harder, heavier, like something was pressing against the door. Daniel froze, so did Emma. Then dash, the doorknob turned, Daniel's chest locked. Emma's breath hitched. The doorknob rattled violently. Something was trying to get in, and then a whisper. "Let me in, Daniel." Daniel's blood turned to ice, because this time it wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from inside the apartment. 8:29 a.m. cold. Unbearable stillness fell over the room. Daniel's skin prickled. His heartbeat stumbled slowly, so slowly. He turned his head. Emma did the same dot, and then they saw it. The hallway mirror, still standing, still intact, and in its surface a figure, not Emma, not Daniel. Something else. Something wearing his face. Something that should not be here. Its reflection was smiling. But Daniel was not. Emma's voice came out in a horrified whisper. "What? ... The fuck?" The thing in the mirror raised a hand and knocked. Not on the glass, on the inside of the glass. Daniel's stomach dropped. Emma staggered backward. The air in the room felt wrong, like too many people were inside it, like something had slipped through the cracks. Daniel's fingers twitched. His breath shook. The reflection's lips moved, and then a whisper. "You thought I was outside." Daniel's body locked up. No. The reflection's grin widened. "I was here the whole time." 8:30, Amima screamed. The lights flickered. Violently. The mirror shuddered. The door rattled. Everything collapsed inward. And Daniel moved. His body reacted on pure survival instinct. He grabbed Emma's arm and yanked her away from the mirror. The reflection's smile didn't fade. It just watched. Calm, unmoving. "This isn't how it ends, Daniel." Its voice slithered through the room like oil, thick and suffocating. "You never really won." The glass groaned. Cracks splintered outward from where the reflection had touched it. Daniel's chest tightened. "Get out," he whispered. The reflection's head tilted. "Out." Its smile widened. "Oh, Daniel, I'm not the one who doesn't belong here." And then Nit raised a single hand and pressed it against the glass. The mirror exploded. 8:31, and Daniel and Emma were thrown backward. Glass rained down, the air crackled, and then silence. A thick, heavy, unnatural silence. Daniel gasped for breath. His chest ached. Emma was beside him, eyes wide, shaking, and the mirror, gone, shattered into 1,000 tiny, empty pieces. And yet Daniel could still feel it. Something lingering, something still here, because this wasn't over. "Not yet, Daniel." Swallowed hard, and then the door unlocked, and slowly creaking open it, began to let something in. The door swung open, slowly, silently. The air in the room thickened. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The hallway beyond the doorway was dark, too, dark, like the light had been swallowed whole. And in that darkness something moved, a shadow, shifting at the edges of reality, not stepping into the apartment, not rushing forward, just waiting, watching. Daniel's pulse roared. Emma clutched his arm. Her fingers were ice-cold, trembling. "Daniel," her voice was barely above a whisper. "What is that?" Daniel didn't answer, because he didn't know, because he had seen this before. Something shifting in the glass. Now it was here. 8:32 a.m. Daniel's mind raced. His body was still aching, trembling from the explosion of the mirror, but his survival instincts were already screaming. This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. The mirror had broken, but something had stepped through. Not him, not the imposter, something else. The darkness beyond the door shivered, and then voice. Soft. Calm. But completely empty. "You shouldn't be here." Daniel's pulse spiked violently. Emma flinched. Her grip on his arm tightened. "Daniel," she whispered. "What is that thing?" Daniel's throat felt tight because he had no answer. The shadow in the doorway shifted slowly, not stepping forward, just waiting, and then a whisper. You were never supposed to come back. 8:33 a.m. wasn't just talking to him, it was addressing him, like it knew him, like it remembered him. Daniel's jaw tightened. What are you? A long, stretched silence. Then the shadow laughed, a low, hollow sound. You already know. Daniel's stomach twisted violently. No, that wasn't possible, because the only thing he had ever seen behind the mirror, the only thing that had whispered to him in the glass, had been himself. His breath shook. That's not true. The shadow didn't answer, didn't move, just stood there, waiting. Like it knew, like it wasn't in a rush. The voice in the darkness was gentle. Balance. 8:34, and Daniel's head snapped toward Emma. Her face was pale, stricken with horror. She was staring into the void behind the door. Her entire body tensed to flee, but there was nowhere to run, no way out. They were trapped. Daniel turned back to the shadow. Balance, yes. What the hell does that mean? The voice was calm, unshaken. One came back. One must stay. Daniel's blood ran cold. No. The shadow tilted its head. No. The way it spoke it wasn't confused. It wasn't angry. It just waited, like it knew the outcome already. Daniel set his jaw. I'm not staying. The shadow's smile widened. Daniel's pulse stopped. His stomach dropped, because deep inside, he already knew the answer. 8:35 a.m. World lurched. The air grew colder, and from deep inside the apartment has sound, a slow, low choking gasp. Daniel's body locked up. Emma whipped around, and then they saw it. The imposter, curled up on the floor, just beyond the broken mirror. Its body convulsed violently. Its skin glitched, rippling, unraveling. It was breaking, finally, completely. Daniel. Single quotes as chest tightened. No. The imposter's body shuddered. It tried to stiffen, but its legs didn't work anymore. It looked at Daniel, its once perfect features breaking apart into static. And then Nit laughed, a broken, fractured sound. You should have stayed gone, Daniel. Daniel's throat locked, because in its voice, there was no rage, no anger, only, resignation. Daniel took a step forward. What's happening to you? The imposter grinned. Its teeth were cracking apart. You know exactly what's happening. The walls shuddered. The shadow in the doorway watched. The imposter's form flickered. And then a whisper. One must stay. Daniel's stomach coiled. No, the shadow didn't speak. It didn't have to, because the truth was already unraveling before him. Daniel had taken back his place, his body, his life, and now the mirror was balancing the scale. The imposter was becoming what he had once been, the thing left behind, the reflection in the glass, the thing that would be forgotten. Daniel's breath shook. The imposter smiled, and in a voice that was almost gentle, now you understand. And then it was gone. 8:36 amslets. Deep. Absolute. Daniel staggered forward. The imposter was gone. The doorway was empty. The darkness had faded. The air was still. Emma was shaking, her eyes locked onto him. And Daniel just stood there, because he had one. He had taken his life back. You were never supposed to come back. Daniel's chest tightened, because now he knew the mirror wasn't done with him. Not yet. Not ever. And in every reflection around him, in the glass of his phone screen, in the dark surface of the TV, in the window behind Emma, something was still watching, waiting, patient. Daniel, single quotes as breath hitched, his hands shook, and for the first time he wondered, had he ever really left at all? You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. The apartment was silent to silent. The kind of silence that made Daniel's ears ring. The kind of silence that felt intentional, like something was waiting, watching. Daniel's single quotes as hands shook. His body still ached. His ribs still burned from the fight. But he had one, hadn't he? The imposter was gone. The mirror was broken. The thing in the doorway, the thing that had whispered, "One must stay," was gone too. So why did Daniel feel like he was still being watched? His breath came in uneven gasps. Emma was staring at him. She hadn't moved since the imposter disappeared. She looked horrified. Daniel swallowed hard. Emma, her fingers twitched. That thing double quotes. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "It looked like you." Daniel nodded. "It wasn't." Emma didn't answer, didn't move. Her eyes scanned his face. Her expression was unreadable. And then she took a step back. 8:37 and Daniel's stomach tightened. "Emma, I swear to you, I don't know what to believe." Her voice shook. Her hands clenched into fists. "You say you're real, but so did it." Daniel's chest locked up. Because she wasn't wrong. The imposter had spoken perfectly, had moved like him, breathed like him, had lived his life like him. And if Emma hadn't seen the moment when it had fallen apart, would she have even known the difference? His throat felt tight. Double quotes Emma. "Please." His voice cracked. "It's me." Emma's jaw tightened. She was shaking. "Then prove it." Daniel's stomach dropped. Not again. Not this. He had already played this game, had already been forced to prove himself, and now, even after winning, he was still being questioned. "Emma, tell me something only the real Daniel would know." Daniel's pulse spiked. His mind raced, but then a sharp, cold chill ran through his body, because he couldn't think of anything. Not clearly, not fully. His memories were still warped, stretched, fragmented, like parts of him had been left behind, or worse, like they had been taken. Emma's eyes narrowed. Daniel stepped forward. "I swear to you." A sound cut him off. A small, sharp crack from the other side of the room, from the broken mirror. Emma whipped her head. Around Daniel's stomach twisted violently. The glass was shifting, not moving, not repairing itself, just shaking like something was still inside it, still trying to get out. And then Daniel saw it, a single eye inside the shards, blinking at him. 8:38 am. Daniel's blood turned to ice. "Emma," his voice was barely a whisper. She didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe, because she had seen it to the eye, buried inside the shattered mirror. Watching them alive, Daniel's stomach twisted. Into knots, he stepped forward, slowly, cautiously. Emma grabbed his arm. "Daniel, I have to see." Emma's grip tightened. "No, you don't." Daniel hesitated. She was right, but he was already too close, already too far in. He knelt down, his breath shaking. The shards of glass glimmered in the morning light, but in the largest piece, I was still there, still staring, still watching. It wasn't human, not fully too. Black too wide, like something had tried to copy a human eye, but hadn't gotten it quite right. Daniel's pulse pounded. He reached out, fingers hovering just above the shard, and then it moved. 8:39 am. Daniel jerked back. The shard shook, the eye shifted, then a whispered Daniel. Daniel stiffened. Emma gasped, because the voice hadn't come from the mirror. It had come from everywhere. From the broken glass, from the TV screen, from the window, from every reflective surface in the room. Daniel, his chest locked. "You don't belong here." His fingers dug into the floor. "No, you shouldn't have come back." Daniel's head spun. His body felt too heavy, too thin, like he was being stretched between two places at once. Emma was panicking. "Daniel, we need to go." Daniel couldn't move. The air felt wrong, like it was pressing down on him, like it was trying to pull him back. "You need to leave before it finds you." Daniel's breath hitched. "Before what finds me?" The whisper in the glass hesitated. then run, and then the eye disappeared, and every mirror in the apartment shattered. At once 8:40, AMD's entire apartment shook, glass exploded outward. Daniel and Emma threw themselves to the floor. Shards rained down like a storm of knives and teeth. The walls groaned and then dashed silence again. That heavy, unnatural silence. Breathing. Daniel slowly lifted his head. The mirrors were gone, every single one destroyed. Emma's breath shook. Daniel. He didn't respond, because something else had changed. Something worse. The apartment was wrong. Not just from the broken glass, not just from the silence, but from the air itself. Like the world was 1 inch to the left of where it was supposed to be, a reality slightly misaligned. And Daniel knew, he knew. The mirror wasn't just speaking to him. It wasn't just warning him. It had been right. Something was coming, and it was coming for him. The apartment was wrong, not just damaged wrong. The walls, the floors, the air itself misaligned, like reality had shifted half an inch off center and never corrected itself. Daniel could feel it, the pressure in the air, the way his own breath felt too heavy in his chest, the way the apartment seemed to still. The broken mirrors were gone, but their presence remained, like the shards had sunk into the floor, embedding themselves in the fabric of the world. Like the reflections weren't just watching anymore. They were listening, waiting, preparing. Emma sat across from him, knees curled up against her chest, her face pale and drained of all color. She hadn't spoken since the mirrors had shattered, since the whispers had told Daniel to run, since the eye in the glass had vanished. Daniel could still feel it, watching somewhere. Even though it was gone, he exhaled slowly. Emma, her fingers twitched. She didn't look at him. Emma, we need to leave. She let out a shaky breath. Leave. Her voice was hollow. Go where, Daniel? Daniel's jaw clenched. Anywhere but here. Emma finally looked at him. Her gaze was sharp, unsteady. She was still processing everything, trying to understand how her neighbor, her friend, had suddenly come back from nowhere. How there had been two of him. How one of them had shattered like glass. How the mirrors had been ... alive. And now how the air itself felt wrong. Daniel. Her voice was unsteady. Are you sure you're real? Daniel's blood went cold. 8:41 a.m. The question hung in the air. Daniel stared at her. His heart pounded. Yes, Emma didn't look convinced. How do you know? Daniel opened his mouth, then paused, because deep, deep inside that doubt was still lingering. Had he really escaped? Had he ever left the mirror at all? Or was this just another level of the trap? His stomach coiled. Emma's hands shook. You don't know, do you? Daniel clenched his fists. A sound cut him off. A sharp, dragging scrape against the floor. Daniel and Emma snapped their heads up. The noise had come from the hallway, from outside the apartment, from just beyond the door. Daniel's chest locked up. Emma went rigid. Another scrape, then another dot, closer, closer, like something was dragging itself across the floor. Daniel swallowed hard. That's not possible. Emma's voice was barely a whisper. The imposter is gone. Daniel's pulse spiked. Then what the hell is that? 8:42 a.m. The sound stopped. Right outside the door. The air turned heavy. Thick thought, like something on the other side was pressing against it. Emma clutched Daniel's wrist. Her fingers were ice cold. A beat of silence, then a knock. Slow. Measured 3 times. Daniel's stomach dropped. The last time something had knocked it had been his own voice on the other side. This time it was silent. Another knock, and then a whisper. Daniel. Daniel's blood ran cold. The voice wasn't his. Wasn't the imposter's. It was something else. Something low. Something wrong. A voice that didn't belong in this world. That shouldn't exist. You left something behind. Daniel's breath hitched, his skin crawled. Emma's hand tightened around his wrist. Daniel, the whisper was closer now. You need to come back. Daniel's pulse roared. No, the whisper laughed. The door handle rattled. Daniel and Emma jerked back. The door didn't open, didn't break it, just ... shuddered like something was pressing against it, like something was trying to step through. You don't understand. The whisper was almost gentle. This world is not yours anymore. Daniel's stomach twisted. You need to go back. The doorknob turned, and this time the door began to open. 8:43 a.m. Daniel lunged forward. His hands slammed against the door. He shoved it shut, the whisper on the other side. Why are you fighting? Daniel's chest locked. You already lost. Daniel's breath shook. Shut up. You never left. Daniel shoved harder. Emma helped, bracing her weight against the door. The pressure on the other side grew heavier, like something was pressing against it, like something was pushing back. And then the door pushed forward, just an inch. Daniel's heart stopped, because through that inch, through that tiny sliver of space, he saw it. The thing in the hallway. The thing that had been knocking. It wasn't human. It wasn't him. It was something else. Something that had been waiting in the mirror. A figure. Impossibly tall. Impossibly thin. Its arms were wrong. Too long. Too bent. Its skin was the color of static, like something was flickering beneath its surface. But the worst part were its eyes, because it had his, Daniel's own eyes, staring at him. UNBLINKING.UNMOBING, like it had been waiting for him to notice, like it had been watching him for a long time. And then it smiled, a slow, horrible stretch of its lips. Daniel's breath shattered. Emma screamed. Daniel slammed the door shut, and this time, it didn't knock again. 8:44 a.m. silence. Deep, absolute. Emma was shaking. Daniel's chest heaved. Daniel, her voice was raw, trembling. What the hell was that? Daniel couldn't speak, couldn't move, because he didn't have an answer. He had seen something, stepped through, something that had been watching him from the other side, something that had followed him out, and now it was here. Daniel clenched his fists, because deep inside him, he knew he had never been the only one to escape, and whatever had come through wanted him back. But Daniel wasn't going back. He had fought too hard, had suffered too much, had almost ceased to exist. Daniel set his jaw. If the mirror wanted him back, it was going to have to fight for him. The door didn't move. The whisper in the hallway had vanished. The thing on the other side had stopped knocking, but Daniel knew it was still there, waiting, watching. Patient, his pulse hammered violently. His breath came in short, uneven bursts. The world around him felt thinner now, like a barrier had been torn open, like he wasn't just standing in his apartment anymore, like he was standing on the edge of something else, something deep, something dark, something he wasn't supposed to see. Daniel. Emma's voice was shaking. Her fingers were clutching his wrist, white-knuckled, cold with fear. What the hell is happening? Daniel didn't answer, because he didn't know, because part of him was starting to question if this was even real anymore. The imposter was gone, the mirrors had shattered, but something had stepped through, and now the lines between reality and reflection were starting to blur. The air hummed, the walls felt like they were breathing, and in the glass of the TV screen, the reflection of the window, something was still watching. Daniel's jaw tightened. We need to go. Emma didn't argue, didn't hesitate. She just nodded. Daniel grabbed her arm, and they ran. 8:45 a.m. The stairwell felt wrong. Each step echoed too long. Each breath sounded warped, stretched like the whole world was glitching. Daniel's mind raced. His body still ached from what had happened. His head was still pounding with 1,000 unanswered questions. But only one thing mattered: no getting out. getting away from whatever had stepped through the mirror. The cold, unnatural whisper still echoed in his skull. "You don't belong here." Daniel gritted his teeth. No. This was his life. He wasn't going back. He wouldn't go back. Emma's fingers tightened around his wrist. She was moving fast, but Daniel could tell she was terrified. "Daniel, I know." He didn't need her to say it. He could feel it. Something was following them. 8:46 Omvi hit the lobby doors. Daniel's hand slammed against the glass. He pushed nothing. He tried again. The doors didn't budge. His stomach dropped. No. Emma shoved against them. 2.0. They wouldn't open. The city beyond the glass was right. Their dot, the streets, the sky, the real world. But something was wrong. The buildings looked stretched, distorted, like a reflection in rippling water. Daniel's breath hitched. The world outside wasn't real. Emma stepped back. Her hands were shaking. "Daniel," he turned to her, and then her eyes widened. "Behind you." Daniel spun around, and his breath shattered. 8:47 a.m. The figure stood at the bottom of the stairs, silent, still watching, waiting. The thing that had knocked, the thing that had whispered, the thing that had followed him out of the mirror. Daniel's pulse thundered. It wasn't human, but it was trying to be. Its face was almost his dot. Almost the mouth was too wide. The eyes were too deep, too black. Its arms weren't right. They hung too long, too thin. Like the bones inside were stretching. Like the body it wore wasn't built for it. The air buzzed a deep, low static. Filled the room. The thing took a step forward, and the world flickered. 8:48 Daniel moved first. He grabbed Emma's wrist and pulled her back. The thing tilted its head. Its movements were delayed, like a reflection moving a second. Too late. Daniel's breath came sharp, fast, unsteady. "Stay back." The thing didn't. "Listen." It took another step, and the world glitched again. The lights flickered, the floor shifted. Emma let out a sharp gasp. "Daniel, it's breaking everything." Daniel's stomach twisted violently. She was right. The reality around them was starting to fall apart. Wasn't supposed to be here. It wasn't supposed to exist outside the glass. It was an intruder, a fracture in reality. And now it was spreading. Daniel's vision wavered. His lungs ached. The edges of the world were unraveling. "You took something from me." The thing's voice was distorted, broken, like a radio signal cutting in and out. "You left me behind." Daniel's fingers curled into fists. "I don't know what you are." The thing smiled. "Yes, you do." And Daniel realized he did know. 8:49. His blood ran cold, because this thing wearing his face, wasn't just some random entity. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't an accident. It was a piece of him. Something he had left behind. Something that had been ripped away when he forced his way back into the real world. His stomach turned violently. No. Yes. The thing took another step. Reality twitched. Daniel's vision blurred. He could feel it now. The world was bending around him, like it was trying to decide what was real, what was true, what was him. "You don't belong here," the thing's whisper rattled through the air. Daniel staggered. The walls shuddered. The floor groaned. Emma grabbed his arm. "Daniel, we have to stop it." Daniel's throat tightened. "How?" Emma's gaze flicked to the broken mirrors, then back to him. "You took its place." Her voice was shaking. "So maybe you can take it back." Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. He understood what she meant. He just didn't know if he could do it, because it meant going back into the mirror, and Daniel wasn't sure if he could ever escape again. But if he didn't, reality itself might collapse around him. His jaw tightened. His hands stopped shaking. And then Daniel made his choice. The world was collapsing. Daniel could feel it. Stretched like he wasn't standing on solid ground anymore. Like he was standing on glass. And beneath that glass was moving. Something was waiting. His pulse hammered. Emma's fingers dug into his arm. Her breathing was shaky, uneven. She was terrified. They both were, because the thing at the bottom of the stairs, the thing that had stepped through the mirror, the fractured, broken piece of Daniel Lit, was getting closer, and with every step it took, reality unraveled. Further. Daniel clenched his fists. This was his fault. He had done this by breaking free, by taking back his life, by forcing the mirror to spit him out. But the mirror had needed something in return, a trade, a balance. And now the world was correcting itself, forcing one of them back, Daniel. Emma's voice was barely above a whisper. We can't stay here. Daniel's jaw tightened. I know, but there was nowhere left to go. The front doors were locked, the windows were solid, warped like the world outside was just another reflection, just another trap. The only way out was his breath hitched. No, it wasn't possible. But he turned his head, and then he saw it. 8:50 a.m. The door was waiting, standing alone in the middle of the apartment. Lobby, dark metal, rusted edges, just like before. The door that shouldn't exist. The door that had been there when he was trapped in the mirror. The door that had given him a way out. Or a way in. Daniel's stomach twisted violently. He thought he had left that place, thought he had escaped. But now, the door was here again, which meant maybe he had never really left at all. Daniel. Emma's voice was urgent. He snapped back to the present. The imposter was closer now. Just a few feet away, it moved in slow, jerky twitches. Its skin rippled like static, like it was barely holding itself together. But its eyes were still his, still watching him, still waiting. You stole something. The voice was broken, distorted. Like a signal cutting in and out. It was never yours to take. Daniel took a step back. I didn't steal anything. The imposter's head tilted. You took my place. Daniel's pulse spiked. No, I took back my life. The imposter laughed, a horrible, fractured sound. And now, Daniel, you have to give it back. 8:51, and Daniel's stomach turned to ice because he could feel it. The pull, the invisible force wrapping around, him dragging him back toward the door, toward the mirror, toward the place he had fought so hard to escape. The imposter took another step. Forward. The air, HUMMED. Reality wavered. And Daniel realized the world was choosing. One of them had to stay. One of them had to go. Emma's grip tightened on his wrist. Daniel, we have to do something. Daniel's mind raced. If he ran, the imposter would follow. If he fought, he might lose. But if he did nothing, the mirror would make the decision for him. Daniel's jaw tightened. Emma, yeah. I think I have to go through that door. Emma's eyes widened. What? I think he swallowed hard. I think I left something behind, and it's trying to pull me back. Emma shook her head. No, we'll find another way. The imposter moved, and the world collapsed. 8:52, and Daniel's vision tilted. His ears rang. The lights flickered, violently. The floor beneath him buckled. Reality itself was splitting at the seams. The imposter lunged. Emma screamed. Daniel shoved her aside and ran for the door. 8:53 a.m. The rusted handle was cold under his fingers. Daniel yanked it open. The imposter screamed. The air rushed inward, spiraling into the darkness behind the door, like a vacuum, like a black hole, like something was waiting on the other side. The pull strengthened. Daniel's feet slid across the floor. He was being dragged in. No. He tried to pull back, tried to fight it. Emma grabbed his wrist. Her grip was tight, desperate. I won't let you go. Daniel's chest ached. Emma, the force intensified. The imposter staggered forward. It was being dragged into it, reached for Daniel, clawed at his arm. Its fingers dug into his skin. Take me back. Daniel's breath hitched. His mind spiraled. The mirror wanted one of them, it didn't care which. And Daniel had to make a choice. 8:54 a.m. Door widened. The pull grew violent. The imposter was seconds away from dragging him through. Daniel's fingers trembled. He had fought so hard he couldn't go back. WOULDN, single quotes T. Daniel, single quotes T. Daniel, single quotes jaw clenched, and then he made a choice. He twisted in Emma's grip hand. Instead of pulling away, he shoved the imposter forward, straight into the open door. 8:55 a.m. The imposter's eyes widened. Its mouth opened in horror. It tried to cling to him, but Daniel wrenched free. The force of the door dragged the imposter inside. It clawed at the floor, at the walls. The door slammed shut, and just like that, the imposter was gone. 8:56 a.m. Silence. Daniel was on the floor, gasping, shaking. Emma was beside him, holding onto him. His breath came in ragged bursts. His fingers still burned from the imposter's grip, but still, the apartment was whole again. And the door was gone. Daniel's pulse slowed. It was over. It was finally over. But deep inside him, somewhere in the corners of his mind, a whisper still lingered. A whisper from the other side. One day, the mirror will open again. And next time, you might not escape. Silence, deep, heavy, unnatural silence. Daniel lay on the floor, his chest rising and falling in sharp, uneven breaths. The apartment around him was still. No more flickering lights, no more shifting walls, no more shifting walls, no more whispers in the glass. The door was gone, the imposter was gone, and yet, something was wrong. Something was still off. Daniel could feel it, a pressure in the air, a weight inside his chest, like the world around him hadn't fully settled, like it was still trying to decide what was real. Emma was beside him, breathing hard. Her fingers dug into his wrist, like she was afraid to let go. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Daniel, her voice was hoarse, raw. "Are you okay?" Daniel tried to speak. His throat burned, his head pounded, but his voice came out. "Clear, I think so." Emma exhaled sharply. She didn't move, didn't let go, and Daniel didn't blame her. Because even though the imposter was gone, even though the mirror was shattered, something about this still felt wrong. Deeply, horribly wrong. Daniel closed his eyes, tried to steady his breathing, tried to convince himself that it was over. But deep down, he wasn't sure if it ever would be. 8:57 a.m. The world was quiet. The city outside the apartment window moved on like nothing had happened. Like Daniel hadn't just ripped reality apart. Like he hadn't just thrown his own reflection into oblivion. Emma sat across from him on the couch, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. She hadn't spoken much since. They had shut the door taut since the imposter had been dragged back. She just ... watched him. Daniel could feel her staring, not out of concern, not out of relief, out of suspicion, because she wasn't sure if the Daniel sitting across from her was really him. Daniel's throat felt tight. "Emma, don't." Her voice was firm. Her hands trembled against her arms, but her voice didn't. She exhaled sharply. I just need a second. Daniel's pulse thud. She was trying to process everything, trying to convince herself that the nightmare was over, that Daniel had won, that the imposter was gone for good, that the person in front of her was really him. But Daniel could see it, the doubt in her eyes, the fear in her stiff posture. She was still unsure, and the worst part, so was he. 8:58, and Daniel's fingers twitched. Something wasn't right. Something was still missing. He felt ... unsteady, like he wasn't fully anchored, like he wasn't supposed to be here. He had one, hadn't he? He had forced the imposter back into the mirror, had slammed the door shut, had fought to keep his place in this world. But what if he had made a mistake? His chest tightened, his hands curled into fists. His reflection had stolen his life, had walked around in his body, wearing his face, living his existence. But what if that was never supposed to change? What if Daniel had been gone for too long? What if the world had already replaced him? His pulse pounded, his head throbbed. A whisper slithered through his skull. "You don't belong here." Daniel's breath hitched. The imposter had said it. The thing that had followed him out of the mirror had said it. Even the reflections in the glass had whispered it. And now he was starting to wonder if they were right. 8:59 a.m. Daniel stood up to fast. His head swam. Emma flinched. Her eyes snapped to him, wary. What? Daniel's fingers twitched. His body felt too heavy, too light, like it wasn't really his anymore. "I need to check something." Emma stiffened. Daniel, he didn't listen, didn't wait. He moved toward the bathroom, toward the mirror, or what was left of it. The glass was still, shattered, scattered across the floor, the sink, the counter, fragments of himself. Then he looked, and his breath caught. The moment he saw himself in the fragments, he knew that something had shifted. His face was his body was his, but the eyes weren't. They were too flat to still, like they were looking through the glass, not into it, like they weren't really his anymore. Daniel's pulse stuttered. A sharp, panicked breath escaped his lips. No, 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 no. He leaned closer. His reflection did too, but not at the same time. A delay, a fraction of a second. Too late. Daniel's throat locked up. No. He reached forward. His fingers hovered over the largest shard of glass. His reflection did the same, only it didn. Single quotes, two not quite, because for the first time, for the first horrifying time, Daniel's fingers touched the mirror and his reflections. Fingers kept going, straight through the glass, straight into the real world. Daniel froze. His reflection smiled, and in a voice that sounded exactly like his own. "You got it wrong, Daniel. You weren't supposed to come back." 9:01 a.m. world lurched. Daniel jerked back. His reflection didn't move, didn't fade, didn't disappear. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Daniel's chest heaved. His pulse roared. He had made a mistake, a terrible, horrible mistake, because this wasn't his body. This wasn't his world. This wasn't his life. Anymore, he had stolen it. He had forced his way back in, and now the real world was rejecting him. Daniel's hands shook. His vision blurred, and deep inside his bones, his skin, his blood, a whisper slithered through. "You have to go back." Daniel's breath hitched, because this time the voice wasn't coming from the mirror. It was coming from inside him. Daniel's breath came sharp and fast. The reflection didn't move, didn't blink, didn't shatter. It just watched him calm, still waiting, like it had been waiting all along. A whisper curled through Daniel's skull, slithering down his spine like ice water. "You weren't supposed to come back." The voice was his Dot, but it wasn't coming from his mouth. It was coming from inside him. His stomach coiled, his pulse hammered violently. He had made a mistake, a terrible, horrible mistake, because this wasn't his world. He had forced his way back in, had taken his life back, had shoved the imposter through the door, had fought to stay. But now reality itself was rejecting him. Daniel staggered back from the mirror. His hands shook. His reflection didn't follow, didn't copy him, didn't move at all, because it wasn't a reflection anymore. It was real, and Daniel wasn't. 9:02 a.m. Daniel, Emma's voice. She was still standing by the door, still watching, still unsure. And the look in her eyes, the way she was staring at him, it was the same way she had looked at the imposter. Daniel's stomach dropped. "Emma, it's me." Her fingers twitched. "Are you sure?" Daniel's throat locked. yes. But the second the word left, his lips' doubt slithered into his brain. Because how could he be sure? How could he be certain that he was the real one? That he hadn't just taken someone else's place? That he wasn't just another copy? His mind reeled. Memories blurred. He saw himself trapped in the mirror, begging to be let out. But what? If the one still trapped had been the real Daniel all along? What if he was the imposter? What if he had gotten it wrong? The mirror shook Dot. The reflection smiled. You're starting to remember, aren't you? Daniel's pulse stopped, because deep inside in the part of his mind that he had been too afraid to look at the truth had been there all along. He had never escaped. He had just swapped places, and now the mirror wanted to swap back. 9:03 a.m. Air in the room shifted. The floor felt unsteady, like the world around Daniel was coming apart. At the seams, Emma stepped back. Her breathing was uneven. Daniel. She didn't sound reassured. She sounded scared. Scared of him. Daniel's hands curled into fists. Double quotes, Emma, it's me. But even he didn't believe it anymore. The whisper in the mirror was louder now. One of us has to go back. Daniel's pulse pounded. And it's not going to be me. The mirror shuddered violently. The glass fractured, and Daniel felt it. Something was pulling at him, tugging him back toward the reflection. The mirror was reclaiming him. It had never let him go. Daniel's breath hitched, his body locked up. No. He had fought too hard, had suffered too much. Daniel. Emma's voice snapped through the chaos. Daniel's head whipped toward her Dot, and then she did something he never expected. She grabbed a shard of the broken mirror, and before he could react, she pressed it into his hand. Daniel's fingers closed around it instinctively. The glass was sharp, biting into his palm. His own blood dripped onto the floor. If you're real, Emma said, her voice shaking. Asterisk, prove it. Daniel's breath shook. His heart slammed against his ribs. His reflection smiled. Wider, you can't, can you? Daniel gritted his teeth. He had no choice. He had to act now, because if he hesitated, if he let himself second guess for even a second, he was gone. He wasn't real anymore. Daniel tightened his grip on the shard and lunged toward the mirror. 9:04 a.m. Reflection moved fast, faster than it should have, faster than Daniel. The mirror shattered outward, and suddenly Daniel wasn't just looking at his reflection anymore. He was fighting it. His own body slammed into him. His own hands grabbed his wrists. His own face twisted in determination. It was him, and he was strong, stronger than he should be, because he had been trapped longer, because the mirror had been feeding him, making him real. Daniel gritted his teeth. The shard dug deeper into his palm. His own blood ran down his arm. The reflection laughed. You're just another copy, Daniel, and now you're going back where you belong. Daniel snarled. Not this time. And then he swung the shard. 9:05 a.m. Glass sank deep straight into the reflection's throat. The smile froze. The laughter stopped. Daniel's pulse pounded. The reflection staggered backward. Its hands clawed at the shard, at its own throat, but it was too late. The mirror screamed a deep, cracking wail. The glass split apart beneath its feet, and then the reflection began to collapse inward, like something was dragging it back, like the mirror had been waiting for its payment. Daniel stumbled. Away, his chest heaved. His entire body shook violently. The reflection's eyes locked onto his, and for a single, horrible second Daniel saw pure hatred. Then the mirror swallowed it whole, and the reflection was gone. 9:06 a.m. world stabilized. The apartment was still. The glass was gone, like it had never existed at all. A.m. Let out a slow breath. Daniel collapsed onto his knees. His hands were shaking. Blood dripped from his fingers. He had done it. He had won, but deep inside him, somewhere in the back of his skull, a whisper still lingered. There will always be another reflection, another door. another. You, Daniel's breath hitched, because he knew the mirror wasn't finished with him yet. Not now, not ever. The world was still, too still, like everything was holding its breath, like something was waiting. Daniel sat on the cold floor, his body trembling, his pulse hammering like a drum inside his skull. His hand was slick with blood. The glass shard lay beside him, coated in dark red. The mirror was gone. The reflection was gone. Emma stood a few feet away, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her breath was shallow. Her eyes were still locked on him, not on the space where the mirror had been, not on the blood staining the floor, on him. And Daniel could see the doubt still in her eyes. Even now, even after everything, she still wasn't sure. She still didn't know if he was real. Daniel's fingers twitched. He wanted to tell her, to make her understand, to convince her that he was the real one, that the thing in the mirror was dead, that it was over. But deep inside, somewhere in the back of his skull, he wasn't sure either. 9:07. Amima exhaled sharply, ran a shaky hand through her hair. We need to leave. Her voice was raw, unsteady. Daniel slowly lifted his head, where Emma's lips parted, then pressed together, because she didn't know, didn't have an answer. All she knew was that the apartment didn't feel safe. Anymore, it didn't feel real. Daniel understood, because he felt it too. The apartment was different. Now, not in any obvious way, but in a way he could feel, a weight in the air, a pressure in his chest, like something was watching, like something was still waiting. Daniel, Emma's voice cut through the haze. We need to go. Daniel's jaw tightened. Whisper curled against his thoughts, a whisper from the mirror. You think this is over? You think you won? Daniel's pulse spiked, because he had won. Hadn't he? 9:08 am. Daniel pushed himself up. His legs were unsteady. His entire body ached. Emma hovered near the door, her fingers white-knuckled around the handle, like she was afraid the moment she let go, the world would shift again. Daniel took a deep breath, tried to slow his pulse, tried to convince himself that it was over, that it was just in his head now. But then a sound, a faint, familiar sound, one that made his skin prickle. A soft knock. 3 times. Daniel's breath caught. The sound hadn't come from the door, hadn't come from the windows. It had come from behind him. Daniel's chest locked up slowly. Hesitantly, he turned his head, and his blood turned to ice, because across the room, across the floor, buried within the smallest shard of broken glass, a single eye was staring back at him, and the nit blinked. 9:09. And Daniel's lungs refused to work, his body refused to move. The eye was still watching, still there, still alive, a leftover piece, a fragment of the thing he thought he had destroyed. Daniel's pulse hammered violently. He stepped forward, just a little. The eye didn't move, didn't blink again, just watched, like it was waiting, like it was expecting something. Daniel's fingers curled into fists. He had stabbed the reflection, had watched it fall apart, had seen the mirror consume it. It was gone, wasn't it? Daniel took another careful step forward. The eye remained motionless, a single perfect fragment buried in the glass. And then Nit whispered, "You got it wrong." Daniel staggered back. "No, you were supposed to stay." Daniel's chest tightened. "No." I twitched. And then the glass around it began to move. 9:10 a.m. The shards of the mirror shifted, quivered, like something beneath them was breathing. Daniel froze. Emma gasped. "Daniel, get away from it." Daniel couldn't. His legs wouldn't move. His body was locked in place because he was watching it happen. The broken mirror, the shattered glass, it was reassembling itself, piece by piece, splinter by splinter, reforming into something new. Daniel's pulse spiked. "No." The whisper came from everywhere. "You got it wrong, Daniel. You weren't supposed to come back. Daniel's breath hitched because he recognized the voice. It wasn't the reflection. It wasn't the thing from the hallway. It was his own. And this time it wasn't coming from the mirror. It was coming from inside him. Daniel's stomach lurched. A slow, horrible realization crept through his bones. He hadn't just switched places with the imposter, hadn't just forced the reflection to take his spot. He had brought something back with him, a piece of the mirror world, a piece of it, and now it wanted everything. Daniel's hands shook violently. The mirror was almost fully restored now. The cracks were sealing themselves, and within its surface, a shape was forming. Daniel's chest locked up because it was him, but it wasn't a reflection. It was something else, something. Growing dot, something becoming. Daniel's fingers twitched. The whisper in his mind curled around his thoughts. Soft, gentle, you never left. Daniel's breath hitched. You were always mine. And then the mirror reached for him. The mirror moved, not the way glass should move, not the way anything should move. It stretched, pulled outward, like something was pushing from the inside, like something was crawling its way through. Daniel couldn't breathe. His fingers twitched. Violently, Emma grabbed his arm. Her voice was shaking. Daniel, we need to go. Daniel didn't move, didn't blink, didn't breathe, because he was watching himself step through the glass. Not a reflection, not a copy. Something else, something worse. And for the first time since the nightmare had started, Daniel felt real fear, because he knew the mirror wasn't finished with him. Not yet, not ever. And now it was taking him back. 9:11 a.m. figure stepped forward, slow, unhurried. It didn't glitch, didn't shudder, didn't move like the last imposter had. This one was perfect, too perfect. Daniel's stomach twisted violently. Emma's breath hitched. Daniel, the figure lifted its head, and its eyes were his. Not black, not hollow. His, like they had been stolen, like they had always belonged to the mirror. Daniel staggered backward. No, the figure smiled. Yes, the voice was his perfectly seamlessly, as if it had been waiting to use it again. Emma froze. Her hands trembled. Daniel, She sounded uncertain, like she wasn't sure which one was real. Daniel's chest locked. Emma, it's me. The other Daniel smiled wider, turned to her. Emma, it said. Softly, you know it's me. Daniel's breath hitched, because it didn't just look like him, didn't just sound like him. It knew things, knew how to say her name, knew how to tilt its head in just the right way, knew how to mimic him perfectly. Emma took a slow step back. Her eyes darted between them. What the hell is going on? Daniel's throat tightened. Emma, listen to me. I'm the real one. The other Daniel laughed. Soft, calm, like he had already won. No, you're not. 9:12 a.m. The air grew heavy. The walls creaked. The mirror shuddered. Violently, like it was hungry, like it was starving, like it was pulling the wrong Daniel back. Daniel's pulse roared. This was a trick, a manipulation. The mirror was making him doubt it, wanted him to hesitate, to question himself. And the moment he did, the moment he let doubt crawl into his mind, it would swallow him whole. Emma clutched his wrist. Daniel, what do we do? Her voice was desperate. She didn't know who to trust. And the other. Daniel knew it. Knew she was scared. Knew she was uncertain. So he did something worse. Something horrible. He reached for her gently, softly, like Daniel would, like he used to. And in a voice so perfectly his own, Emma, come here. Daniel snapped, lunged, didn't think, didn't hesitate. He slammed into the other Daniel. Hard the impact sent them, both crashing into the floor. The mirror screamed. The walls shook violently. Daniel's fists collided with his own face, with his own body, with his own skin. And it was wrong, so wrong, because the other. Daniel felt real, too real, like he wasn't just a copy anymore, like he had always been here, like Daniel was the one who didn't belong. A whisper crawled through his skull. You shouldn't have come back. Daniel gritted his teeth. He pressed his forearm into the imposter's throat. The mirror's pull strengthened. The world around them flickered, like it was trying to decide which Daniel to keep. Daniel's breath shook, his muscles strained. His vision was blurring because deep inside him a terrifying, horrible thought crept into his mind. What if the mirror was right? What if he was never supposed to leave? What if the other Daniel wasn't the imposter? What if he was? Daniel's grip weakened, and the other Daniel smiled. There it is. The doubt. That's all I needed. And then Nit shoved him toward the mirror. 9:14. And the glass opened. Not like a door. Not like a window. Like a mouth. A hungry, gaping mouth. The force dragged Daniel forward. His body tilted. His feet slid. The glass widened, swallowing him inch by inch. Daniel panicked. He fought. His fingers dug into the floor, trying to stop the pull. Emma screamed his name, but it was too late. The mirror had made its choice. One Daniel had to stay, and it wasn't him. His vision blurred. The world tilted violently. And then Daniel fell, straight into the void. 9:15 a.m. Darkness, deep, absolute, cold. Hands closed around him, pulled him deeper. The air vanished. His breath froze in his throat. And somewhere far above, he heard the last words the other Daniel would ever say to him. You got it wrong, Daniel. I was always real. You were just the reflection. The world collapsed, and Daniel was gone. There was no floor, no ceiling, no walls, only endless black glass stretching in every direction, a prison made of reflections, a world that had no exit. Daniel's breath shook, his pulse roared. He tried to move, tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. Because this place, this mirror world, it had no end, no boundaries, no way out, and now it had him. 9:16 a.m. The other side. Daniel's feet barely made a sound as he stepped forward. The glass beneath him felt wrong, not solid, not real, more like water, waiting to break, like if he stepped too hard, he would fall forever. His lungs felt tight, his skin felt thin, stretched. Like he was losing shape, like the mirror was breaking him apart, piece by piece, memory by memory. The thought sent a violent shudder through him. No. His voice echoed, bounced off the endless glass, came back wrong, faded, hollow. Like the mirror was already stealing his voice, like it was already erasing him. His pulse spiked. No, I'm not staying here. The mirror shivered, and then a whisper, soft, gentle, familiar, double quotes Daniel. His body froze. The voice came from everywhere, from the glass beneath his feet, from the reflections all around him, and worst of all, it was his own. 9:17 am. Daniel turned too fast. His balance wobbled, his vision blurred, and when he focused, his stomach dropped, because the reflections in the mirror, they weren't him. Not anymore. They were wrong. They stood in distorted shapes, twisted postures. Some were too tall. Some were too thin. Some had too many eyes, too many mouths, and all of them, every single one of them, smiled. Daniel's chest locked up. No, his own voice whispered back. Yes, moved with him, not copying, not mimicking, anticipating. You don't understand yet, do you? The voices echoed all around him. Daniel shook his head. Shut up. You think you escaped before. Daniel's pulse pounded. Shut up. The reflections tilted their heads, and then they laughed. Low, soft, broken. Daniel choked on air. His own voice was mocking him, and then one of the reflections stepped forward. 9:18 and Daniel stumbled. Back. The reflection didn't move like a normal copy. It didn't mimic, didn't follow his movements. It moved on its own, and its face, it was him, but not. Its eyes were too deep, its grin was too sharp, and its posture, was hungry, like it had been waiting, like it had been starving, and now it was finally going to eat. Daniel's throat locked up. No, the reflection smiled wider. Yes. Daniel turned to run, and that was when the mirror shattered. 9:19 a.m. The floor beneath him cracked open. Daniel fell. The glass collapsed around him, breaking into an abyss, a void with no end, no bottom. He was plummeting, falling B. Reflections followed, thousands of them, laughing, screaming, repeating his own words back at him. You got it wrong. You were never real. You were just a copy. Daniel's lungs burned, his vision blurred. And then a hand reached through the darkness, not a reflection, not a copy, something else in Daniel. Daniel had no choice but to grab it. 9:20 a.m. The real-world Ma stood in the apartment, her body frozen, her pulse hammered in her throat, because the other, Daniel, was still here, the one the mirror had kept, the one that had won. He stood a few feet away, his hands still stained with blood. His face was expressionless, his breath was even Dot, and worst of all, he was calm. Emma's fingers trembled. Daniel, the man, the thing in Daniel's body slowly turned his head and smiled. Emma's stomach lurched because she could tell, she could feel it. This wasn't Daniel, not anymore, not at all. Two worlds, one inside the glass, one outside, and only one Daniel could exist. 9:21 a.m. The mirror world. Daniel was falling, plummeting through darkness, through glass, through nothingness. The reflections swirled around him, hundreds, thousands, all of them his face, all of them laughing. He tried to scream, no. Sound came out because his voice wasn't his anymore. The mirror had taken it, had taken everything, and now it was breaking him apart, bit by bit, memory by memory, until there was nothing left. Daniel's mind reeled. He couldn't be here, couldn't be trapped. Again, couldn't let the mirror win. He clawed at the air, tried to grab onto something, anything, and then something grabbed him. A hand, cold, familiar, his own. 9:22 a.m. Daniel's breath caught. The hand tightened around his wrist, yanked him back, his body jerked violently and suddenly. He wasn't falling anymore. He was standing in a place he knew, a place he remembered, a place he had fought to escape. The room inside the mirror, the gray walls, the empty floor, the door that led nowhere. Daniel's stomach turned. No. You came back. A voice, his own voice. Daniel spun and saw himself. Not a reflection, not a copy. Something worse, something that had been waiting for him all along. Something that had never left, and it smiled. You always come back. 9:23 a.m. The real-world Ma's fingers twitched. Her pulse was hammering because Daniel, or the thing wearing his body, was still standing in front of her. And it was wrong. Not obviously Dot, not physically, but she could feel it, the way he stood. Too still, the way his eyes were just a little too empty, the way his smile didn't reach his face. This wasn't Daniel. Not anymore. Not at all. Emma's throat tightened. Daniel, the thing tilted its head, like it was testing the name, like it was trying it on for size. Then it smiled. Yeah. Emma's skin crawled. Her instincts screamed. This wasn't him. This wasn't him. And she had to get out now. She took a slow, careful step back. Daniel, the thing in Daniel's body, didn't stop her. Didn't move, just kept watching, like it was waiting, like it was curious. And then Nit said something horrible. Emma, are you sure you're real? Emma's breath hitched, her body froze. Because for a single, horrifying second, she wasn't. 9:24 a.m. The mirror world. Daniel's mind spun. No. He took a step back. The other him took a step forward. You think you won? Its voice was his, perfectly his, but stretched too thin, Daniel clenched his fists. I'm not staying here. The other him smiled wider. You already are. The walls shuddered. The air grew heavy, and Daniel felt it happening. His fingers blurred, his arms wavered, like he was becoming a reflection again, like the mirror was erasing him. His breath came sharp, his pulse pounded. No, no, no. He lunged forward, tried to grab the other him. But the moment he touched him, his hands passed right through, like he was made of smoke, like he was already gone. And then the door opened. Not the one behind him, not the one that led back, the one in the real world, the one he could never reach again. Daniel screamed. But no one heard him because his voice wasn't his anymore, because he was just a reflection now, and the real world had already moved on. 9:25 a.m. The real world Amala stood at the door. Her hands were shaking. Daniel, or what was left of him, was still watching her, still smiling, like he knew something she didn't, like he had already won. Emma's stomach twisted. Her instincts were screaming. She needed to run. She needed to get away now. But then Daniel's hand lifted. Not toward her, not to grab her. To the mirror, to the last piece of glass still, sitting on the floor. The smallest shard, the one that still held a reflection. Daniel's smile widened, and Emma finally understood. Her breath shook, her heart slammed against her ribs because she saw it. Saw what had really happened. Saw the truth. Daniel, the real Daniel, was still inside, still trapped, still screaming, and the thing in front of her, the thing wearing his face, wasn't him, wasn't human, wasn't anything at all. It was just a perfect copy, a hollow echo, a flawless replacement, and no one would ever know, because the real Daniel was never coming back. The mirror had won, and now it had taken its final piece. Emma staggered backward, her breath hitched violently, because the thing in Daniel's body, the imposter that had truly won, turned to face her one last time, and whispered, "You should really check your reflection, Emma." Emma screamed, the lights flickered, and then the world went